The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 21st, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mike Collins to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and the minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and the minority leaders and the minority whip are limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I request to address the House for 5 minutes and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to congratulate Linda Rushing on her retirement from her leadership role as Vice Chancellor at the University of Arkansas Monticello College of Technology, Crossett. Linda has worked tirelessly for almost 5 decades to serve her community through dedication to teaching, student administration, and academic leadership. Linda began her career at Forest Echoes Vocational Technical School in 1975, where she was hired as a business instructor. She continued to serve this institution through 1987, when she was named director of the school. When Forest Echoes Vocational Technical School merged with UAM to become UAM-CTC, she was named Vice Chancellor, where she has served for 20 years. Her commitment to excellence and the success of her faculty, staff, and students at the UAM College of Technology, Crossett, has immensely benefited the greater Arkansas community. Her passion for serving others and leadership has cultivated a campus environment in which students can thrive and one that has served the workforce needs of Southeast Arkansas and its communities. I congratulate her on a commendable career of leadership and public service, and thank her for all she has done for the state of Arkansas. And Mr. Speaker, I also rise today to congratulate my good friend, Mr. Joe Fox, on his retirement. Joe has had a successful career in forestry in my home state of Arkansas as state forester, directing the forestry division of the Arkansas Department of Agriculture. In Arkansas, Joe Fox and forestry are synonymous. He brings to the table a depth of experience, having served as president of the Arkansas Forestry Association, chairman of the Arkansas Forestry Commission, and president of the National Association of State Foresters. I would like to express my sincere thanks to Joe for his service and dedication to the state of Arkansas, his knowledge of forestry, and his contribution to the industry. I am proud to say that Arkansas serves as a blueprint for forest management for the rest of the country, and that has been enhanced by the service and leadership of Joe Fox. Without a doubt, through his work in forestry and conservation, Joe has left a legacy for future generations, not only in the example that he set, but also a tangible one. Our forests are better off for our kids and grandkids because of Joe Fox. In closing, I will leave you with a famous Joe Fox quote: "Trees are the answer. Now what's your question?" And I couldn't agree more. Mr. Speaker, Arkansas celebrated its statehood last week. Arkansas became the 25th state in the United States on June 15th, 1836. Arkansas is a wonderful state with a rich history, breathtaking natural beauty, and vibrant communities. From the gorgeous Ozark Mountains to the mighty Mississippi River, Arkansas is a state of limitless opportunities. Arkansas has changed and flourished since its entry into the Union, leaving its imprint on the history of our country. Arkansas has experienced significant events, overcome barriers, and built a strong and resilient community to be proud of. From the Delta Blues to the world-renowned Hot Springs National Park, our state provides a diverse range of activities that reflect our distinct past. Let us continue to honor Arkansas's diverse culture, customs, and people. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the United States stands as a beacon of freedom with a mission to protect the inalienable rights for which many have given their lives. This mission rings from the mountains to the prairies, across our oceans, and across the globe. This month, the Indo-Pacific Task Force was assembled to evaluate Chinese attempts to usurp our interest in the Pacific. China is a threat to our democracy, and they are attempting to gain a foothold not only in Cuba, but also within our territories across the Pacific and Indo-Pacific region. To combat this hostility, our bipartisan team was assembled to support our territories and friends in the freely associated states to counter the communist influence. Protecting our territories and our friends is paramount. I ask Congress to engage in this effort fully, heed the suggestions of the Indo-Pacific Task Force, and work together to strengthen our territories and to deter Chinese influence in the Pacific and here at home. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum, for 5 minutes. Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a very heavy heart to pay tribute to St. Paul firefighter, my friend, Captain Christopher Parsons, who was just 48 years old when he sustained a major medical event. Shortly after completing his shift, he passed away last week. His untimely passing is a deep and profound loss for his loved ones, fellow firefighters, for our entire city, in fact, the entire state. After joining the department in 2000, he was promoted to captain in 2007. He served in leadership roles for the IAFF Local 21, the Minnesota Professional Firefighters, and the Minnesota Fire Service Foundation, and took his expertise and passion for public safety to our state capitol, where he improved public safety for so many. But Chris was a guide for me. I want you to know I learned so much from him about firefighting and the needs of those who fight fires. Captain Parsons had an impact on so many lives. He fought to save lives during his time on Earth, and he continues to do so through the gift of organ donation. I extend my deepest condolences to Chris's family, my gratitude for all those who put their lives on the line day after day to keep our communities safe. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Alex Medina, a man who demonstrates the spirit of giving that is a model for all of us. Alex is a bone marrow donor, and thanks to his generosity, he was able to provide Edgerton Burroughs, a man whom he had never met, with a second chance at life. Mr. Speaker, donations like Alex's, whether they be bone marrow, blood, or other precious resources, help save the lives of countless Americans every day. Mr. Medina and Mr. Burroughs were brought together by a wonderful program, Be a Match, which matches viable bone marrow donors to patients across the country. We're blessed in North Carolina that both Duke University Hospital and Wake Forest Baptist play pivotal roles in bone marrow and stem cell transplants. Dedicated professionals there and other institutions perform life-saving work. Mr. Speaker, across North Carolina and our entire nation, the kindness and generosity of donors like Alex Medina should not only be celebrated, but also encouraged. We can all play a positive role in the lives of others, and donating blood and other critical resources is one way of doing so. The simple actions we take can go on to make a profound impact upon people we know as well as those we do not know. Proverbs 11:25 reads, "A generous person will prosper. Whoever refreshes others will be refreshed." Let us never forget how we can serve as forces for good and give to others the gifts that God has bestowed upon us. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Bill Fisher, a familiar voice to many within the High Country in North Carolina's 5th District, and someone I consider to be a dear friend. After nearly 50 years of being on the radio and keeping the High Country informed on all the news of the day, Bill, or Fish, as many of his friends and colleagues refer to him, will be hanging up his headset one final time and retiring. For years, I've been fortunate to join Bill on the radio to talk about issues ranging from the local to the national level. Mr. Speaker, one of the most important duties that we have as Americans is to be an informed citizen, and I cannot overstate how much Bill embodies that role. No matter the topic or issue of the day, he always takes the time to inform people of the developments that matter most. He knows how to read the pulse of the community he proudly serves. Bill, as you enter this new and exciting chapter of your life, alongside your wonderful wife, Cheryl, family members, friends, and loved ones, please know you've left an indelible mark upon your community that will be felt for many years to come. Those who tune into your show on the commute to work, the grocery store, and everywhere in between are grateful for your work. In my eyes and in the eyes of many, you're the best that Western North Carolina has to offer. May God continue to bless you and your family in your well-deserved retirement. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. DeGette, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Saturday marks 1 year since the U.S. Supreme Court announced its now infamous decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. And for the first time in our nation's history, it took away one of America's most fundamental rights, the right to privacy. In overturning Roe v. Wade and taking away Americans' right to abortion care, the U.S. Supreme Court has rolled back the clock on women's rights in this country and put the health and lives of millions of women at risk. Everybody in this country deserves the freedom to make their own health care choices. Nobody should have to experience the pain and trauma that countless women in this country have now suffered as a result of the GOP's efforts to criminalize abortion care in this country. While poll after poll after poll show that an overwhelming majority of the American public supports women's rights to abortion care, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle remain intent on outlawing it once and for all. We may not have the majority in this chamber just now, but there is no doubt that we have the majority of Americans on our side in this fight. If my colleagues on the other side of the aisle aren't willing to stand up for the people they represent, then we must. Today, Representatives Lee, Chu, and I announce that we have filed a discharge petition to bring the Women's Health Protection Act up for a vote so that we can restore Americans' fundamental rights to abortion care. This is legislation that was passed by the chamber not once but twice last year. There's no reason why any member who doesn't have their head in the sand shouldn't be ready to support it a third time. Now's the time to end the devastation that too many Americans have already experienced. Now's the time to let the American public know exactly where every member of this chamber stands. I urge my colleagues to sign this petition that is now at the desk. 218 of us is all it takes to bring this bill to the floor and make us one step closer to ending this nightmare. And with that, I'm pleased to yield to my colleague, Ms. Lee from California, 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I want to thank our co-chair, Representative Diana DeGette, for yielding. Madam Speaker, never before has this country marked the day that a fundamental freedom was taken from us. This Saturday, for the first time, we will. Almost 1 year ago, the Supreme Court's shameful and unprecedented Dobbs decision stripped a constitutional right from all Americans. And the harm it triggered has only grown in the years since. So we're here to say enough is enough. Extremist Republicans around the country created this reproductive health care crisis against the will of the people with their out-of-touch, anti-choice agenda. People should have the right to make decisions over their own bodies, especially health care decisions, not this body, nor politicians, nor justices. That process has been aided now and enabled by Republicans in this chamber. So it's time for some accountability right here and right now. Time to put our Speaker and the members of this party his party, on the record in front of their constituents, and it's time really to restore the right to abortion. 1 year after the fall of Roe, we refuse to back down from the fight for reproductive freedom. Our bodies, our choices. That's what this, in essence, is about, freedom. And we're here using every single tool at our disposal to force action on this issue. And so I'm proud to join with our fellow pro-choice caucus leaders, our membership, Representative Diana DeGette, and Representative Judy Chu, in leading this discharge petition on the Women's Health Protection Act and demanding that the Speaker let us vote. I urge my colleagues to sign it, and now I'll turn this over to, I'll yield back to our co-chair, Representative Diana DeGette.
Madam Speaker, I'm now pleased to yield the remainder of our time to the author of the Women's Health Protection Act, Judy Chu.
Madam Speaker, it's been a year since the Supreme Court ripped away the rights of millions of Americans in an instant by overturning the constitutional right to abortion care. Nearly 1 year since American women were forced to live in a country where they possessed fewer rights than their grandmothers. House Republicans are out of step with the American people when it comes to abortion access, but instead of working to restore these fundamental freedoms, they have worked to further restrict abortion access in this country. That's why we are here today to take action. I am proud to present this discharge petition to force accountability for Republican inaction.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Dick James of St. Simon's Island on his induction into the Ranger Hall of Fame. Mr. James served in the Army for 22 years, including 2 tours of duty in Vietnam and retiring as a lieutenant colonel. In his first tour, he acted as an advisor for a Vietnamese battalion with 750 soldiers. This battalion suffered a high casualty rate, with 2/3 being lost in the 9.5 months he served with them. He later returned to Vietnam as the commander of the 75th Ranger Regiment, 173rd Airborne Brigade, where he fearlessly led his Rangers in 450 missions, with 229 of them being fights with enemy troops. Mr. James has been the rightful recipient of many awards, including 4 Bronze Star Medals, a Vietnam Service Medal, Superior Service Medal, and a National Defense Service Medal, among many others. I would like to thank Mr. James for his service and congratulate him for his induction into the Ranger Hall of Fame. His extraordinary dedication to his country and his fellow Rangers makes him the perfect addition. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and the legacy of Mr. Starling Sutton, a dedicated servant to his country and a community activist. During the Vietnam War, Starling cross-trained in 4 different areas: airborne, special forces medic, combat engineer, and infantry officer. His work in the Army's 82nd Airborne Division at Fort Bragg led him to pursue a degree in criminal justice, where he then applied to professional and volunteer efforts devoted to helping homeless and marginalized people. Mr. Sutton created 2 programs for the Atlanta Rotary Club to help inner-city youth learn about the camaraderie of the military, and his work with the Golden Isles Rotary helped homeless veterans find homes. Professionally, he helped create affordable housing in Atlanta and converted 2 major warehouses into public art spaces. Starling's service to our country and his impact on our state will continue to be felt for years to come, and we mourn his loss immensely. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Glenn Academy boys and girls golf teams on their recent 6A state championship wins. Both teams took a big lead on day 1, and they never looked back. After day 1, they had to fight through harsh weather conditions that plagued the rest of the tournament, but even that could not derail their efforts. The Glenn Academy boys shot an impressive score of .591 overall to secure their first win since 2011. The Glenn Academy girls finished with a score of 480 to win their 2nd championship in a row. These impressive scores and the fact that this is the 2nd championship in a row for the girls speaks volumes. These young adults are true athletes, and I'm inspired by their amazing performance on the golf course. I look forward to seeing what these great teams do in the coming season, and I know they will continue to make the 1st District of Georgia proud. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in memory of retired Lieutenant Colonel George Allen Tyndall of the U.S. Army National Guard. Mr. Tyndall was born in Chicago, Illinois on September 12, 1941. He was a proud member of the Chicago Police Department for 10 years until he transferred to the Federal Protective Service in 1974 right here in Washington, D.C. George began his career at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, Georgia in 1986. He was the Director of Management Training for U.S. Customs until his retirement in 1999. After his retirement, George began his favorite career as an instructor in the Behavioral Sciences Division. George was an avid fan of the Frederica Academy football team and a beloved member of the community church on St. Simon's Island. George was an animal lover with a quick wit and a compassionate heart. George Tyndall passed away on April 3, 2023 at the age of 81 in Brunswick, Georgia. He is survived by a son, a nephew, and nieces, along with the legacy he left behind in the Brunswick community. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, firearms are now the leading cause of death for our children in the United States. This is the reality that we are living in, and is one that we should refuse to accept. Every day, over 100 Americans are killed from gun violence, and more than 200 people are shot and wounded. But these are not just statistics, Mr. Speaker. They are human beings with lives and futures, with mothers, friends, and loved ones. It is sickening that the NRA and the gun lobby have bankrolled many of my colleagues in this chamber into silence on this issue and inaction. Many of these deaths involve the accidental discharge of a firearm, often by a child, including a number of recent tragic incidents in southeastern Michigan, where just this month there was a horrific incident where a 2-year-old gained access to an unsecured gun and was tragically killed. It is alarming that 4.6 million children in our country live in homes with loaded and unlocked firearms. This is Gun Violence Awareness Month, and I'm proud to introduce Safe Storage, Save Lives Act with colleagues like Rosa DeLaura, Max Frost, and Robin Kelly to reduce firearm deaths among our children. This legislation requires every firearm seller to provide a gun lock or a gun safety device with every single time that a firearm is sold in the United States. Far too often, Mr. Speaker, gun owners fail to properly secure their weapons, with tragic consequences leading to accidental deaths, preventable suicides, and on several occasions, school shootings and other mass violence. These deaths are preventable through proper gun storage and safety. When used correctly, a gun lock or secure gun storage or safety device makes it impossible for the gun to be fired. Gun locks, Mr. Speaker, like this one, they have already saved countless lives, and requiring their use is key to combating America's gun violence crisis. This bill does work in tandem with Representative DeLaura's Ethan's Law, which mandates safe storage, requiring gun owners to secure their firearms in their home. However, this crisis must be tackled with even more urgency and demands because our children's lives depend on it. Mr. Speaker, this was $10. $10 could save a life of a child. These gun locks are a common sense solution that every member of this body should support. This should not be controversial. Keeping firearms out of the hands of our children should not be a partisan issue. I will not stop fighting until Congress finally takes action to end the gun violence epidemic in our country. We must honor the lives of those killed with action. Our communities deserve better, Mr. Speaker. Our families deserve better. And our kids deserve so much more than prayers. Mr. Speaker, I want to uplift one of my LGBTQ+ neighbors. His name is Sergio Martinez. During this Pride Month, I wanted to talk about his activism and how he's a leader in the immigrant rights movement in Detroit. Sergio is a DACA recipient who's inspiring. He came here at 5 years old. That didn't stop him from giving back to the community. He grew up in Southwest Detroit proudly and serves on the board of Michigan United, leading the Detroit Immigrants' Rights Organizing Committee He's a passionate advocate for legal protection of our undocumented neighbors and a pathway to citizenship for Dreamers, TPS holders, farm workers, and essential workers. Sergio also believes that housing is a human right and was recently appointed to the new statewide Housing Advisory Board by Governor Whitmer. This Pride Month, join me in honoring Sergio Martinez, a trailblazing LGBTQ+ leader in our community. We thank you, Sergio, for your commitment in advancing equality and justice in Detroit and across Michigan. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak out against the Biden administration's egregious student loan forgiveness plan. Now, according to the Congressional Budget Office, this unauthorized handout will cost the taxpayers an estimated $400 billion over the next decade. Now, that means that everyday hardworking Americans who either choose not to attend college or who have paid off their loans, well, they're on the hook for the financial decisions of others. Now, you tell me, does that sound like a fair shake for the American taxpayer? Of course not. Additionally, it's not even clear if the president has the authority to do this. Because you see, he hijacked a law meant to help veterans who had served their country following 9/11, just to justify this unprecedented bailout. But I tell you what, House Republicans are standing up to this administration's unreasonable and irresponsible policies. That's why a few weeks ago, the House passed a bipartisan resolution to block the administration's student loan forgiveness program plan from even taking effect. And our colleagues in the Senate, well, they resoundingly agreed with us by sending this to the president's desk, well, where he then vetoed our resolution. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues in both the House and the Senate to defend the American taxpayer and override this veto. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Lee, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with a heavy heart to honor the memories of the 11 victims of the Pittsburgh synagogue shooting, an attack on 3 Jewish congregations during Shabbat service on the morning of October 27, 2018. Back in Pittsburgh, the trial for the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in our nation's history is proceeding. The jury convicted the gunman on all 63 counts. Though this is a step towards justice, this trial reopened unimaginably painful wounds that have barely begun to heal. Congregation Dor Hadash, New Light Congregation, and the Tree of Life Congregation all had members taken from them. Their names were Joyce Feinberg, Richard Gottfried, Rose Mallinger, Jerry Rabinowitz, Cecil Rosenthal, David Rosenthal, Bernice Simon, Sylvan Simon, Daniel Stein, Melvin Wax, and Irvin Younger. They were fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, friends, and colleagues. They were members of a vibrant community who sought solace, peace, and unity within the walls of their synagogues. May their memories be forever a blessing. And may the strength and resilience shown by the survivors, the victims' family members, and the entire Jewish community throughout this heartbreaking trial forever be an inspiration to us all. They inspire me to work even harder to confront the root causes of hatred, racism, and bigotry so that no community has to live in fear of such senseless gun violence ever again. And they were murdered by a white supremacist gunman who targeted them because of their faith and because their faith called them to welcome immigrants and refugees. The shooter was motivated by the Great Replacement theory. This was the same white supremacist theory that motivated the shooter in Buffalo to take the lives of 10 community members, the shooter in El Paso to take the lives of 23 Hispanic community members, and the shooter in Christchurch to take the lives of 51 Muslim worshipers. The best prediction of violence against our communities is violent language. That holds in each of the 4 mass shooting examples I just mentioned. We must uphold the right of free speech while also working to stem the proliferation of violent rhetoric. When I visited the synagogue this past February, I met with the Tree of Life congregation leadership and several family members of those murdered. I was profoundly moved, both by the unimaginable pain of what I saw, but also the beautiful conversations we had. Together, we discussed what can be done to help the community heal from the trauma, and we discussed their vision for transforming the site into a center to educate against anti-Semitism and hate, a vision I support. The attack on the 3 Pittsburgh Jewish congregations is part of a larger pattern of hate-fueled violence that plagues our nation. The Black community is all too familiar with the rising tide of white supremacy in our country. The federal government has the responsibility to act. We all have the responsibility to use our platforms and condemn the rhetoric and dismantle the systems of white supremacy that enables this and other kinds of violence against our communities. We must strengthen our gun laws to make such weapons of war never enter the hands of someone capable of such violence. We must invest in resources to identify and dismantle extremist networks. We must work hand in hand with communities engaging in dialogue and support to address the root causes of hatred and prevent future acts of violence. If we don't, these things will only get worse. It is for this reason I would like to make a commitment made by Reverend Eric Manning, senior pastor at Mother Emanuel Church AME, when he visited Pittsburgh. Mother Emanuel was the site of a 2015 shooting where a self-avowed white supremacist entered the Charleston, South Carolina church during a Bible study and killed 9 Black congregants. When Reverend Manning spoke at the funeral of Rose Mallinger, the last of the 11 victims to be laid to rest, he said, "You are not alone. We mourn with you. We're here for you, and that will never change. I commit myself to building bridges between marginalized communities and fighting back. I want our Jewish siblings to know that we are in this fight together every day for as long as it takes." I wanted to end with an excerpt from the Jewish prayer for peace that Rose Mallinger led every Saturday service. "May it be your will that you erase war and bloodshed from the world, and in its place draw down a great and glorious peace, so that nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. Let justice come in waves like water, and righteousness flow like river. For the earth shall be full of the knowledge of the Holy One, as the waters cover the sea. So may it be." And we say, amen. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise in opposition to President Biden's student loan scam and urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote to override President Biden's veto of House Joint Resolution 45, which would overturn this ridiculous misuse of taxpayer dollars and transfer of wealth from the working class to our country's most wealthy and educated citizens. Mr. Speaker, Middle Tennessee is home to many hardworking blue-collar workers who do everything they can to provide for their families and live within their means. Many of them made tough decisions to forego attending college to pursue careers in skilled trades, like becoming an electrician, a plumber, or a carpenter, each valuable skill sets and careers that keep our communities running and provide services we could never live without. In fact, 66% of the folks in Tennessee's 6th Congressional District have no college degree. This, along with those who responsibly took out student loans and paid them back, means that an estimated 759,000 people whom I represent are ineligible for the Biden administration's proposed student loan giveaway. To put this into perspective, the total population of Tennessee's 6th Congressional District is 768,525. So a whopping 98.7% of folks whom I represent will never see a penny of the billions being wasted on this ill-guided proposal. What's even worse is that it will cost the folks of my district an estimated $1.53 billion, or almost $2,000 per individual, at a time when the U.S. national debt has surpassed $32 trillion for the first time in our country's history, meaning that each citizen owes almost $100,000 of the national debt. The last thing Americans need and that Tennesseans need is another $2,000 in debt to pay for other people's decisions to pursue college degrees. Mr. Speaker, when we debated this legislation on the floor previously, I said that America is a country built on the idea of freedom. Freedom does not mean freedom from individual responsibility, but freedom from unreasonable constraints. By forcing Tennesseans to foot the bill for the college degrees of wealthy lawyers and doctors in New York and California, President Biden is chipping away at our freedom. Back home in my district, where the median household income is $57,373, President Biden's student loan bailout will cost almost an entire paycheck for the hardworking folks of Tennessee's 6th District. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd encourage the President and those who support this transfer of wealth from blue-collar folks of Tennessee to coastal elites to take a visit to my constituents and tell them this news, that their hard-earned paychecks will be going to some of the most well-educated and wealthy Americans in our country. I have a feeling a lot of folks who support this policy would have a hard time going door to door, taking people's paychecks without college degrees away so that those with college degrees can reap the rewards and benefits of the President's policy. So, Mr. Speaker, let's call this proposal what it is: an election year gimmick that has no chance of ever becoming law through the normal procedures of being passed by the House and the Senate. Even some Democrats understand this policy is just plain wrong, and that is why they joined Republicans to pass this legislation, which would have stopped this proposal in its tracks. Now, that is our chance. Now is our chance to override the President's veto. Let's hope more common sense and fiscally responsible Democrats will join us to send a message to the President to reverse course on this disastrous decision. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields, and before we recognize our next gentleman from Pennsylvania, members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of Jacques J. Roucheau, a Pennsylvania state trooper who died in the line of duty just this past Saturday, June 17th. Trooper Roucheau was shot and fatally injured while responding to a call in Juniata, Pennsylvania. Trooper Roucheau was only 29 years old. Now, Trooper Roucheau is a native of Corey, Pennsylvania, which is in my district, where today he remains in the minds of so many family, friends, neighbors, and loved ones. According to reports, a man had arrived at Troop G, Lewistown Station, armed with a rifle, and fired at patrol vehicles in the parking lot and shot one officer. After a search, troopers located the shooter, where they exchanged gunfire. Both the shooter and Trooper Roucheau were both shot and killed. Those who knew Trooper Roucheau say he knew from a young age that he always wanted to be a police officer. And after graduating from Corey Area High School in 2012, he first interned with the City of Corey Police Department in 2014. During the internship, Roucheau said his ultimate goal was to become a Pennsylvania state trooper. Now, he enlisted in 2020 and started with Troop G just 3 months ago. Trooper Roucheau is the 104th member of the Pennsylvania State Police to make the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. And if we can, take a look at this picture. This is somebody is in the prime of their life, just starting off, and in the position that he so coveted, and he wanted to be part of this group. He wanted to be a police officer. He wanted to serve Pennsylvania citizens by being a Pennsylvania state policeman. Unfortunately, he's gone. He leaves behind a wife, Chloe, who I'm told was his high school sweetheart. I know that he has made the city of Corey and the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania proud for so bravely serving in law enforcement. I want to thank him for his service. And now, just for a moment of silence in his memory. So if we could all just please, just for a moment, think about this young man. Think about the unlived part of his life. and all in the line of duty. So if we just take a moment in honor of his memory.
House will honor a moment of silence.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish his family could be here to see that the entire gallery just stood up. And even though you did not know Trooper Rousseau, you stood up to honor his what he did in his line of duty. So this is a tragic loss, not only for the city of the community of Corry, but the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So this morning, I am praying, like you, for the family, friends, and colleagues of Trooper Rousseau, another person in law enforcement who died running to help somebody else, ran into the danger to help others. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. And as we think about Trooper Rousseau, I want to thank the gallery and I want to thank the House for the opportunity to speak about him. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Santos, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In March, I introduced H.R. 1736, also known as the Equality and Fiscal Accountability Protection Act of 2023. This bill will cut off the cash faucet the U.S. government gives away to countries such as Uganda that persecutes, criminalizes, or discriminates against individuals based on their sexual orientation. Since June is Pride Month, I thought this bill would be a great way to remind the American people and this body that the best way to celebrate the history and achievements of gay rights is to stand up to countries actively oppressing the LGBT community. Many countries are light years behind everything we have worked for to be treated civilly and humanely in this country. In fact, many countries are still persecuting their citizens for the simple fact that they are gay. Uganda is just one of many countries executing and prosecuting its people based on their sexual orientation. However, they received hundreds of millions of dollars in 2022 alone from President Biden's emergency plan for AIDS relief, or their PEPFAR. While waving rainbow flags and changing corporate logos is pleasant enough lip service and virtue signaling, we need to send a clear message that the United States will not offer federal aid to countries that habitually violate basic human rights based on sexual orientation. We as a nation have a responsibility to stand up for the human rights of all people, regardless of race, religion, or sexual orientation. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As always, it's a pleasure seeing you in the well. I apologize for my pre-moistened state out there. I'm like a butterball turkey, I think. It's raining a little bit, so I'm going to try to limp through this. But, Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks. Mr.
Without objections.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Hardin Valley Academy's Aero Hawks for their achievement at the American Rocketry Challenge. Aero Hawks Team 1 came in first place and Team 2 came in 10th place. Both teams scored high enough that they were invited to participate in NASA's Student Launch Initiative, and Team 1 is just headed to Paris, France to represent the United States at the International Rocketry Challenge. I say Paris, France because many of you realize there is a Paris, Tennessee, and that is home to the world's largest fish fry. So I wanted to clarify that. This was Hardin Valley's first appearance in the competition, and they competed alongside nearly 800 teams from 45 states. The fact they did so well demonstrates their intelligence, dedication, and teamwork abilities. They rose to the challenge and brought pride to East Tennessee. My office gave these students a tour of the U.S. Capitol before their competition here in Washington, and it's clear these students are passionate and bright, and they will do great things with their future. Congratulations to everyone from Hardin Valley Academy who competed in the American Rocketry Challenge, and I wish you the best of luck to Team 1 as they compete in Paris for the world title. You're making East Tennessee and the entire nation proud. And on a personal note, my days of rocketry with my Estes rocket, I believe my V2 rocket is still in the tree of my neighbor's house. And I would like to state that for the record. If any of these young people would like to climb up and get it, I would gladly reward them. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an American hero who has been laid to rest in Blount County. Corporal Joe Allen Vineyard was part of the 774th Tank Battalion during World War II. He tragically lost his life in the Battle of Hurtgen Forest, an important battle of the European front right before the Battle of the Bulge. Many of the men who sacrificed their life for our freedom that day were not identified, including Corporal Vineyard. In 2021, folks working with Defense Prisoners of War and Missing in Action Accounting Agency figured out a set of remains could have been Corporal Vineyard's. But thanks to DNA testing from samples the family provided, scientists were able to identify his remains. By September 2022, the family had been notified that he would be brought back to Blount County. Corporal Vineyard was laid to rest in Grandview Cemetery in Maryville this past weekend, and he's buried beside his parents just a few miles from his home. After almost 80 years, Corporal Joe Vineyard has finally come home. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor Sergeant Daniel Clifford Britton, who served our country during the Gulf War. Daniel graduated from Temple Baptist Academy in 2006. He went on to the University of Tennessee and participated in the Army ROTC program and enlisted in the Army on September 3, 2008. Sergeant Britton attended his initial active duty training at Fort Benning, Georgia. After graduation, he was assigned to the 15th Infantry Regiment. He graduated from the Air Assault course in September 2009 and 2010. He deployed in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom, where he earned his Combat Infantry badge. During his service, he was awarded the Iraqi Campaign Medal with 2 stars, Army Commendation Medal, Army Achievement Medal twice, and many others. He was a patriot and loved this country to its core. Sergeant Britton passed away in May and left behind a daughter and the loved ones he left behind many loved ones. I offer my condolences to his daughter and all his friends and family who knew and loved him. It is my honor to recognize Sergeant Daniel Britton as the Tennessee 2nd District 2023 Veteran of the Month. His service to this country, his community, and his family would never be forgotten. And just on a personal note, Mr. Speaker, as a Christian, I'm not a very good one, but as a Christian, I owe everything in my life except for my salvation to the men and women who wore our country's uniform. And I thank you for this opportunity, and I appreciate your testimony here on the floor about that man who one of our brave officers who lost his wife, and thank the people in the gallery for standing up, showing him that respect. This is a great country we have, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, brother, for your friendship.
Thank the gentleman. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. James, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We had a slogan in Army aviation, high above the best. It was a reminder that the American people entrusted us, me and my men, to provide air support for the soldiers fighting for their lives on the ground each and every single day. Likewise, in Congress, our constituents, or our customers, have entrusted our staff and myself to provide air support to the good people in our district, fighting for their livelihoods each and every single day. I stand here to say that my district staff has exemplified this slogan, high above the best. In under 6 months in this office, my team has already delivered on a monumental constituent casework milestone in a freshman office. Earlier this month, my team surpassed $100,000 in federal casework dollars returned to our constituents, to our customers. They're providing that air support to Michigan's 10th Congressional District, just like Army aviators. It's a lot of work setting up a congressional office. Both in D.C. and our district teams have burned the midnight oil, getting everything up and running so that we can serve you, our constituents, and deliver on the promises we made. On top of all the work that had to be done getting our district office up and running, this staff delivered for the constituency, returned over $100,000 in federal dollars and about $1.5 trillion passport requests. I want to recognize each and every single member of my district staff by name in alphabetical order. Russ Cleary, thank you. Lisa Damon Brown, thank you. Phil Rode, thank you. Linda Torp, thank you. Chris Zerini, thank you. Thank you all for helping me serve Michigan's 10th Congressional District, the greatest district in the United States of America. Of course, many of these cases in the district team have been closed, but there are a couple that I reviewed that really stuck out to me. We got a call from a veteran in our district who hadn't received his VA benefits in nearly 2 years. Together, my staff elevated this case within the VA and got them to act. Now, this veteran in my district has thousands in back pay and monthly payment of roughly $2,000 that he earned serving our country in uniform. My team also helped a single mother of two get her tax return from all the way back in 2015. This young mother currently is attending nursing school to better the futures of herself and her 2 children and to serve her community. And between being a single mom and a student, she didn't happen to have enough time in her busy schedule to work with the IRS, but she had time to give us a call, and that's all that mattered. And my diligent team were able to step up for her and help her to retrieve $9,000 in her tax return. These are just 2 of the many stories and constituent cases that our district office worked so diligently to close over just the past 5 months. In under 6 months, and under a half a year, and I'm so grateful for all the work that they have done for you. I'm a combat veteran, but I'm also a businessman. And I believe that constituent services, customer service, is why I'm here. Customer service, serving you, is my #1 priority in Congress. I've served my country in combat, but the chance to serve you in this community is an honor of my lifetime. We are ready to continue to serve the good people of Michigan's 10th Congressional District. Thank you for trusting me to be high above the best. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Sovereign God, we look to you to receive guidance in our lives, strength in our battles, comfort in our sorrows, and peace in our world. We appeal to you on behalf of those at war in Ukraine and those who are making decisions affecting this grueling conflict impacting countless lives. Grant them the belt of your truth, that their leadership would be bound in integrity and faithfulness. To the men and women on the front lines, so violently uprooted from their families and communities, now fighting a battle to preserve the livelihoods they once enjoyed without fear, to them, grant your breastplate of righteousness. Protect and defend them from the feelings of anger, betrayal, and vindictiveness. Safeguard them from any deed that would bring dishonor or disgrace. May the justness of their actions be undisputed. Comfort the grieving with the shield of faith. Preserve their souls and spirits from the fiery arrows of heartache and despair. In you may they find the strength and comfort that transcends our finite grasp of your steadfast and eternal love. Your work, O God, is powerful. Speak into the warring chaos that threatens our world and wield your word of peace. In your saving name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journals of the last day's proceeding and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, are invited to participate.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appeasing Iran endangers America and the world, according to Matthew Continetti of the American Enterprise Institute, as reported in the June 17th edition of National Review. Quote, President Biden is on the verge of betraying Congress and the American people by rewarding the Islamic Republic of Iran for various misdeeds. According to news reports, Biden is prepared to authorize billions in payments to Iran in exchange for the release of U.S. prisoners. Biden will say this is a perverse arrangement is necessary to free innocents. What he won't be able to do is call it a deal. Biden can't call the agreement a deal because he wants to avoid congressional review. The Iran Nuclear Agreement Review Act of 2015 forbids the president from reviving the nuclear-related sanctions without congressional approval. Notice that the deal is a no deal, says nothing about Iran's deadly policy of proxy of Hezbollah or other Iran's and nuclear drone traffic, which is providing to attack Israel and murder Ukrainian civilians. In conclusion, sadly, the insulting plea deal of Hunter Biden exposes the Biden crime family has shamefully corrupted the federal judicial system. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, sir.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, lung cancer is the deadliest form of cancer in the United States, taking more lives than prostate, colorectal, and breast cancer combined. The United States Preventive Services Task Force recommends annual lung screenings for adults ages 50 to 80 who are at risk, but currently just 6% of eligible Americans are screened each year. That's why we are introducing the Increasing Access to Lung Cancer Screening Act. This bipartisan bill will reduce barriers to preventive care by requiring public and private insurance to cover annual screenings for those who are eligible. Early detection is our best protection against all cancer deaths, and this legislation extends coverage for those who are at greatest risk. I ask my colleagues to join me, along with Representatives Castor and Fitzpatrick, in supporting this life-saving legislation. Together we can take another step toward ending cancer as we know it. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
I'd ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize one of Nebraska's finest journalists, Don Walton. Don has long been a trusted source of political news across Nebraska. He has a unique approach to his craft. He quietly builds relationships with people as he listens and grows trust. During my time in the legislature and in Congress, I have worked with Don. He believes that people are never a means to a story, and he faithfully covers politics without engaging in them. Over a week ago, Don surprised us all with his retirement announcement in his weekly column. He had shown no signs of stepping back, true to form. He did not make a spectacle of his farewell. In a brief open letter, he thanked his readers and encouraged and challenged them to be their best. He's had a 67-year career. On behalf of Nebraska's 1st Congressional District, I'd like to honor Don for his service. Your work and the way you treated people as you wrote about them will long stand as a testament to the value of local journalism. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Republicans have said time and time again that they don't want to hurt pregnant mothers and young children. But they did just that with the FY 2024 agriculture spending bill that they advanced out of the House Appropriations Committee last week. The Republican bill slashes WIC funding by $185 million from the current funding level and guts WIC's extra fruit and vegetable benefits for 5 million pregnant and postpartum moms and young children. It is the first time ever that WIC has been intentionally underfunded. And at a time when many families are still dealing with pandemic-caused inflation, these cuts are especially cruel. I'm appalled that Republicans' idea of fiscal responsibility is taking healthy food away from pregnant moms and kids under 5. Seriously? Mr. Speaker, let's not forget that Republicans also tried to cut Meals on Wheels and WIC in their original debt ceiling bill, and they have a bill to kick moms with young children and seniors off of SNAP. Taking food away from the most vulnerable is completely heartless. It's shameful, and we are going to fight you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the rededication of Patriots in Heroes Park in Lancaster, New York, and the many men and women who devoted their lives in service to our community. Mr. Russell J. Salvatore founded and funded this memorial as a place for patriotism and peaceful reflection of the imagery honoring veterans, members of law enforcement, first responders, and the heroes that have dedicated their lives to the safety of others. These monuments were vandalized heartlessly and defaced in March, and the images of the destruction shocked our community. Now fully restored thanks to the work and the support and funding of Mr. Russell J. Salvatore, our community is gathering once again at Patriots in Heroes Park today to honor those who served and sacrificed for this great nation. To the veterans, police officers, and first responders, thank you for your valor, your courage, and service to your fellow Americans. Mr. Salvatore has been a titan of Buffalo, and I know the people of the 23rd Congressional District are grateful for his generosity over the many years. Congratulations, Mr. Salvatore, on your many years of success and on the rededication of Patriots Heroes Park. Our community has chosen to turn this act of hatred into a new monument to thank our heroes and celebrate our patriotism as Americans. I'm honored to join this celebration from the halls of Congress, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we learned that it wasn't just Clarence Thomas on the Supreme Court who violated ethical rules and accepted lavish gifts from a conservative billionaire and didn't disclose it. We learned that Justice Samuel Alito also accepted lavish gifts from another conservative billionaire and didn't disclose it. In addition, both Justices Thomas and Alito failed to disclose the private jet travel that they received from conservative billionaires. That is a violation of federal law. Americans used to respect the United States Supreme Court. Now I think the American people can rightfully ask, is it turning into a cesspool of corruption? That's why I asked the Speaker of the House to put on the floor the bill authored by Democrats to put ethical standards on the United States Supreme Court. Every federal judge has to follow ethical standards except for these 9 people. Who do they think they are? Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, President Biden's and Secretary Mayorkas's handling of our southern border has made every state, including my home state of Tennessee, a border state. Now, illegal immigrants are being housed in public schools, threatening our children's ability to learn. House Republicans are denouncing this heinous action by passing House Resolution 461, which condemns the use of public school facilities to house illegal immigrants. Housing illegal immigrants at public schools diverts resources from students already suffering from historic learning loss. Additionally, schools with summer programs or activities will now be forced to consider the additional security threat housing illegal immigrants at their facilities poses. Mr. Speaker, if the Biden administration would work with Republicans to secure the border, this wouldn't be happening. But since it is, we must condemn it, which is why I urge members to join me in supporting House Resolution 461. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from the Crossroads of America, Indiana, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent for 1 minute to address the House and to advise and extend my
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight a very special group of Hoosiers. Last Saturday, the Penn High School baseball team shut out top-ranked Cedar Grove 2-0 to win the Class 4A state championship for the second straight year. Their victory Saturday marks the first time in program history that the Kingsmen have repeated as state champs. And now it's the sixth state crown under Hall of Fame coach Greg Dicos's belt. The Kingsmen's big win came just 1 week after the Lady Kingsmen softball team also won the state title, making Penn just the second school in Indiana history to win a softball and baseball state championship in the same year. The most exciting moment came in Saturday's game, came in the bottom of the fourth inning when senior center fielder Cooper Hooms laid out for an amazing over-the-shoulder diving catch. In fact, Cooper's catch was so spectacular that it landed him a top spot on SportsCenter's top 10 playlist. I watched the clip, and it's worth your time to watch. So congratulations to Cooper, Coach Dicos, and all the Kingsmen on defending your title and for bringing another state championship back to the 2nd District. God bless you, and go Kingsmen.
Gentleman's time's expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 524 and ask for its immediate consideration.
Clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 26, House Resolution 524. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3564, to cancel recent changes made by the Federal Housing Finance Agency to upfront loan level pricing adjustments charged by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac for guarantee of single-family mortgages and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and amendments specified in this section and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute, recommended by the Committee on Financial Services, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-8, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent. shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 2. At any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3799, to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to provide for health reimbursement arrangements integrated with individual health insurance coverage. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate should be confined to the bill and amendments specified in this section and shall not exceed 80 minutes, equally divided among and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their respective designees, and the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-9, modified by the amendment printed in Part C of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill, as amended, shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part D of the report of the Committee on Rules. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 3. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order without intervention of any point of order to consider in the House the resolution, House Resolution 461, condemning the use of elementary and secondary school facilities to provide shelter for aliens who are not admitted to the United States. The amendments to the resolution and the preamble recommended by the Committee on Education and the Workforce, now printed in the resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The resolution, as amended, shall be considered as read. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the resolution and preamble, as amended to adoption without intervening motion except 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their respective designees.
The gentleman from Texas is now recognized for 1 hour debate on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of the resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. And Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks. Mr. Speaker, last night the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 524, providing for consideration of 3 measures, H.Res. 461, H.R. 3799, and H.R. 3564. The rule provides for consideration of H.R. 3564 under a structured rule, with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their designee. The rule makes in order 4 amendments and provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule additionally provides for consideration of H.R. 3799 under a structured rule with 80 minutes of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committees on Education and Workforce, or their respective designees, and the Ways and Means, or their respective designees. The rule makes in order 3 amendments and provides 1 motion to recommit. Finally, the rule provides for consideration of H.Res. 461 under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, or their respective designees. Mr. Speaker, I do rise today in support of the rule and in support of the underlying bills. Today, Republican majority continues its long process of reversing and repairing the damages inflicted on the American people by the Biden administration and the previous Democrat majority. Mr. Speaker, included in the rule is H.R. 3799, the Custom Health Option and Individual Care Expense Arrangement Act, or the Choice Arrangement Act, introduced by my friend from Oklahoma, Kevin Hern. The legislation includes common sense changes to help lower health insurance costs, increase competition in the healthcare market, and ensure access to high-quality, low-cost plans for Americans and small business owners and their employees. In 2021, almost 55% of Americans were covered by employer-based health coverage. Employer-based health coverage is easily the most popular option for Americans to receive health insurance coverage. According to the National Federation of Independent Business, of small employers that did not offer health insurance coverage to their employees, 2/3 reported that the reason they do not offer the health insurance is because it is simply too expensive. In 2019, President Trump and his administration published regulations allowing employers to provide their employees with a fixed amount of money each year in tax-preferred individual health coverage reimbursement accounts that an employee could use to buy coverage in the individual market. Current regulations allow employers to establish individual coverage health reimbursement accounts, which employees can use to purchase individual market coverage and pay for their out-of-pocket medical expenses. The Choice Arrangement Act seeks to codify these regulations to provide tax-advantaged funds for employees to buy portable health insurance plans and requires notification to employers of the availability of these tax-advantaged health insurance benefits. The Choice Act arrangement also includes provisions codifying the right of small businesses to coalesce, to band together and form association health plans to offer pooled health insurance coverage to their employees. This legislation will give employers maximum flexibility in how they provide coverage options for their employees by providing choice arrangements while also providing expected benefits like dental plans, vision plans, accident disability benefits, and more. The legislation will also ensure that stop-loss coverage is not subject to federal regulation under the Employee Retirement Income and Security Act. These common sense changes will stop the Biden administration from administratively making health care more expensive by regulating stop-loss coverage and ensuring that small businesses can in fact remain competitive. Mr. Speaker, also included in this rule is H.Res. 46. This condemns the practice of retrofitting our children's schools to house illegal immigrants. President Biden and Democrats' failures at the southern border are so comprehensive, so overwhelming, that municipalities are now co-opting the schools where we educate our children because President Biden refuses to secure the southern border. Because President Biden will not secure our southern border, Mr. Speaker, our local communities and municipalities are now casualties of President Biden's border crisis. The American people rightfully demand that President Biden and Democrats in Congress acknowledge this crisis. They demand that they not only acknowledge the crisis, Mr. Speaker, they demand that their federal government solve this self-inflicted crisis that is pushing our communities well past the breaking point. New York City and its Mayor Eric Adams, Mr. Speaker, are the first to cry uncle. 2 months. 2 months, Mr. Speaker. That's how long Mayor Adams and New York City lasted, suffering under conditions of a size and scale not even comparable to the conditions that Texans have been enduring these past 2.5 years under an administration that has only now started to pay attention to this humanitarian crisis when it started to affect their constituents. Over and over again, pleading with the Biden administration to take this crisis seriously, only to be rebuffed time and again. This humanitarian catastrophe can be laid squarely at the feet of the Secretary of Department of Homeland Security, Secretary Mayorkas, and of course President Biden, who've chosen to do nothing rather than be labeled xenophobes by their progressive colleagues for actually enforcing existing immigration law and securing our southern border. Mr. Speaker, the temptation for the Biden administration has been to bury their heads in the sand and hope that these waves of illegal immigrants across our border will in fact magically disappear. They will not, Mr. Speaker, not until President Biden finally gets serious about the border crisis by demanding that the Secretary of Homeland Security do his job and secure our southern border, or maybe find someone else who can do that job. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 3564, the Middle Class Borrower Protection Act of 2023. The bill would repeal the Federal Housing Finance Agency's recalibrated single-family pricing framework to guarantee mortgages, and that would charge borrowers with higher credit scores and larger fees to subsidize borrowers with lower credit scores. If not for our Republican majority, Mr. Speaker, 1 out of every 2 borrowers with higher credit scores would be assessed higher mortgage fees in President Biden's radical equity agenda. President Biden is telling the American people that if you work hard, if you're responsible with your finances, if you pay your bills on time, you're going to get to subsidize the mortgages of those who did not make the same sacrifices that you did in order to attain a higher credit score. This sends a terrible message to the American people. Mr. Speaker, I thank Mr. Davidson for bringing us this vital piece of legislation that underscores how the Republican majority stands with those middle-class families who have done the right thing and should not be pushed by a radical administration that is obsessed with radical wealth distribution schemes. Mr. Speaker, I will reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentleman from Texas for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as they may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Republicans are in charge of the House of Representatives. They control the schedule here. They control when bills get brought up for debate. They make the calendar. We could be debating a bipartisan bill that actually helps get more people onto health care, or lowers prescription drug costs and makes coverage more affordable. But instead, Republicans are bringing to the floor a bill to chip away at the Affordable Care Act. They are siding with billionaire corporations and insurance companies and actually spending money to kick people off of health care. We could be debating bipartisan legislation that makes it easier for regular middle-class Americans to buy a home. But instead, Republicans are bringing to the floor a bill that literally increases mortgage fees charged to middle-income borrowers. Time and time again, this majority brings to the floor bills that benefit billionaire corporations, insurance companies, the rich and powerful, big oil, big pharma, all at the expense of everyday people back home who sent us here to fight for them. We could be debating bipartisan legislation that actually addresses our broken immigration system. But instead, Republicans are bringing to the floor a non-binding resolution that condemns a non-existent problem so they can go after immigrants once again. We had a member in the Rules Committee last night yelling and screaming and ranting and raving about all he thinks is wrong with our immigration system and the border. It was actually kind of scary. Listen, I get being passionate about this problem. I'm not here to argue that our immigration system doesn't need to be fixed. We all know that it could use a comprehensive overhaul. But we don't need to be screaming at each other about this non-binding press release of a bill that does literally nothing to help deal with our border. My God. Republicans want to talk about immigration, so let's talk about immigration. Let's talk about how the Republican solution to the border is building a stupid wall that even they know won't work. Let's talk about fentanyl. Let's talk about how most of it is trafficked through legal ports of entry in the United States, by U.S. citizens, by the way. And let's talk about how President Joe Biden seizes more fentanyl at the border than Donald Trump did. That's just a fact. Yet, we had a member last night have a complete meltdown over this issue. Would Republicans rather the Biden administration not seize fentanyl? I don't get it. Make it make sense. Let's talk about how, since the end of Title 42 on May 11th, unlawful entries along the southern border have plummeted. As of June 6, Customs and Border Protection had an average of 3,700 encounters between points of entry or unscheduled encounters per day, a decrease of over 70%. But Republicans don't want to talk about any of that. So instead, they're going to try to get people all worked up by scapegoating vulnerable migrants who are fleeing awful circumstances in search of safety. I can't believe I have to say this, but migrants are not political pawns. They come to our country seeking a better life, often fleeing violence and oppression. They are human beings and deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. Yet Republican governors have treated migrants like they're garbage, busing them across the country like luggage with no advance notice or coordination and dumping them outside after they call the press to show up and make a scene. I find it disgusting. I find it racist. I find it disrespectful to all that this country stands for. This non-binding press release that they're bringing to the floor isn't a serious attempt to solve a problem. They're dropping migrants off in New York City and then attacking New York City for trying to come up with solutions to the problem. This is absurd. The Republicans claim gyms can't be used to house migrants because they want to, quote, protect students. Well, give me a break. Migrants have never been housed in a facility with kids. That's just a fact. We asked in the Rules Committee last night for the person who was bringing the bill before the committee to give us examples. She couldn't. She couldn't. I mean, we want to talk about protecting students, my friends? Let us talk about protecting students. 1,000 kids have died from gun violence this year. 1,000 kids. Where will the next school shooting be? Parents are terrified their kid will be next. Teachers are terrified that their class will be next. Students are terrified they will be next. And Republicans are here regulating gyms instead of guns. What the hell is wrong with these people? This majority is obsessed with demonizing, demeaning, and targeting people who are coming to the United States in desperate search of a better life. Stop appealing to the worst instincts in people. Stop peddling hate. Stop fueling racism. And here is a contrast I want people to know about. President Biden and the Democrats are working to expand the middle class, to build a strong economy from the bottom up and the middle out. Democrats are lowering costs for working families, helping cut inflation by more than half since last summer. Democrats have taken on Big Pharma to reduce prescription drug costs. And Democrats continue to fight special interests to lower health care costs while making child care and housing more affordable for working families. Democrats are investing in America and have created more than 13 million jobs since President Biden took office. Democrats are bringing supply chains back home, fixing our roads and bridges, and delivering clean water and high-speed internet to more communities. Democrats are making our communities safer. We are committed to building on the gun safety legislation we passed last year by strengthening background checks and keeping dangerous weapons of war off our streets to protect American kids. Democrats know that we don't have to choose between an immigration system that reflects our interests and our values, and we don't demonize and attack people who want to come to this country in search of a better life. And you're seeing on the floor today exactly what Republicans have to offer. Nothing. Not a thing. No plans, no ideas. They're just interested in helping the rich and powerful and using immigrants as political pawns to drive a wedge between people. It's a rotten, shameful thing to do. And I urge all my colleagues to vote no on this rule and the underlying bill. And I urge my colleagues on the Republican side, get serious about bringing legislation to the floor that will actually make a difference, that will actually help fix some of the challenges that we face in this country. This is a joke. I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from New York, a valuable new member of the Rules Committee, for 3 minutes.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 5 counties in my district have declared a state of emergency in response to the influx of migrants since Title 42 ended. These 5 counties didn't declare a state of emergency out of hate or a lack of compassion, but because they simply do not have the resources to handle the unprecedented flood of illegal immigration. And now, our local taxpayers and tax dollars meant to support our kids in schools across Chautauqua, Cattaraugus, and Allegheny counties are instead going to house illegal immigrants thanks to a crisis that the Biden administration created. My colleagues across the aisle have claimed time and again that by opposing an unprecedented influx in illegal immigration, Republicans somehow lack compassion or humanity. Mr. Speaker, allowing fentanyl to flood in from our southern border, killing thousands of Americans and offering no concrete solutions to combat this epidemic is not compassionate. Standing back and demonizing our Border Patrol agents while the cartels traffic countless human beings, including young children, into this country is not compassionate. The Department of Health and Human Services losing track of 85,000 migrant children with an untold number trafficked and exploited. That's not compassionate either. Foisting this inhumane crisis onto the backs of small-town America after the richest, most liberal enclaves in our country, like Martha's Vineyard, clutch their pearls at even the sight of one group of illegal immigrants is not compassionate. I'm proud to co-sponsor H-Res 461 to be considered under this rule, and I look forward to this and many more steps Republicans in the House are taking to secure our border and to force this administration to uphold our immigration laws. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from New York yields back, and the gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the gentleman's tirade just now, but the bottom line is that nothing in this bill that his party is championing as somehow this important piece of legislation does anything to provide any assistance to any of his communities. Not one penny goes to help offset any of the costs that might be incurred. Nothing. Not a thing. I mean, I just don't get it. I mean, people come onto this floor and, and speak in sound bites and do press releases and then bring legislation to the floor that's non-binding, that means nothing, that does nothing. I mean, this is ridiculous. We need to fix our immigration system, and we tried to do that when we were in charge, and we had challenges in the Senate trying to overcome the filibuster, but we're trying to fix the system. That's a contrast to what we're doing here now, which is a non-binding resolution. By the way, non-binding resolutions, to anybody who's watching, means it's just somebody's opinion. Doesn't do anything. No money, no assistance, no help to anybody. It's just like I want to just tell you what my opinion is. Big deal. Big deal. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to urge that we defeat the previous question. And if we do, I'm going to offer an amendment to the rule to provide for consideration of a resolution which states that it's the House's duty to protect and preserve Social Security and Medicare for future generations and reject any cuts to these essential programs. We know, because we've heard from my friends, that they have their eyes on these programs, and so we need to get people on record to make sure that they will not vote for any cuts. I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And to discuss that proposal, I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Sorensen.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I stand today in strong support of Social Security and the invaluable role that it plays in the lives of more than 2.2 million people in Illinois and over 150,000 of our neighbors and family members in the 17th Congressional District of Illinois. Social Security benefits make up 1/3 of the income of our nation's seniors, and benefits are the primary source of income for most seniors. Social Security is not a handout. This is a program that working Americans have paid into for years with the promise that the federal government would stand by them and respect their hard work and their labor. Too often over the past few months, we've heard threats from my colleagues across the aisle about cutting off these hard-earned benefits. First, during the debt ceiling negotiations, and most recently, my colleagues in the Republican Study Committee recently put forth a budget that renews Republican attacks on Social Security benefits. Their unserious proposal shows my colleagues care more about scoring political points and playing games with your future than governing responsibly with your interests in mind. That we're having this conversation and considering these budgets shows how out of touch my colleagues across the aisle are with the struggles that real Americans face every single day. Under their proposal, 9.7 million Illinoisans would see their retirement age increased, cutting the Social Security benefits, and then forcing them to work even longer for less. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. Social Security is a sacred promise to our nation's seniors. It is not a political football. I will oppose any proposal that cuts the earned benefits that provide essential financial stability to millions of Americans. Our communities have worked for decades to earn these benefits, and it is unconscionable to turn around and take that away from people, especially as prices still remain high for consumers. I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question so we can bring up legislation that protects, not undermines, Social Security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Massachusetts reserve. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll yield myself a minute. Mr. Speaker, the only entity cutting Social Security or Medicare right now is the White House. It's the Biden administration. Over the last 2.5 years, cuts to Medicare have totaled probably $40 billion in the Part B drugs administered in physicians' offices, $300 billion in the Medicare Advantage, all done through the Inflation Reduction Act last year. The only people talking about cutting Medicare right now is the administration, and that's what really ought to be stopped. But for right now, that's not the business at hand. What we're discussing today are 3 important bills that are going to be considered on the floor. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of the rule and in favor of the underlying bills, and I'll reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a Washington Post article entitled House GOP Eyes Social Security Medicare Amid Spending Battle.
Without objection.
It's simple. Quote, to lower the national deficit, the House Republicans plan to try to cut Social Security Medicare. This includes potentially raising the Social Security retirement age to 70 and targeting younger Americans who have yet to obtain federal benefits. And we have a number of members on the Republican side who talk about privatization all the time. That's their favorite word when it comes to Social Security and Medicare. So we just want to make sure the American people understand who's on their side and who's trying to undercut things that are very meaningful to them. And Mr. Speaker, I also want to point out that my Republican colleagues have been in disarray since they took the majority, and they have failed to pass meaningful legislation into law on behalf of the American people. As I said, they control this chamber, they control the schedule, they control the committees, they control what they bring to the floor. At this point in the 117th Congress, that is the previous Congress, we Democrats had passed 17 bills into law. And at this point in the 116th Congress, under divided government, we passed 21 bills into law. You want to know how many this majority has passed into law? 6. I mean, they are failing the American people. They are incapable of bringing legislation to the floor that can garner bipartisan support, that has any chance in the Senate. And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a comparison of the number of bills passed into law by May 31, which demonstrates how utterly unproductive this Congress has been.
Without objection.
I reserve my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'll reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I spoke about the unproductiveness of my Republican friends and how they're squandering all opportunities to help the American people since they've been in control. But let me just talk to you about some of the stuff that we did when we were in charge of this place. Let me just remind people, because of the Affordable Care Act, which I think almost everybody over there voted no on, 40 million Americans have health coverage under the ACA. Women have access to preventative health services like breast and cervical cancer screening at no cost to them. Prescription drugs are more affordable for older adults. Americans with disabilities are protected from discrimination on the basis of medical history or pre-existing conditions. And lifetime caps on essential health benefits are gone. They're gone. And since 2010, when the bill became law, Republicans have been obsessed. I mean, this is obsessed with tearing it apart. Under Republican under your majorities, under Republican majorities, we've voted nearly 70 times, 70 times, to repeal and undermine the law. Nearly 70 times Republicans have tried to dismantle a law that provides health care coverage to 20 million people and covers preventative health services. And today, Republicans are continuing this effort to undermine the ACA. It is maddening where their priorities are. It is maddening. And here's the deal. They know that they can't just repeal it outright because everybody doesn't want them to do that. So what they're doing is they're going after it bit by bit by bit, trying to chip away at the edges and trying to kill it through 1,000 cuts so that maybe people won't notice. People won't notice when essential benefits are no longer guaranteed. I mean, health care ought to be a right in this country, and we ought to be building on the ACA, not tearing it apart, not tearing it down, not trying to make it more difficult for people to get the essential services they need, not to try to give people plans that don't provide the coverage for whatever may occur to them and their families. So I think it's important to understand, again, I think the good news here is that all the bills they're bringing to the floor today have no chance in hell of going anywhere over in the Senate because they're just over the top and extreme. But make no mistake about what is happening here. They have a target on health care. They have a target on Social Security. They have a target on Medicare. And rather than trying to fix our immigration laws, what are they doing? They're trying to tear this country apart. They're trying to demonize immigrants. They have no solutions. A non-binding resolution, that does nothing. To basically address a fake problem that was totally ginned up by Fox News. I mean, that's where their priorities are. Certainly, we can spend our time doing more productive things. I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield myself 2 minutes. Mr. Speaker, right now in the Energy and Commerce Committee, hearings going on for the reauthorization of the SUPPORT Act. The SUPPORT Act passed in 2017-2018 in that Congress. It was a broadly bipartisan bill, and it was geared toward dealing with the problems that were occurring in this country because of an opiate crisis. Largely the source of these opiates were prescription drugs that were diverted to other uses, and the consequence was people taking could overdose and in fact die from prescription drugs that were actually diverted from their intended use. 5 years later, we're in the process of reauthorizing the SUPPORT Act. The SUPPORT Act actually functioned as intended. It did reduce some of those overdose deaths downward until we were hit with the pandemic, and obviously that changed a lot of things. But in that 5-year interval, this disease has changed. It is no longer prescription opiates that are diverted, it's fentanyl. It's fentanyl that is poisoning our young people. Fentanyl that is pouring in from the southern border. And look, I get it. You want to say it's only coming in at the ports of entry. That's what you catch. Our Customs and Border Protection are so overwhelmed with the numbers of people who are coming in at the invitation of the president and the vice president. People are pouring across our border. Customs and Border Protection can't do their normal job. They are doing housekeeping chores, taking care of people who are ill, children who are arriving at their doorstep, and they've got no choice but to take care of them. And in the meantime, all other areas of surveillance are non-vis because Customs and Border Protection is tied up with this vast increase of humanity that's coming in. The bottom line is, as we reauthorize the Support Act now, we are actually dealing with a different disease because fentanyl poisoning has replaced opiate overdose. And I'll reserve my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to remind the gentleman that fentanyl is coming across the southern border because U.S. citizens are bringing it across through ports of entry. And don't trust me on this. You can look to the conservative think tank Cato. Will reinforce what I just said. So, I mean, and by the way, this bill that you're bringing here does nothing to solve the problem. It is a waste of time. No more resources, nothing to combat it. It's just a press release. What a joke that we're here debating something like this when we could be debating something that might make a real difference. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I, too, rise in opposition to the rule and the bills that underline it. Because as our ranking member pointed out, these bills do nothing to solve the problems that Americans are asking us to face. For example, these bills will hurt the middle class. Let's take health care. Americans want quality health care that doesn't discriminate against people with pre-existing conditions, that does not discriminate against women. That's why we passed the Affordable Care Act. Now, today, we can proudly say that only 8% of Americans are uninsured, the lowest level in history. But Republicans keep trying to repeal the Affordable Care Act, and in fact, H.R. 3799 is yet another stripe at this good bill. Republicans, this bill that they are proposing, Republicans would expand association health plans that are not required to cover maternity or prenatal care. Republicans rejected an amendment to require this essential care for women and their babies in all health insurance plans. How can you go back to your districts and look women in the eye and say, we have passed legislation that would not cover you when you are pregnant, waiting to give birth to the children of the future? Republicans would also pass H.R. 3564, which would increase mortgage fees for middle-income borrowers and decrease fees for the wealthy. Americans they want to buy a home of their own so that they can start saving and build their own wealth. They want to be part of that middle class, and home ownership is a key part of that. You know what? They call this bill the exact opposite of what it is. It does not protect middle-income workers. It increases fees for the middle class. And lastly, H.R. 461. It is an opinion that contradicts Americans' basic sense of decency and humanity. Undocumented immigrants toil in the hot sun to pick the food we place on our table. They take the most dangerous jobs in our slaughterhouses and on our construction sites. Extreme Republicans, they'll take their labor, but they would refuse education or shelter to immigrants and their children. Is this how we honor Immigrant Heritage Month in this chamber? Scripture steers us in a more noble direction. In Matthew 25, 31 to 40, it says, I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. I was a stranger, and you welcomed me. We should be more welcoming to those asylum seekers and refugees that are bringing so much Spain, but also contributions to the American landscape. With that, I urge my colleagues to oppose this rule, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to the time remaining?
The gentleman has 17 minutes remaining.
May I ask the gentleman from Massachusetts if you have additional speakers, or are you prepared to close?
We're expecting one more speaker, so I'm not prepared to close. If the gentleman would like to go on, or I can take some time up.
I will reserve and allow the gentleman to filibuster.
Yeah,
the gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, so, Mr. Speaker, I just have to say what I'm a little surprised about today is that nobody has raised the deficit or the debt, because the Republicans were obsessed with that when they basically threatened to ruin this economy by not allowing us to move forward to increase the debt ceiling. So we had to have all these cuts. So they got all these cuts from programs that help poor people, throwing people off of programs like SNAP, a food benefit. You know, that's what they did. But I now understand why we're not talking about the deficit or debt today, because of the bills that they're bringing to the floor. The bill that one of the bills we're talking about right now, the Choice Arrangement Act, costs more than $348 million. And that's what CBO says. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to insert the CBO score into the record. But that's just
without objection.
But that's just the beginning. I mean, these guys. I mean, you know, they spent. House Republicans spent $500 million on their HR 1 bill that would gut environmental protections and take tax credits away from people who want to upgrade their homes. You know, it was $500 million added to the deficit. $6 billion on their deeply flawed HR 2, a bill attacking immigrants and essentially ending asylum as we know it. $6 billion. Get this, $114 billion with a B, through their HR 23 to protect the wealthy from paying their fair share in taxes. That was their very first bill on the House floor in this Congress. Their top priority, adding $114 billion to the deficit. Over $505 million was added through the Republicans' bill last week to enhance access to firearm stabilizing braces. Republicans are on a spending spree, all on the backs of the real people, not the rich, not billionaire corporations, not by reallocating funding from the bloated Pentagon budget. Maybe some of you saw the 60 Minutes piece a few weeks ago about the cost overruns, where a former Pentagon official said that they're spending, hundreds of thousands of dollars on a switch that cost a couple of $100. I mean, yeah, we can't find a penny there. They want to increase the Pentagon budget, no questions asked. They can't touch any of the tax cuts for any of the billionaires or multimillionaires or big corporations. We can't do that. We all know why. Just Google where they all spend their money on political campaigns. But they spend all this money and they want to balance the budget on the backs of regular, everyday people, and in particular the most vulnerable in our country. Last night, everyone was complaining about the CBO score. I guess I understand why my colleagues across the aisle would not want to support the hardworking, nonpartisan people at CBO. Maybe it's because they keep giving you bad news. Maybe because they keep on saying to you that you are spending and spending and spending, and it is adding enormously to our deficit and our debt. So I just say, Mr. Speaker, that I raise this issue because my Republican friends like to come to the floor and talk about, the deficit. Today they're not, I think because we had this conversation in the Rules Committee last night, but I want people to know that they are driving up the deficit and the debt, and then when they want to talk about fiscal responsibility, where do they go? They go to the middle class, they go to the people who are poor. I mean, that is where their priorities are. So there is a difference here. Mr. Speaker, let me ask my colleague, I think, does the gentleman have any other speakers, or is he prepared to close?
No, I have no other speakers.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I thought because these bills were so important and unbelievably essential that be lots of speakers on your side, but in any event, I will use this time to close, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we all know how valuable our time is here. We only have 13 scheduled legislative weeks until the end of the year. 13 weeks that could be used to improve the lives of everyday Americans. So how have Republicans in the House decided to use this week? Are we working to make our community safer or our educational system better? No, we're not. Republicans would rather demonize immigrants, peddle hate, than regulate guns or invest in schools. I mean, they're in control. They can bring what they want to the floor. Don't take my word for it. Look what they're bringing to the floor. Are we here to help regular Americans purchase their first home? No. We are voting on a bill today that will make it easier for those well off to get even further ahead while making it more difficult on middle-class homebuyers. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. But that's what this bill does. Are we passing legislation that will continue to expand people's access to affordable health care? No. Republicans want to chip away at popular policy that provides quality coverage to millions. There are very real issues that regular people in this country face every day. And I wish House Republicans could wise up and address them. This is such a colossal waste of time on bills that one of them is non-binding, but the other bills aren't going anywhere. This is a waste of time. And rather than working across the aisle, trying to find common ground, they continue to bring these messaging bills. You know, these bills that demonize immigrants, these bills that continue to chip away at the Affordable Care Act, bills that continue to screw people in the middle class, that continue to bring these bills to the floor. I don't know who their base is, but apparently it's popular amongst their base. But this is not about legislating. It is not about making law. It is not about improving the lives of anybody in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge a strong no vote on the underlying legislation and a no vote on this rule. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield myself the balance of our time.
The gentleman is recognized.
You know, isn't it interesting that thanks to House Republicans and their investigative efforts, there was a settlement yesterday where a member of the president's family has agreed to pay his taxes that he hasn't been paying. So that's a good thing. That delivers money to the Treasury. And oh yeah, about those background checks, well, it turns out a member of the president's family wasn't adhering to the background checks and the proper handling of a firearm. So maybe we all learned something in that exchange over the last 24 hours. I also want to correct a few things on the underlying bills. Association health plans, like all large employer plans, are required to cover preventative health care. This requirement includes covering women's preventive health services without cost sharing. In addition, all AHPs are required to cover pregnancy-related conditions and coverage of a minimum hospital stay after childbirth. Title VII of the Civil Rights Act requires the plans to cover pregnancy, childbirth, and related conditions in the same manner as they cover other medical conditions under the Association Health Plan. The Newborns and Mothers Health Protection Act of 1996, that was like 10 years before the ACA, but the Health Protection Act of 1996 requires large group association health plans to cover a hospital stay of at least 48 hours for childbirth and 96 hours for birth by cesarean delivery. These are all requirements placed on large group employer-sponsored health plans. Expanding AHPs does not change those requirements. What it changes is making that valuable insurance available to more employees. Look, the CBO score that the gentleman referenced also had within it the notation that 200,000 people would be covered if this bill is enacted, the Choice Act is enacted, because insurance would not be as expensive for employers to provide and would give them more possibilities. And here's the probably the crux of that matter, 40,000 of these people have no insurance currently. So there will be 40,000 people moved from uninsurance to insurance by passage of the Choice Act. I would see that as a good thing, and I think people would be supportive of that. I do want to stress that it's important to support the rule and the underlying measures. I thank my colleagues for their diligence and hard work in bringing these important pieces of legislation to the floor today. The Republican majority has demonstrated yet again that we're putting forward a legislative agenda that works for all Americans and not just the well-connected few. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman yields back. This one. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
for what purposes does the
I
gentleman
ask for the
rise?
yeas and nays.
It's for the yeas and nays. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The order ordering the previous question on House Resolution 524 and adoption of House Resolution 524 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 524, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 26, House Resolution 524, Resolution providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3564, to cancel recent changes made by the Federal Housing Finance Agency to upfront loan level pricing adjustments charged by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac for guarantee of single-family mortgages and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3799, to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, to provide for health reimbursement arrangements integrated with individual health insurance coverage, and providing for consideration of the resolution, House Resolution 461, condemning the use of elementary and secondary school facilities to provide shelter for aliens who are not admitted to the United States.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas were 203 and the nays are...
Mr. Raskin. Votes no. Ms. Waters. Votes no. Ms. Bush. Votes no. Mr. Joyce of Ohio. Votes aye.
For 207.
Ms. Schreier. Votes no. Mr. Fallon. Votes aye. Ms. Mace. Votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Votes no. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Votes no. Mr. Swalwell. Votes no. Nobody heard that. Mr. Pasquarello. Votes no.
On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 207. Previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it in the opinion of the chair.
Hello, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
For what
over here.
purpose is the gentleman from Massachusetts?
I ask for a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 214 and the nays are 211.
Ms. Boberg. Votes aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 211. The resolution is adopted, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Order, please. Order on the floor. Order on the floor, please. Take your conversations to the back. Off the floor. For what purpose does the gentlewoman... Order, please. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida, Mrs. Luna, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I call up the resolution previously noticed.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 521. Whereas the allegation that President Donald Trump colluded with Russia to interfere with the 2016 presidential election has been revealed as false by numerous in-depth investigations, including the recent report by Special Counsel John Durham, which documents how the conspiracy theory was invented, funded, and spread by President Trump's political rivals. Whereas Representative Adam Schiff, who served as ranking minority member and then chairman of the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence of the House of Representatives, the Intelligence Committee, occupied positions of extreme trust, affording him access to sensitive intelligence unavailable to most members of Congress. Whereas for years, Representative Schiff abused his trust by alleging he had evidence of collusion that, as is clear from reports by Special Counsel Robert Mueller, Department of Justice Inspector General Michael Horowitz, and Special Counsel Durham, never existed. Whereas for years, Representative Schiff has spread false accusations that the Trump campaign colluded with Russia. Whereas on March 20th, 2017, Representative Schiff perpetuated false allegations from the Steele dossier, accusing numerous Trump associates of colluding with Russia into the congressional record. Whereas once again abusing his privileged access to classified information, Representative Schiff released a memo justifying the accuracy of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, FISA, warrant application on Trump associate Carter Page, of which was later found by Inspector General Horowitz to have 17 major mistakes and omissions, provoking FISA Court Presiding Judge Rosemary Collyer
Please.
to state unequivocally that the Federal Bureau of Investigation misled the FISC. Whereas as ranking minority member and chairman of the Intelligence Committee, Representative Schiff behaved dishonestly and dishonorably on many other occasions, including by publicly falsely denying that his staff communicated with a whistleblower to launch the first impeachment of President Trump. Whereas part of his impeachment efforts during a hearing on September 26, 2019, Representative Schiff misled the public by reading the false retelling of a phone call between President Trump and Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. Whereas on March 28, 2019, every Republican member of the Intelligence Committee signed a letter calling for Representative Schiff's immediate resignation as chairman. Whereas Representative Schiff hindered the ability of the Intelligence Committee to fulfill its oversight responsibilities over the intelligence community, an indispensable pillar of our national security. Whereas these actions of Representative Schiff misled the American people and brought disrepute upon the House of Representatives, now therefore be it resolved that 1. The House of Representatives censures Adam Schiff, representative of the 30th Congressional District of California, for misleading the American public and for conduct unbecoming of an elected member of the House of Representatives. 2. Representative Adam Schiff will forthwith present himself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure. 3. Representative Adam Schiff will be censured by the public reading of this resolution by the Speaker. And 4. The Committee on Ethics shall conduct an investigation into Representative Adam Schiff's falsehoods, misrepresentations, and abuses of sensitive information.
The resolution qualifies. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I have a motion at the desk, Mr. Speaker.
The member moves to table. The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Clark of Massachusetts moves to lay the resolution on the table.
The question is on the motion offered by the gentlewoman from Massachusetts. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I call for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. 5-minute vote.
The yeas are 208, the nays are 218 on this vote. The motion is not adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 9, House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 9, the gentlewoman from Florida and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman will suspend. Ask members to take their conversations off the floor. House will be in order. Gentlewoman is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Americans do not trust Congress. From the highest levels of office, an elected member of this body enabled the fraudulent spending of $32 million out of the pockets of our American people and threw it down the drain to knowingly chase ghosts, all for political gain. This man occupied a position of the highest trust and authority. As chair of the House Intelligence Committee, Adam Schiff launched an all-out political campaign built on baseless distortions against a sitting U.S. president at the expense of every single citizen in this country and the honor of the House of Representatives. With access to sensitive information unavailable to most members of Congress and certainly not accessible to the American people, Schiff abused his privileges claiming to know the truth, while leaving Americans in the dark about this web of lies. Lies so severe that they altered the course of the country forever. The lie that
Gentlelady will
President
suspend. The House is not in order. Members, please take your conversations off the floor.
The lie that President Donald Trump colluded with Russia to steal the 2016 presidential election, revealed to be completely false by numerous investigations, including the Durham report. The lie that the Steele dossier, a folder of falsified and since completely debunked collusions, accusations funded by the Democrat Party, had any shred of credibility. Yet Schiff read it into congressional record as fact. Lies concocted and compiled in a false memo that was used to lie to the FISA court to precipitate domestic spying on U.S. citizen Carter Page, violating American civil liberties. Not only was this egregious abuse of Schiff's privileged access to classified information, but this memo was littered with 17 major mistakes and omissions. The groundless memo violated Carter Page's civil liberties, publicly assassinated his character, and subjected him to multiple abusive, unlawful investigations. Mr. Schiff exploited his position as chair of Intel Committee and every opportunity possible, threatening national security, undermining our duly elected president, and bringing dishonor upon the institution. Perhaps most unforgivable, Schiff ripped apart American families across the country with repeated false narratives. His own political good was served by permanently destroying family relationships and sowing lasting division across our land, which we live with every single day. The perpetrator of this web of deceit became mainstays on cable news, waking up every morning with one goal: to lie to the American people that there was a direct evidence of Russia collusion. Despite transcripts from Schiff's investigation showing that the Director of National Intelligence, former Obama Attorney General, former Attorney General, and FBI Director, to name a few, went on record telling Schiff's committee that there was no direct evidence for his criminal conspiracy. Yet to this day, Schiff actively fundraises off of his exploitation of Americans as if robbing them from the truth and $32 million in taxpayer dollars was not enough. Can anyone in this chamber comprehend this list of crimes and yet somehow believe that there should not be an answer for it? This is not a partisan act. This is not a conservative versus liberal vote. This is a clear vote between right and wrong, and I urge you to do the right thing. I will end with repeating with what I started with. The American people do not trust Congress. The cyclical pattern of lies has worn down the credibility of every institution and every official in the United States government. You see it, I see it. If we run away from this opportunity to hold this man accountable, there is only one fault, and that is of ourselves. We will betray the people who trusted us and sent us here to do the right thing. We will be responsible for the end of any shred of justice in this body, and we will reject the duty that we swore an oath to protect upon taking office. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we meet not to lower the costs of prescription drugs, nor to expand President Biden's infrastructure plan, nor to protect the voting rights of the people, nor to protect the health care choices of women across America, because we know they're definitely not interested in that. No, we meet rather for another stop on the GOP's endless revenge tour against Democrats who dared to tell the truth about Donald Trump and his repeated sellouts and betrayals of the American people over the last 6 years. It's all about Donald Trump tightening his stranglehold over Republicans for the 2024 campaign and driving out anyone who dares to think for himself or herself. But don't take my word for it. Just read Friday's statement by the twice-impeached inciter of insurrection, sexual abuser, defamer of women, and indicted pilferer of national security secrets, war plans, and top-secret classified documents himself. On Friday, Trump posted this order to his followers and this unveiled threat to anyone who would dare to defy his control over the GOP. Quote, "Any Republican voting against Adam Schiff's censure or worse should immediately be primaried," he wrote. The Luna resolution is a weapon of mass distraction from Trump's indictment by a Florida grand jury on 37 federal charges relating to obstruction and unlawful retention of defense information for storing dozens of classified, secret, and top secret documents at his Florida resort, in his bathroom, his bedroom, and beyond, and then refusing repeatedly for more than a year to return any of these official documents to the archives and the FBI. It's amazing to me that they have to change the subject from one of Donald Trump's current offenses against America to one of his older offenses, welcoming Russian interference in the 2016 presidential campaign. Russia repeatedly intervened in the 2016 campaign to help Donald Trump, and that's not a matter of opinion. That's a question of direct positive fact. Special counsel Robert Mueller, the former FBI director, whose report is cited authoritatively by Ms. Luna, found right at the beginning of his report that, quote, "The Russian government interfered in the 2016 presidential election in sweeping and systematic fashion." Here's what the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence found in 2017. Russian President Vladimir Putin ordered an influence campaign in 2016 aimed at the U.S. presidential election. The Mueller investigation and the Moscow Project documented more than 250 episodes of collaboration and meetings between Russia and the Trump campaign, including Paul Manafort's repeated passing of campaign secrets, such as polling data to Konstantin Kilimnik, a Russian agent, and the infamous meeting on June 9, 2016 at Trump Tower, led by Donald Trump Jr., Jared Kushner, and Russian lawyer Natalia Veselnitskaya. Senator Marco Rubio, the Florida Republican, stated that the U.S. Senate Bipartisan Select Committee on Intelligence, quote, found irrefutable evidence of Russian meddling in the American campaign. So, the Mueller report, if you read it, makes no pronouncement on collusion, the putative crux of the distinguished gentlelady's complaint, because as Mueller writes, collusion is not a legal offense or a legal concept, and so the whole question of Trump's collusion with Russia is in the realm of opinion. And most Americans would see a lot of collusive activity all the way up to the present day when Donald Trump refuses even to take the side of the Ukrainian people against Vladimir Putin's filthy, bloody imperialist invasion of their country, which has been filled with lies, atrocities, and war crimes. In any event, we don't censure members over a difference of opinion. Mr. Speaker, we're seeing the complete ethical collapse of a once great political party. The Republican Party began as a pro-freedom, anti-racist, pro-immigrant, anti-know-nothing party. It has become an authoritarian cult of personality, taking orders from an inciter of insurrection, a bully and braggart whose rage towards Mike Pence and whose spectacular disrespect for the rule of law endangered not only our entire constitutional order, but everyone in this room. The party of Lincoln and his Lincolnites has become the party of Luna and her Luna followers. Today's madcap antics are an obvious deflection from Trump's deepening legal troubles. His allegedly criminal conduct in pilfering, hoarding, and refusing to return national security documents has caused his own Attorney General, William Barr, to say that, quote, Trump's conduct is indefensible. He's not a victim here. He was totally wrong, and there is no excuse for what he did here. Yesterday, Representative Boebert offered a resolution of impeachment against President Biden. The GOP simply has no ideas for our economy, no ideas for our country, and no idea for our people, but is on an embarrassing revenge tour on behalf of Donald Trump, who treats them like a ventriloquist dummy. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes of my time to the gentleman from Tennessee, Representative Ogles.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague and dear friend, Congressman Luna, for leading the charge to hold our Democrat counterparts responsible for their gross misuse of power. Adam Schiff abused his power of chairman of the House Intelligence Committee to create false narratives that were sold to the American people about President Trump. The Mueller report and Durham report both proved that the basis for the so-called Russian collusion investigation was non-existent. The representative from California misled the American people and compromised the interests of the United States of America in service of defeating, persecuting, attacking, and defaming President Donald Trump. Mr. Speaker, he was hasty, he was prejudiced, and he was wrong. It's clear he was concerned for no one but himself and the advancement of the Democratic Party, their political agenda. $32 million later, the American people are left with lies and the obligation to pick up the tab for this boondoggle of a political witch hunt. The representative from California prioritized personal political gain over the interests of our nation, and he more than deserves to be censured by the people's house. The Democratic Party has allowed an invasion on our southern border, where every small town in America is now a border town. Every one of us knows someone that's been poisoned or overdosed because of fentanyl. Illegals are raping and killing people across our country, and what do? They claim to have a solution, and they have none. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your time. I yield back.
Manager reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I yield to the distinguished gentleman from California, the former chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Mr. Schiff, for as much time as he may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
To my Republican colleagues who introduced this resolution, I thank you. You honor me with your enmity. You flatter me with this falsehood. You, who are the authors of a big lie about the last election, must condemn the truth tellers, and I stand proudly before you. Your words tell me that I have been effective in the defense of our democracy, and I am grateful. And yet this false and defamatory resolution comes at a considerable cost to the country and to the Congress. At a moment when millions of people in our home state of California are unable to find a place to live or afford a place to live, Speaker McCarthy chooses to occupy the resources of Congress for 2 straight weeks on this hollow sop to the MAGA crowd. He offers nothing to those who are homeless or addicted to opioids or to millions of college students mired in debt, but this paltry distraction. Donald Trump is under indictment for actions that jeopardize our national security, and McCarthy would spend the nation's time on petty political payback, thinking he can censure or fine Trump's opposition into submission. But I will not yield, not 1 inch. The cost to the Speaker's delinquency is high, but the cost to Congress of this frivolous and yet dangerous resolution may be even higher, as it represents another serious abuse of power. Donald Trump has threatened that any of you that defy him and vote against this partisan resolution will be met by a primary challenge. And he calls for my imprisonment. If a transient majority can punish and attempt to silence members who hold a corrupt president to account, there is no telling what further corruption of office will follow. And I say this to Speaker McCarthy and others who wish to gratify Donald Trump with this act of subservience or bend to his demands. Try as you might to expel me from Congress or silence me with a $16 million fine, you will not succeed. You might as well make it $160 million. You will never deter me from doing my duty. No matter how many false justifications or slanders you level against me, you but indict yourselves. As Liz Cheney said, there will come a day when Donald Trump is gone, but your dishonor will remain. This resolution attacks me for initiating an investigation into Trump campaign solicitation and acceptance of Russian help in the 2016 election, even though the investigation was first led not by me, but by a Republican chairman. It would hold that when you give internal campaign polling data and your polling data to a Russian intelligence operative, while Russian intelligence is helping your campaign, as Trump's campaign chairman did, that you must not call that collusion, though that is its proper name, as the country well knows. It would fine me for the costs of the critically important Mueller investigation into Trump's misconduct, even though the special counsel was appointed by Trump's own attorney general. It would reprimand me over a flawed FISA application as if I were its author or I was the director of the FBI, and over flaws only discovered years later and by the Inspector General, not Mr. Durham. In short, it would accuse me of omnipotence, the leader of some vast deep state conspiracy, and of course, it is nonsense. But here is the real gravamen of my offense. I led the first impeachment of Donald Trump for one of the most egregious presidential abuses of power in our history. And I led a trial which resulted in the first bipartisan vote to remove a president in history. And I would do so again. I warned that if Trump was not held accountable, he would go on to try to cheat in even worse ways in the next election, and he did, inciting a violent attack on this very Capitol. And after that, I participated in some of the most important hearings in congressional history, hearings that exposed Donald Trump's incitement of a dangerous insurrection to prevent the peaceful transfer of power. My colleagues, if there is cause for censure in this House, and there is, it should be directed at those in this body who sought to overturn a free and fair election. The question, my Republican colleagues, is not why am I the subject of this false resolution for doing my constitutional duty, but why are you not? Why are you not standing beside me, the subject of a similar rebuke for speaking the truth? Why did you not stand up to Donald Trump? Why did you not reject his immorality? Why did you not condemn his dishonesty? Why did you not speak out when his horde attacked this Capitol, or now when he treats the nation's secrets with such carelessness, lawlessness, and disdain? Why did you hide from efforts to hold him accountable? Why were you silent, afraid, unwilling to do your ethical, constitutional duty? Why did you cower? Why did you cower? And why do you still? Will it be said of you that you lack the courage to stand up to the most immoral, unlawful, and unethical president in history, but consoled yourselves by attacking those who did? Today, I wear this partisan vote as a badge of honor, knowing that I have lived my oath, knowing that I have done my duty to hold a dangerous and out-of-control president accountable, and knowing that I would do so again in a heartbeat if the circumstances should ever require it. I thank you, and I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair and not each other in the second person. Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes of my time to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Representative Miller.
Thank you,
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Congresswoman Luna, for leading on this resolution. Representative Schiff used his position as the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee to mislead the American people by falsely claiming that there was classified evidence of Russia colluding with President Trump, which was not true. The Mueller report and the Durham report make clear that the Russian collusion hoax was a political lie designed to hurt President Trump and mislead the American people. Representative Schiff used the Intelligence Committee to advance a political narrative against his political opponents, which violated the important nonpartisan tradition of the committee. I am proud to join my colleagues today in holding Representative Schiff accountable for his actions because the American people deserve justice. Thank you, and I yield back.
Manager reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I recognize the gentleman from California, the chairman of the Democratic Caucus and a former member of the January 6th Select Committee, Mr. Aguilar, for 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Maryland. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to the resolution. It is shameful that the temporary Republican majority continue to waste the American people's time with baseless accusations and right-wing conspiracy theories. Instead of joining House Democrats to address gun violence epidemic, we forced a debate on gas stoves and partisan grudges. This resolution today is motivated by the same groups and individuals who to this day promote the lie that the 2020 election was stolen, a lie that Adam Schiff stood up to time and time again. And I've had the privilege of serving alongside Adam in the California delegation and on the January 6th committee. He has never shied away from taking on the toughest fights, and he is not going to be intimidated by anyone, including the former president or his allies. I'm proud to stand with the gentleman from California today and urge my colleagues to join me in opposition to this resolution. Yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes of my time to the gentleman from New York, Representative Langworthy.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In this body, we are privileged to serve our districts and do right by the American people. We've been entrusted with a tremendous responsibility that shapes the future of our nation. First and foremost, we must remember that we are not here to serve our own interests or pursue personal agendas. Now, unfortunately, one of the most powerful members of the Democratic caucus, Adam Schiff, abused his role and violated the trust of the American people. As chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Schiff initiated an unfounded investigation into the leftist lies around Russian collusion. This investigation was predicated on nothing more than political propaganda. The Durham report clearly shows that the Russian hoax was manufactured by the left to divide our nation and discredit and derail President Trump's agenda. He not only wasted countless hours of committee work, but he also wasted nearly $32 million in taxpayer dollars. Schiff repeatedly used the authority he was afforded in his position as chairman to lie to the American people to support his political agenda. Even after the Durham report discredited the Russia hoax, he continued to knowingly lie and peddle this false narrative. These actions leave a real and lasting stain on this institution. We cannot allow Representative Schiff to continue to serve in this body with no consequences for the abuse of his power. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution and to send a clear message to the American people that we will hold members of Congress accountable. And I yield back.
Manager reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
I yield to the gentleman from New York, our minority leader and a member of the First House impeachment team, Mr. Jeffries.
Thank the distinguished gentleman.
Does the gentleman yield 1 minute?
But 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank the distinguished gentleman for yielding and for his leadership. I rise today in strong opposition to this fake, phony, and fraudulent censure resolution brought against Adam Schiff, the distinguished gentleman from the great state of California. House Democrats will continue to put people over politics, to fight for lower costs and better paying jobs and safer communities and defend democracy, fight for freedom, build an economy that invests and grows the middle class. This is a do-nothing, Republican-controlled Congress. That is why this censure resolution is on the floor today. Extreme MAGA Republicans have no vision, have no plan, have no agenda to make life better for everyday Americans. House Democrats will continue to work for the people. Clearly, as this resolution demonstrates, extreme MAGA Republicans work for the twice impeached, disgraced former President of the United States of America, the insurrectionist in chief, the extreme puppet master who clearly ordered that this fake, phony, and fraudulent resolution be brought to the floor today after it failed last week. In fact, the supreme puppet master even threatened the other side of the aisle with primaries if they didn't bend the knee. And when he says bend the knee, extreme MAGA Republicans say, how high? Adam Schiff has done nothing wrong. Adam Schiff is a good man. Adam Schiff has served this country with distinction. Adam Schiff served this country well as a federal prosecutor, fighting to keep communities safe. Adam Schiff served this country well as the chair of the House Intelligence Committee, investigating people without fear or favor, including those at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, because he believes in the Constitution and his oath of office. Adam Schiff served this country well as the lead impeachment manager during the first impeachment trial of the former President of the United States, prosecuting his corrupt abuse of power. And yes, Adam Schiff served this country well. In the aftermath of the violent insurrection, pushed back against the big lie told by the puppet master in chief, and participated as a prominent member in the January 6th committee to defend our democracy. Adam Schiff has done nothing wrong. He's worked hard to do right by the American people. But the extreme MAGA Republicans, no vision, no agenda, no plan to make life better for the American people. And so we have this phony, fake, and fraudulent censure resolution. But Adam Schiff will not be silenced. We will not be silenced. House Democrats will not be silenced today. We will not be silenced tomorrow. We will not be silenced next week. We will not be silenced next month. We will not be silenced next year. We will not be silenced this decade. We will not be silenced this century. You will never, ever silence us. We will always do what is right. We will always fight for the Constitution, fight to defend democracy, fight for freedom, and expose your extremism, and continue America's long, necessary, and majestic march toward a more perfect union. Vote no against this phony, fake, and fraudulent censure resolution. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, Representative Norman.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, thank you, Congresswoman Luna. I proudly stand with Congresswoman Luna to back this censure of a man that has been long overdue. And I'm glad the galleries are now open where people can see firsthand that you cannot get up in front of Congress or the American people and completely deny the truth and continue to spread falsehoods. There is no TV that could have been turned on over the last couple of years when you didn't see Adam Schiff being questioned. Where's your evidence on the Russian collusion? Where is it? He couldn't answer it. It was always coming. He used his position on the Intel Committee. And for those of you who are listening, it's information we don't get as regular Congress people. He used his position on the Intel Committee to spread continuous lies with no facts. Now, how did he do that? He had access not only to the most sensitive information, and he did not share the access or facts that backed what he was saying. The trusted and sensitive position as abused by Congressman Schiff to weave purposely falsehoods around the Russian collusion. The Mueller report and the Durham report make clear that the foundations of his investigations were bogus. It showed that the Director of National Intelligence, a former Obama Attorney General, former Deputy Attorney General, and the FBI Director, among others, all told his committee there was no direct evidence of criminal conspiracy. Yet he kept making the same statements that his evidence was coming, and it just never did. Not only did he spread falsehoods that abused his power, he went after a man as Carter Page, who was completely innocent. And the Inspector General Horowitz found 17 major mistakes.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman yields additional 2 minutes.
Later found 17 major mistakes and omissions which provoked the FISA court presiding judge Rosemary Collyer to state unequivocally the FBI misled FISA. This public smearing of Carter Page as a Russian collaborator and justification of spurious investigations of him were carried out with Representative Schiff's contribution. This is a violation of American civil liberties, and it's the very abuse that should not be warranted in Congress. And all this to spend $32 million on an investigation that went nowhere. It's an insult to the American people. The American people deserve better. And Congressman Luna, I just appreciate you bringing this up. Words have actions. Just because they continue to say it does not make it true. That's the case of what Adam Schiff has done. I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had the honor of serving with the gentleman from California in the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence for 8 years. I had an in-the-ring view of his work. And obviously, it is not what Mr. Schiff did that was wrong. It's what he did so well. And that's what bothers the majority. He defended our country from threats, foreign and domestic. He defended the rule of law, and he defended our democracy at one of its most critical and pivotal points. And he held the ethically and legally challenged former president accountable. But what really gnaws on the majority, what really bothers them, is that Mr. Schiff was way better than anybody on their team at debate, at leadership, at messaging, at legal knowledge. He kicked their ass. He was better, he was more effective, and that still bothers them. They couldn't beat him on the field, so they voted him off. We voted people off committees because they posted threats, not because they can't compete with them.
Gentleman's time's expired. I remind members to refrain from profanity in the remarks. Gentlewoman from Florida.
I yield 2 minutes of my time to the gentleman from Virginia, Representative Good.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you to the gentlelady from Florida for your leadership. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to report to my friends on the other side that we are not voting today on whether or not to censure President Trump, but one Adam Schiff. And Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this censure resolution. Adam Schiff has denigrated the office which he holds and the standards of this very body. The American people, when they elect their representatives, place trust in them, that they will act with honesty and integrity. But Adam Schiff, he had access to our nation's secrets and then intentionally created a web of lies, falsely alleging his tales of foreign interference and Russia collusion. He perpetrated blatant falsehoods publicly, loudly, and repeatedly to the American people. How many times did we hear him claim that he had seen evidence of Russian collusion? He betrayed the trust of the American people. This resolution will censure Schiff for his gross abuse of power, using his position as chairman of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence to access our nation's most sensitive information to then mislead the American people and his colleagues here in this Congress. The other side often speaks of decorum and holding up the integrity of this body. Now it's time for them to put their actions to their words. Will they continue to support the lies promoted by the congressman from California, or will they vote in favor of maintaining the integrity of this distinguished body? I challenge them to vote today for integrity, to vote for truth, and to vote to censure Adam Schiff in this House. And I yield back.
Manager reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, the distinguished gentleman from Maryland. Boy, is Adam Schiff powerful. He can at once be the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, the special counsel investigating Donald Trump, manage and run the FBI, and be a judge ruling on FISA applications. It is remarkable that he, from his perch in Congress, can do all of that. Of course, he didn't do any of that. All he did was properly impeach the President of the United States for his gross abuse of power. You want to talk about collusion? Let me ask my Republican colleagues, if a campaign manager for a campaign is giving internal information to a Russian intelligence agent, Is that collusion? Because that was the once classified information that is now public and now constitutes collusion. And there are so many other issues. There is nothing
Gentleman's time's
in this
expired.
motion, this
Gentleman's time's
resolution
expired.
that
I want to yield
is
the gentleman
true.
an additional 20 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized.
One of my colleagues says, "We will hold members accountable." You are the party of George Santos. Who are you holding accountable? The guy is an alleged and acknowledged liar and indicted, and you protect him every day. Don't lecture us with your projection and your defense of Donald Trump. It's pathetic, and it's beneath you, and it's beneath this body, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Florida.
I yield 2 minutes of my time to the gentleman from California, Representative McClintock.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I opposed the original version of this resolution not to defend Mr. Schiff's lies, but to defend the process that exposed those lies. We must never punish speech in this House, only acts. The only way to separate truth from falsehoods or wisdom from folly is free and open debate. And we must never impose excessive fines that would effectively replace the constitutional two-thirds vote for expulsion with a simple majority. But this new version removes the fine, and it focuses instead on specific acts, most particularly the abuse of his position as intelligence chairman by implying he had access to classified information that did not exist, and his placement into the congressional record of the Steele dossier that he knew or should have known was false. I hope, however, that we will hereafter return to the principles of due process that the Democrats stripped from our precedents in the last session. I yield back.
Manager reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Lofgren.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I could go point by point and prove that the resolution is false, but time is short. I'll just say Adam tells the truth. He told the truth when we were managers on the first impeachment that resulted in a bipartisan vote for conviction. He told the truth when we served on the January 6th committee and found that the ex-president was the leader of a plot to overturn the Constitution and the electoral vote. Why is this before us today? Well, the truth hurts, doesn't it? And I think it's before us today because the ex-president has recently been charged with dozens of felonies. I am a former chair of the Ethics Committee. This is a departure, this resolution is a departure from what has been the norm in the Congress in terms of censure. Not only does this resolution disgrace the MAGA Republicans who advanced it, but it also disgraces this institution.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Colorado, Representative Lauren Boebert.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague Anna Paulina Luna for leading on this very important issue. Adam Schiff is a complete disgrace to our nation and to our Constitution. He put the American people through 4 years of an endless impeachment hoax that he knew from the beginning was a lie. He represents the worst of permanent Washington, using his position of trust to lie to the American people. He received intelligence briefings that other members and the public did not have access to. And he used this position of trust to lie and to advance his own partisan agenda. Schiff's disgraceful time in Congress has destroyed Americans' faith in our institutions. Today, I am proud to stand with my colleague and friend from Florida, Anna Paulina Luna, to try and undo some of the damage that Adam Schiff has done by finally holding this crook accountable. Today, we are saying enough is enough by censuring him, and referring him to the Ethics Committee. I told the American people that he had proof that the Trump campaign asking the Russians for help in a conspiracy. That was a lie. He claimed that he was not working with anonymous informants during the impeachment hoax. That was a lie. Everyone with common sense knew that Adam Schiff was lying all along, including the Director of National Intelligence, Obama's former Attorney General, the FBI Deputy Director, and more. But Adam Schiff doubled down on his big lie, claiming he had a smoking gun, proof of a conspiracy. But the only conspiracy going on was his conspiracy to defraud the American people by taking down their duly elected president.
Minutes to Representative Boebert.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
When Adam Schiff got caught lying, he did what all liars do and tried to cover the truth even more. He even used his taxpayer-funded staff to ask Twitter to censor journalists fact-checking his lies. But Adam Schiff won't get out of this one by calling in a favor. Today, we are holding him accountable and censuring him for his lies to the American people. To restore the trustworthiness of the House of Representatives, every member should vote to censure Adam Schiff so that we can speak with one voice to assure the American people that these lies will not be tolerated. I urge every one of my colleagues with good and decent intentions to vote for this resolution. If Adam Schiff has a shred of human decency left, he would resign from Congress in disgrace. His tombstone should read of his failed career in Congress
Gentlewoman's time
and should be
expired.
one word: liar. I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the Speaker and the gentleman from Maryland. The gentleman from Virginia, I just heard him say that this is not a censure of Donald Trump, and he's right about that, and boy is he right about that, because there is no behavior, not discussion of how he would handle women, not an attack on this Capitol, not the misuse of classified information that will ever result in a peep from the Republican majority, much less a censure of that behavior. This is a question of standing, amongst other things, if that is what you stand upon. As my colleagues pointed out, we don't hear anything about a colleague whose entire campaign and entire resume was built on falsehood. Instead, we hear that Russia was a hoax. Well, folks, I was there. The investigation began by a Republican chairman. It was predicated, and all these investigations were predicated on the fact that a Donald Trump foreign policy aide told the Australian ambassador that they were expecting dirt from the Russians. The most important thing I can say is I sat next to Adam Schiff for years. He is a man of integrity and dignity, and this vote, quite frankly, my colleagues, is a testament to your dignity or lack thereof.
Gentleman, time
I yield
expired.
back. I yield the remainder.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Florida.
I yield 3 minutes of my time to the gentleman from Georgia, Representative Green.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of things that happen here in Congress, and many of them waste the American people's hard-earned tax dollars. But one of the most outrageous waste of hard-earned tax dollars has been the Russian collusion hoax led by Adam Schiff. Adam Schiff lied to the American people by leading the fake Russian witch hunt against President Trump. He weaponized the House Intelligence Committee to abuse all principles of due process and perpetuate the lies of Russia collusion. And he did that on the media over and over again. His committee conducted approximately 53 interviews during its 2017-2018 Russia probe. These transcripts from the Director of National Intelligence, former Obama Attorney General, former Deputy Attorney General, and the FBI Director, among others, proved that there was zero direct evidence of criminal conspiracy. He not only refused to release these interview transcripts, but he also continued to peddle lies to the American people that Russia interfered in the election. He falsely claimed that Russians offered help. The campaign accepted help. The Russians gave help. And the president made full use of that help when referring to allegations between President Trump and Russia during the 2016 election. In November 2020, he specifically asked Twitter to take action against spreaders of misinformation by removing content that questioned his baseless claims of Russian collusion. The biggest spreader of misinformation was Adam Schiff. As we know, the Mueller report determined there was no criminal collusion between the Trump campaign and Russia. Thanks to the Durham report, we know now the entire Russian hoax was bought and paid for by Hillary Clinton and the DNC. During the probe, Schiff also abused his position on the Intel Committee and violated civil liberties by subpoenaing phone records from AT&T and a former Republican colleague on entirely baseless claims. His lies and abuse of power continued during the sham. Hollywood produced January 6th committee witch hunt, where him and his staff doctored a text message between Representative Jim Jordan and former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows to deliberately manipulate information presented to the American people. What a lie. He displayed a graphic of a text message which cut a sentence in half and eliminated the final 2 paragraphs of a detailed legal summary that were contained in the original text message. He did this to peddle more lies to the American people and perpetuate the fake narrative that January 6th was an insurrection, and it was not. And now Adam Schiff is running for Senate.
Gentlewoman yields to...
Thank you.
How much time?
1 minute.
One more minute.
1 more minute. Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you. And now Adam Schiff is running for Senate in California. Now, California has a lot of things messed up, and California is not the model that the United States needs. As a matter of fact, their government policies are atrocious. So if California decides to send Adam Schiff to Senate, they will be sending a proven liar, and that's what he's aiming to do. Raise money off of being a liar and running for Senate. I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
I recognize and yield for 1 minute to my colleague from California, Mr. Swalwell.
Gentleman's recognized.
This is not a House floor proceeding. This is a partners meeting of Insurrection LLC. And I asked them, tell me, where was Adam wrong? He said at the first impeachment, can we be confident that Donald Trump will not continue to try and cheat this 2020 election? The answer is no, you can't. You can't trust this president to do the right thing, not for 1 minute, not for one election. He will not change, and you know it. Was he wrong when that president aimed and sent a mob into this chamber and made all of us leave? Was he wrong when he said that Donald Trump has betrayed our national security and he will do so again? And then Donald Trump stole and shared classified information? Was he wrong when he said that? Maybe he was wrong when he said to the country, you are decent. Donald Trump is not who you are. So I ask my colleagues, are you as indecent as Donald Trump? Will you be remembered as footnotes and foot soldiers in history's books that chronicle Donald Trump's corruption? Or will you be as decent as Adam Schiff? I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. Gentleman from Florida.
I yield 2 minutes of my time to the gentleman from Florida, Representative Corey Mills.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, I rise in favor of H.Res. 521 to censure and condemn Congressman Adam Schiff. The bottom line is this. Congressman Schiff utilized his position and hid behind classifications to mislead the American people. He abused his congressional authority and security clearance to push his own party's political agenda. This was not meant to be an unbiased jurisdiction of change. This was meant to be a political witch hunt. When members are appointed to select committees on intelligence, they are trusted with privileged information, and other members of the House are taking them for their word. As someone who had worked within the intelligence community, I can tell you that our classifications that we're available to take and read is not to be abused for our own ulterior motives. I hope my colleagues will join Congresswoman Luna to censure and hold Congressman Schiff accountable and to put an end of the waste, fraud, and abuse and the gross neglect in how we take advantage of the American people. With that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to observe that there are dozens of members on our side who have come to stand with Mr. Schiff, and it appears to have been evacuated on the other side. There's nobody standing with the Luna resolution, and I'd like to recognize and yield for 1 minute to Ms. Garcia.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Adam Schiff is tough. Adam Schiff is smart. Adam Schiff gets the job done. And Adam Schiff holds the powerful accountable. And that's exactly why we're here today. Extreme MAGA Republicans are trying to punish our colleague for doing his job, holding the twice impeached, twice indicted former president accountable. The MAGA wing of the Republican Party can't stop Adam. My friend Adam Schiff will always fight to defend our democracy. He will always do what is right. Trump's pals in Congress can create whole committees to defend him. They can try threatening outrageous fines. They can try to outright waste all of our time trying to prop up a man that has threatened our democracy over and over again. It's no surprise that former President Trump was in Miami in a courthouse last week, and we're here today discussing this topic. Mr. Speaker, we've got to stop enabling this nonsense. When the whole House entertains the conspiracy theories, nonsense, and political vendettas, it's the entire GOP that's responsible. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Florida. Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
I would like to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, a member of the second House impeachment team.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to H.Res. 521 because this is not a serious resolution. This is political theater by the author who clearly was not here to distract from Donald Trump's history of transgressions and now indictments. It's also an attempt to punish Congressman Adam Schiff for effectively holding Trump to account. Congressman Schiff protected us from fascism at home and abroad. First, on the so-called perfect call, Donald Trump withheld a meeting and crucial weapons from President Zelensky to protect Ukraine from Russia unless they gave him dirt on now President Joe Biden. Mr. Schiff stepped up as chairman of the Intelligence Committee and eventually as lead manager to defend against executive corruption. Then, when the former president lost the 2020 election and summoned his supporters to storm this very Capitol, Mr. Schiff stood up again and on the January 6th committee to expose the former president's grotesque role.
I can yield 10 seconds more.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I don't know why my colleagues are so intimidated here, but I think it reveals their weakness. They are intimidated by a bully, and this censure attempt reveals they are also intimidated by a patriot and the truth. Lucky us to serve with Adam Schiff.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentleman reserves.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman from Florida.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Wyoming, Representative Hagman.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I take my duties as Wyoming's lone congressional representative very seriously. And my obligation to be honest and trustworthy is the foundation of my ability to carry them out. This privileged resolution isn't about politics. It is about the seriousness of being honest and forthright as a member of Congress and upholding the oath of office that we all take upon being sworn in. It is true that the gentleman from California wouldn't be the first member of Congress to exaggerate or stretch the truth, but willfully lying about serious issues our country has faced is something entirely different, and claiming that a sitting president has committed what amounts to treason is beyond simple hyperbole. This member's lies led to the wasting of millions of taxpayer dollars for unnecessary investigations and the deflection of our attention from the most pressing issues at hand to focus on a made-up crisis. This member's actions were designed to delegitimize the 2016 election and to hamstring the Trump administration. For all the talk about not accepting the election results in 2020, perhaps Democrats and the media, which are mostly one and the same, might want to look at their actions in 2016. To make matters worse, this representative perpetuated these lies while he was chair of the House Intel Committee and consistently implied, if not outright stated, that he had inside information. In that capacity, he lied about how the FBI and DOJ obtained and renewed a FISA warrant. The FBI and DOJ officials did not omit material information from the FISA warrant. How the DOJ used the Steele dossier, what was collected via the FISA warrant, the FBI's vetting process for the Steele dossier, that he had an alleged smoking gun showing that President Trump colluded with Russia. And if each of these claims has proven to be false. But the lies have continued. In fact, they have become compulsive, and they continue right through to this very day. The lies weaken this body, and if left unchecked, threaten the rule of law, our election integrity, and the civil rights of his targets. The words and actions of this member were dangerous and untrue, knowingly untrue. There must be a serious consequence for that. Being censored is the least of what he should be subjected to, and I support this resolution.
Gentlewoman reserves, gentleman from Maryland.
30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Mullet.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to the resolution. This latest stunt reeks of partisan politics and does nothing but advance an extremist agenda. Worst of all, this resolution attacks a great defender of democracy, a member who is among our best. There is a legitimate role for censure in this institution, but the majority has debased it and rendered it meaningless in a cheap partisan slap. Shameful. I yield back.
I reserve.
One from Florida.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I just wanted to take a second to thank all of my colleagues from across the aisle who have spoken today for putting themselves on the record defending the Russia collusion hoax, even after the Burisma payments to Hunter Biden and the big guy have been made public. The congressional record is a very useful accountability tool. And with that, I yield my time. I reserve my time.
Reserve?
Reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They defend the big lie, they defend the insurrection, they defend George Santos, but they attack Adam Schiff. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Carson.
Thank you to my dear friend. What I do know, Mr. Speaker, is that Adam Schiff defended the U.S. Constitution. He led an impartial investigation, which followed the facts, which led to the first of 2 impeachments of a former president. As a senior member of the Intel Committee, I've had the honor of working closely with Mr. Schiff for years. He's a man of integrity, and he deeply loves this country like we all do. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this dangerous and purely vindictive attempt to silence someone because of his work to hold Donald Trump accountable. I urge my colleagues not to be fooled by these distractions. Don't ignore the facts. This resolution is a fig leaf to hide the very clear facts about a twice impeached president, a twice indicted ex-president who has put our national security at risk. I urge my colleagues to stop these political games and get back to the business of the American people. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Florida.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
I'm yielding 1 minute to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
Gentleman's recognized.
The chairman of the Rules Committee.
Mr. Speaker, Republicans care more about personal vendettas and sucking up to Trump than about doing what's right for the country. Adam Schiff has been an incredible member of Congress. He exposed Trump's lies and corruption, impeached him, and got a bipartisan conviction vote in the Senate. He's passed real and consequential laws that solve real problems and help real people. And what's the sponsor of this censure done? What's Congressman Luna's record? I want her constituents to know, in her congressional career, 5 out of the 6 legislative items she's ever introduced are about Adam Schiff. I mean, doesn't she have anything better to do? Like, I don't know, help her district? This is what's known as lunacy. And it's all about deflection, retaliation, and distraction from Trump's 37 felony charges. The people who came up with the big lie want to censure Adam Schiff for telling the obvious truth, all so they can defend a 3-time loser ex-president who's been indicted more times than he's been elected. What an embarrassing day for this institution. What an insult to the American people. I urge a no vote, and I stand proudly with Congressman Schiff.
I want to thank the chairman of the Rules Committee for those astute remarks, and I will note that dozens of members of our caucus have come to stand with Mr. Schiff today, while the sponsor of this resolution, Ms. Luna, appears to be completely isolated over on her side of the aisle. I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida. Gentlewoman from Florida.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I just want to remind people that this is on behalf of the American people in restoring order to the House and in an effort to bring back trust, which is something that this institution has lacked for many years. I'm very proud, and I would like to own my vote in saying that I will be voting for the censure of Adam Schiff, and with that, I yield my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman will reserve.
I'm yielding.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'm yielding 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Krishnamurthy.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in reviewing this censure measure, I'm reminded of Will Rogers' quip, "I don't make jokes, I just watch the government and report the facts." This month, despite the pressing needs of the American people, we've spent a week and a half arguing about gas stoves. Next week it will be about toaster ovens. Today we're voting on a joke of a measure to censure Adam Schiff, a true public servant and patriot. I urge a strong no against this resolution targeting a true American hero.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Florida. Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
Yielding 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow, a member of the first impeachment team.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, here are some facts. Fact number one, Donald Trump remains one of the greatest dangers to our democracy that we have ever seen, and he's a demagogue. Fact number two, demagogues don't like people who call them out, who speak the truth, and pose a threat to their grand designs to destroy our democracy. Fact number three, I've spent my life serving this country in uniform, out of uniform, and I would be hard-pressed to find somebody who's more committed to democracy, who has more integrity, who has more commitment to the rule of law than Adam Schiff. So I call on my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to reject this absurd proposal, to set yourself free from your servitude of Donald Trump so we can move forward as a country. Set yourself free. You know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Florida recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume. As a United States Air Force veteran and a proud Mexican-American woman that happens to be almost 8 months pregnant, I would like to say that in regards to integrity, what happened in this country, what happened with the divide that occurred after the fact that the Russia collusion hoax was pushed down the throats of the American people is not what I would consider integrity. And if we want to talk about these little fun games and comments back and forth, we're here not about Donald Trump, we're not here about January 6th, we are here about the former chairman of the Intelligence Committee that used a lie that broke apart this country. And so with that, I reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you. We're here precisely because of Donald Trump, because he wants this retribution exacted against Adam Schiff for standing up against Donald Trump's lies and assaults on American democracy. I want to congratulate the gentlelady on her forthcoming baby. That's awesome news, and I'm wondering if she would share some of her time with me, because I have started to run out of time and she has no speakers over on her side. So consider that. In the meantime, I'd like to recognize for 1 minute the gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. DeGette. Then I would recognize 1 minute to Mr. Neguse from Colorado. All right, to Mr. Thompson, the chairman of the January 6th Select Committee.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for giving me the time. Mr. Speaker, with all the challenges our nation faces today, why are we relitigating the ex-president's first impeachment from 2019? After a similar resolution failed last week, why are extreme MAGA Republicans hijacking this House yet again by devoting precious floor time to attacking my friend and colleague, Adam Schiff? Maybe it has something to do with the fact that the leader of their party is facing trial on 37 felony counts of conspiracy and mishandling of classified documents. The disgraced ex-president even stored some of the nation's most sensitive secrets in the bathroom of his Florida club. These attempts to censor Adam have been orchestrated to distract, but no one is fooled. Extreme MAGA Republicans are targeting Adam because he's everything they wish they could be. He's tough, he's principled, and he's effective. I have stood shoulder to shoulder with Adam in the fight.
Grant, I yield the gentleman an additional 10 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much. I'm proud to work that we did on January 6th. It speaks for itself. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
I yield the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, 30 seconds.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise to honor the steadfast patriotism and integrity of Adam Schiff. This scurrilous resolution is so dishonest and defamatory that it would justify a lawsuit if it were made anywhere other than the halls of Congress. This is pure political revenge and exposes both the depths to which the House Republican majority has sunk and their threat to our constitutional order. I'd encourage our colleagues to seriously consider how stunts like this bring dishonor upon this House and to condemn it unequivocally. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves.
Gentlelady, and I reserve.
Gentleman from Florida.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, this resolution is a joke. They are trying to smear Congressman Schiff for his work to defend our institutions. Meanwhile, the same people who attack Adam Schiff for seeking truth refuse to take action against a serial and admitted fraudster in their own conference. Adam Schiff did not win his election on false pretenses. He has not been accused of crimes in the U.S., nor admitted to crimes in Brazil. Unfortunately, not all my House colleagues on the Republican side can say the same. Now, 35 days ago, every House Republican voted to defend George Santos. Instead, they want to censure someone for truth and justice, Adam Schiff. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, for 30 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized.
Today is a proud day for California, but particularly for the San Fernando Valley. Hundreds of members of this House did their best to protect America from Donald Trump, but only one did it so well that he is the focus of this ridiculous resolution. He was effective, he was direct, and Donald Trump has demanded that he be attacked. Adam, thank you for doing your job so well. California is proud and America is grateful. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Florida.
I reserve my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro.
Gentleman's recognized.
Adam Schiff did his job. That's why they're trying to censure him today, because he held a mirror up to today's Republican Party, and they can't stand the ugliness. Instead, they want to protect the most corrupt, indicted, and perhaps soon to be convicted President of the United States. We should vote no on this censure resolution.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Florida.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Pelosi, the former Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his great presentation today. Today, we are on the floor of the House where the other side has turned this chamber, where slavery was abolished, where Medicare and Social Security and everything were instituted, they've turned it into a puppet show. A puppet show. And you know what? The puppeteer, Donald Trump, is shining a light on the strings. You look miserable. You look miserable. The only advantage to all of this is that instead of reversing what we did on the IRA to save the planet, or reversing what we did to reduce the cost of prescription drugs, you're wasting time. Adam Schiff is one of the greatest members of
The gentleman's time has expired.
I have
the gentleman's
10
time
more
has expired.
seconds.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
He said his is expired?
The gentleman from Maryland's time has expired.
Okay.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Again, I would like to say that this is not about Donald Trump. This is about holding accountability for someone who exploited their official position, had access to information that most members of Congress do not have access to, and bringing accountability back to the American people. So regardless of whatever the gentlewoman from California says or anyone else, you guys are not being honest about the focus of this resolution and this censure, and that is exactly why we're here today, to debate it out. But I thank you. With that, I reserve the rest of my time.
Gentlewoman has
Yield
the
back.
only time remaining.
Yield
Does the
back.
Gentleman yield. Gentlewoman yield. Gentlewoman does yield. All time for debate has expired. Without objection, the previous question is ordered on the resolution. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Maryland.
I call for a vote, please. A question.
Does the gentleman request the yeas and nays?
Yes, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed.
I can just make it up if you want me to. Do I get to do this thing? For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek to be recognized?
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on H.R. 3799.
Without objection. Read this. To House Resolution 524 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 3799. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole on the whole House and the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 3799, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to provide for health reimbursement arrangements integrated with individual health insurance coverage.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided among and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their respective designees, and the chair and ranking minority of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Mrs. Fox, the gentlewoman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett, will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
We are here today considering this legislation because we have listened to the American people and are taking action on their behalf. The Ways and Means Committee has traveled over 5,000 miles to hear directly from working Americans about the impact today's economy has had on them and their communities. Whether it be in a lumber mill in West Virginia or a cattle ranch in Oklahoma, workers, families, farmers, and small businesses have told us the same thing. They need relief from the Biden economy. The legislation before us today will help make life a little bit easier on small businesses. It allows them to provide more options to their employees when it comes to health insurance benefits. The Choice Arrangement Act gives small businesses more flexibility to provide health insurance benefits to current and future workers. Introduced by Representative Hearn, this legislation codifies a Trump administration rule allowing small businesses to reimburse employees for buying their own health insurance on the individual market. Washington should not stand in the way of workers getting the health care coverage that's best for them and their families. Just as important, workers should be able to take their insurance plan with them if they leave their current job. This bill gives small businesses the opportunity, if they so choose, to shed the administrative burden of managing traditional insurance coverage. At the same time, it gives workers more options for their own health care and makes the coverage portable. Also included in the underlying bill is a provision from Representative Tenney, which ensures small businesses are made aware of the flexible, tax advantage insurance coverage options available to them and their employees. We've heard that 70% of small businesses are not aware of the various health insurance options out there, such as choice arrangements, qualified small employer health reimbursement arrangements, or the small business health care tax credit. This bill would make sure small businesses are notified about the availability and tax benefits of these options, so businesses can make more informed decisions about how to support their employees' health care choices. This legislation also includes important provisions to increase access to stop-loss insurance and expand association health plans, which will create more choices for American small businesses to offer health benefits to their workers at lower cost. Mom and pop stores did not set out to be paper pushers and benefit managers, and we should not force them into that role. I urge my colleagues to support this bill to help small businesses support their workforce and let them focus on what they do best, serving their customers and employees. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Millions of Americans are finding the security and the peace of mind that comes from having access to a family physician through the Affordable Care Act. And if the gentleman has been listening to the American people, he's turned a 10 ear to the 16 million Americans that have now enrolled in the marketplaces under the Affordable Care Act. Republicans unwilling to accept the success of what they demeaned as Obamacare, Republicans who failed more than 60 times in this House to repeal Obamacare, who failed 3 times in the Supreme Court to undermine Obamacare, have now embarked on a new strategy, which is to circumvent and undermine the invaluable protections of the Affordable Care Act. With this bill, Republicans are demanding that every individual who gets stuck in one of these newfangled plans that they have is denied protection from having their insurer exclude pre-existing conditions, no assurance of coverage for essential medical care, and no assurance of affordability. I offered an amendment to correct one part of this defective bill to give Americans statutory protection so they're not back in the old pre-Affordable Care Act period of losing coverage when they needed it most because they had something the insurance company defined as a pre-existing condition. But that was rejected. At the time, they claimed that was their intent. But when you look at the specific statutory language, there is no doubt that the protection for pre-existing conditions and essential conditions is excluded from their legislation. These so-called individual coverage health reimbursement arrangements, or ICRAs, are about as convoluted as the name suggests. They are, as my grandson's Canyon would say, they're icky. Handing people a voucher and telling them to go shop for coverage follows the same ill-conceived Republican approach to sabotage Medicare, which they continue to promote in their latest budget. Instead of giving Medicare beneficiaries guaranteed coverage, they would give seniors a voucher with declining value and tell them to go find coverage. Instead of the guaranteed comprehensive coverage workers now receive, this bill would force so many people to find health care in a sea of junk, exposing them to misleading marketing and aggressive brokers. An estimated 2 million workers would be immediately impacted by this sorry bill, and with another provision that is in the bill that directs the Treasury Department to go out and promote access to junk plans, we could expect these numbers of impacted workers to increase. Inevitably, the result is bare bones junk insurance that misleads on coverage, has high out-of-pocket costs, and abandons those with pre-existing conditions. The policy's fine print takes away all the bold promises of the marketing. Those who need coverage the most will be unable to afford it or receive minimal junk coverage. In a nation that is rich as America, going broke shouldn't be a side effect of trying to get health care, but exposing more people to financial ruin is exactly what this kind of legislative approach will achieve. This misguided scheme suffers, I think, from a form of pre-existing condition itself. It's called amnesia, because they forget the conditions that existed for so many Americans in this country before the Affordable Care Act became law. Situations like those who contacted me from Texas, someone who had been a victim of domestic violence, declared to have a pre-existing condition. An infant born with some pre-existing condition denied the coverage that they need. Any number of excuses when coverage was needed the most because of pre-existing conditions. That's why I thought it was so important to amend this legislation, and the refusal of my Republican colleagues to clarify that now sends forward loud and clear that that is their objective. There's even more ick to the ICRA bill that is being introduced, and that's the opportunity that is created for class discrimination. This bill legalizes that discrimination. My amendment would have prevented that also. Employees that are out there on the assembly line, those who are in the chicken processing plant or the meat packer or out in the cornfields, they're in the dirtiest, most difficult, and usually the lowest paid jobs. They can be treated one way under this bill, while the executives sitting off in the office tower are treated another and getting an entirely different kind of coverage because of the way they have written their bill. Low-wage workers who would be eligible, in fact, for a better policy under the Affordable Care Act, a no premium or low premium policy, would instead be required to search for a policy with more holes than safety net. Finally, we discover something on which Republicans are pro-choice. I didn't think they were pro-choice on anything, but the genuine choice that they provide is to the employer, not to the employee, a choice to divide employees into the haves and the have-nots, providing employer coverage to some and leaving others to fend for themselves. Predictably, that burden will fall on the low-wage workers and the sick employees that employers don't want to cover. One survey already of employers found that 60% of large firms intended to offer ICRA to only low-wage workers. That is icky. To prohibit discrimination by employers and junk plans alike, the amendment I offered would have offered protection. This bill, as it stands, does not. It should be rejected, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Chairman, all choice arrangement plans must cover pre-existing conditions, cap out-of-pocket expenses, and cover key health benefits. Choice arrangements do not allow employers to discriminate against any group of employees. They require equal contributions to all employees with the same employment status and only adjust contribution amount for age and family size to make the record straight. I would love to yield 3 minutes to the sponsor of this legislation, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a small business owner and job creator for over the past 35 years, I offered health care plans to my employees and worked with them to find the best coverage for their families. I've seen firsthand of the impact of increasing cost of health care and have also done the burdensome homework or paperwork to manage the plans on the back end. I only came to Congress 4 years ago. And the reason I came was because of the burden that this Congress over the years has put on job creators across America. The small business health care package being debated today helps simplify health care and empower people in one of their most personal decisions, their health care. I find it ironic that the gentleman across the aisle identifies the ACA requirements as junk, because the Choice Arrangement Act follows the ACA guidelines. It encourages people to go out and shop. It follows the rules on pre-existing conditions. But what we really know, what they don't like about this is it doesn't go in the direction they want to go, which is to federalize all health care, which has been the mission since day one. It's for the government to run your health care. And that just simply won't work. I'm proud that this package includes my bill, the Choice Arrangement Act, which allows employees to use money from their employer to buy the health care plan that works best for them. 4 years ago, the Trump administration finalized a rule to create choice accounts, allowing businesses to reimburse their employees for the cost of the health insurance plan for their choosing. Choice accounts put individuals, not the federal government, in the driver's seat when it comes to picking their health care plan, and lets their employer financially support their decision. This bill would codify that rule into law, benefiting everyone and overall increasing the amount of people who have health insurance. You would think that would be a good thing, but apparently not with my Democrat colleagues. Every patient's health needs are unique, and every person's situation is different. This is why it's so important to expand and protect the different options available to employers to provide health benefits in different ways. I'm happy to see Congress address the burdens small businesses face when providing health care benefits to their employees. This bill fulfills part of a promise that the Republican Party has made to America, to bring back true choice to American health care by enabling small businesses to provide the best care for their employees. Time and time again in hearings that we've been at, as the chairman said, across America, talking to people that are experiencing the burdens that come out of this Congress, it's amazing to me that the Democrats who are business people that are on the committee, when talking without their talking points, identify...
Gentleman's time.
I yield the gentleman 1 more minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Identify businesses as people who apparently abuse their employees, and the employees continue to come to work. That's the irony of this. They have no idea what they're talking about. The reality is there's job openings for everybody to go to, and yet people continue to work. The only way you're prosperous in America and run great businesses is you take care of your people. That's it. That's all you have. That's what differentiates you in the world of a free market. And I would hope that my Democrat colleagues would recognize that and give a little credit to the people who are out there putting their money and their risk on the line. In addition to my bill, this small business package includes legislation from my colleagues Bob Good, Claudia Tenney, Tim Walberg, that will provide small businesses access to the association health plans to build their negotiating power, stop-loss insurance to protect from catastrophic losses, and reporting from Treasury to update small business owners on new health care plans. Small businesses make up the foundation of American economy and have true incentives, moral and financial, to pay to keep Americans healthy. We should enable them to do so. Thank you, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Well, the gentleman has repeated his stated intent to provide the protection that his bill denies, and I would refer him again to page 3, line 2 of his bill as it was presented in committee, and the failure to refer to section 2791B5 of the Public Health Service Act means that that protection will not be there. It could easily have been added if that were the true intent. It is omitted. Same page, line 12, the failure to include guarantees against non-discrimination is not there. He's concerned about federalizing health care. Well, all that I want to do is set a minimum federal standard that no person in this country will be denied because of a pre-existing condition the health care that they deserve. That's what the Affordable Care Act was designed to achieve, not only for those in the marketplace, but beyond. And secondly, I want to ensure that different classes of employees are not treated differently. And let me just describe a little more of what is involved there. Just as they would allow insurers to discriminate against a newborn with a heart murmur and call that a pre-existing condition, their bill would permit an employer to discriminate against their own employees. Just give you a practical example. We have a lot of chicken processing plants down in Northeast Texas. And if there's a facility out there where the chicken pluckers are chasing the chickens and removing the feathers or flying, those tough, dirty, hot jobs, processing them may be managed by a group in some high-rise in Dallas or Tyler. Well, this bill, as it is written, will allow those executives to get their group health insurance policy with all the protections against pre-existing conditions and being able to see perhaps a concierge service for their health care. But the folks that are down there chasing the chickens and plucking the chickens, they get an ICRA. All they get is IC. That's wrong. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri.
You know, Mr. Chairman, choice arrangements will expand coverage for more types of workers by allowing employers to offer a choice arrangement to different groups of employees who may not have been offered health insurance previously, such as part-time or seasonal workers. Under this policy, nearly 1 million workers will have health insurance coverage for the very first time. Happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentle lady from New York, Ms. Tinney, who is an author of a piece of this legislation.
Gentle lady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Choice Arrangement Act and my Small Business Flexibility Act, which is included in the underlying bill, as the chairman just recognized. Over the past 10 years, health insurance premiums have gone up 130%, and deductibles have increased by 125%. And that's on average. It's even greater in some areas, especially for small business owners. This lack of affordability has led to the percentage of small businesses providing health insurance decreasing from almost 45% to 31% today. In addition, 75% of businesses with fewer than 200 employees now only offer one healthcare choice. That's no choice. Small business operators want to provide for their employees. They want to offer competitive benefits that promote choice in the marketplace while prioritizing excellent care, quality, and affordability. The problem is these costs are simply prohibitive. We should not accept this as the status quo, and thankfully, there are common sense solutions that can help small businesses lower costs and increase choice for their employees. Recent surveys have found that 70% of small businesses are not even aware of the flexible opportunities to help them provide affordable health insurance as a benefit to their employees, such as the Small Business Healthcare Tax Credit, choice arrangements, and qualified small employer health reimbursement arrangements. My Small Business Flexibility Act will close this awareness gap by requiring the Treasury Department to notify and educate small businesses on the flexible coverage options. Small employers want to provide these benefits to their employees for among so many other reasons: long-term retention, to allow them to ensure that they have high quality of life, and each of them has an access to health care. It's time that we increased awareness of these programs and address any obstacles to their successful and effective implementation. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to support the Choice Arrangement Act, the Small Business Flexibility Act, and I yield back. Thanks so much.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
I'll continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the good gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding. You hear the comments by Mr. Doggett and others, and you'd think it's an entirely different bill. There's nothing in this bill that would change coverage for pre-existing conditions. And I don't know what he's talking about with IC, because more people will have health care available to them as a result of this bill. I serve on 2 committees that have crafted pieces of this legislation, Ways and Means and the Education and Workforce Committee. And I would say that all of us, and I think this is probably shared on both sides of the aisle, we want all Americans to have access to the health care and to the insurance that they choose for themselves. And I think, as I said, I think we share that. And certainly as a small business owner myself, you know, I can relate to business owners who want to ensure that their employees, their team members, have access to the health care. They want them to be healthy. They want them to go home from work healthy. And they're very interested in ensuring that their employees have affordable coverage. This committee focused on expanding the choice arrangements, which is a system that will provide numerous benefits for employees and small businesses, because it lets job creators offer their workers cash to purchase individual health plans, which will help by ensuring that workers, if they move from one job to another, can take their health plan with them. They're more portable. So that's a great change that will help a lot of individuals. And then on the Education and Workforce Committee, we wrote legislation that expands association health plans, or AHPs, which enable employers and the self-employed to band together. I've heard from a lot of self-employed individuals in my community who have trouble accessing health insurance that they prefer. This would allow them to band together and across state lines to purchase health coverage for themselves, and in the case of small businesses, for their workers. Yeah, another minute?
Yeah, another minute.
Gentleman's recognized.
Just one other thing I'd like to mention in this bill that I think is very positive. We took action to preserve self-insurance. This is a system in which large and small employers pay for health care services directly instead of purchasing plans with a large insurer, which leads to savings and leads to collaboration between employers and workers at their company to ensure a better wellness approach to keep employees healthy and not be required to access health care costs. So it helps the workers, and it saves costs across the board. So self-insurance is another part of this bill that we preserve, which I think is very great. The bottom line is that American workers and businesses need affordable and flexible health care options. This package of bills achieves those goals, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
I yield myself such time as I may consume, Mr.
Gentleman's
Speaker.
recognized.
Let me respond to the gentleman from Pennsylvania. He says there's nothing in this bill about pre-existing conditions and discrimination, and he is absolutely right. That's the whole failing of this bill. It does not include the protections that are necessary to assure that no American is discriminated against on the basis of pre-existing conditions, and that no employer can discriminate among groups of its employees. He also says this is going to open more opportunities for more people to get health coverage. I would point out that the studies have shown that 95% of the people who are in these icky plans now once had good group health coverage. My concern is that we will see even more people lose their good group health coverage and be put into an icky plan. As for the Small Business Flexibility Act, you know, I'm for the Treasury and others educating all employers and employees about their rights and opportunities, but I think this part of the overall package is very slanted. Treasury needs to be out there educating employers, some of whom may not know themselves the limitations that these junk plans have and how much they will disserve their employees. And then we need education of employees on how to understand whether their employer's offer of coverage meets the minimum standard and is truly affordable for the purposes of being able to otherwise enroll in subsidized marketplace coverage. So I think there are limitations on that portion of the bill as well, and that it therefore should be rejected, and I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Missouri.
You know, Mr. Chairman, when Democrats expanded Obamacare subsidies in the Inflation Reduction Act, those billions of dollars, they flow directly to large health insurers. And choice arrangements, however, allow small businesses to reimburse their own employees directly for them to shop and purchase their own health insurance. This is how Washington should be empowering small businesses, not bailing out big health insurers. I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to my good friend, the gentle lady from Oregon, Ms. Chavez Dreamer.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Choice Arrangement Act. Small business owners are being hamstrung by soaring health care costs. I know firsthand because I am a small business owner. But you don't have to take my word for it. The data speaks for itself. In Deschutes County in my district, the average small business premium for a family has increased by 111% from 2014 to 2022. It's past time to provide small business owners with more options so workers can access cheaper coverage. We can accomplish this by expanding association health plans and providing more flexibility to ensure employees can get the coverage that fits their needs best. I'm proud to support small businesses, which create jobs, foster innovation, and keep our economy running strong. Let's get this done to ensure these employers can keep their doors open. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Well, the chairman of our committee says that there were great gifts to insurance companies. What the Build Back Better bill did was to give individuals additional tax credits. Some Republicans call those tax cuts, but they were credits given to people to be able to afford insurance, and as a result of that improvement, many more Americans got the insurance that they need. I will reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to remind the body that Build Back Better was never signed into law because the Democrats in the Senate or the White House wouldn't even support it. Mr. Chairman, I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank the Chairman of Ways and Means, my good friend Missouri, very much for holding this important hearing or this important debate for the Choice Arrangement Act. Mr. Speaker, this bill does nothing more than expand the association health plans. The businesses want to have current coverage that exists today. They can keep it. But President Trump, years back, enacted an expansion of association health plans, which greatly benefited the farmers in my district, the small businesses in my district, to find plans that suited them. And they used their power of their numbers to reduce costs. 29%. Again, so we have better coverage, preferable to the entities, at lower costs, and if they like their current coverage, that they could keep it. Sounds way too logical, apparently, for this body, and there is no logical reason to oppose H.R. 3799 other than for special interest or political motivation. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
I would yield myself such time as I might consume and say to the chairman, he's absolutely correct. I referred to the Build Back Better instead of the American Rescue Plan. It is easy to get confused about them. The American Rescue Plan was, of course, signed into law and has helped so many Americans. But we always know that whatever the name, Republicans are against all of them, as they were, and voted unanimously against all of the opportunity that they created for millions more Americans to get and keep health insurance and provide themselves security. I maintain the balance of my time. Reserve it.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Chairman, if the gentleman on the other side has no further witnesses, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from Texas.
Yeah, I'll close. And we need this. Okay. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. This entire package of bills, I focused on one part of it, but together is truly a thinly veiled attempt to circumvent the Affordable Care Act and being unable to repeal it, having nothing but nothing care to replace it with, it is really kind of a death by 1,000 cuts, making health care less accessible and affordable for so many at-risk workers. The bills in this package include a codification of the Trump-era rule that allows employers to offer these ICHRA plans to their employees instead of employer-sponsored health plans. Under this plan, employers may offer a voucher and force their employee to shop for their own coverage. Under this bill, employers are permitted to pick and choose among their employees and discriminate against some with their vouchers. This bill also includes an expansion of the Association of Health Plans, which my colleague from Virginia will discuss at greater length. That's been a standard tenet of Republicans' assault on the Affordable Care Act. It's a provision that would allow self-employed individuals and small businesses to circumvent the guarantees of the Affordable Care Act and steer consumers into shoddy coverage that does not cover the health care they most need when they need it, the essential health benefits, and that does not offer them protection against pre-existing conditions or age, or the fact that before the Affordable Care Act was adopted, women were discriminated against at a great rate and often denied the coverage that they needed, or it was priced so high they could not afford it. The bill would also preempt state regulation of association health plans and disrupt risk pools, as these plans do not have to follow standard premium setting rules and risk adjustment. This bill is similar to the Trump administration rule that was struck down in 2019. And if you're beginning to recognize a pattern here, this is all Trump, 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 because he is still the Pied Piper for the Republican caucus, as we just saw in this disgraceful presentation about our honorable colleague Adam Schiff. This package also contains a provision to encourage employers to offer self-funded plans, which are not required to comply with ACA protections, again, on pre-existing conditions, on essential health benefits, and more. Most employers do not want to take on the risk of offering a self-funded plan, but by expanding stop-loss coverage, which sets a catastrophic amount the employer will be responsible for, and then covers any other costs that may come up from covering their employees, self-funded plans will be more attractive. This legislation prevents federal and state governments from regulating stop-loss coverage and risks more employers opting for self-funded plans that do not protect healthcare consumers. Finally, without providing any additional resources, this legislative package tells the Treasury Department, educate employers about how great these new ICHE plans are and their health reimbursement accounts, which would bar workers from more affordable coverage under the marketplace already available. At the heart of this effort is just the perpetual push by House Republicans to weaken the protections of the Affordable Care Act, which have prevented financial ruin for so many people and assured access to health care for so many people. Under the provisions of this bill, employers can form association health plans to skirt some of the requirements of the ACA, like the essential health benefits. State and federal regulators will be hamstrung in their ability to protect small businesses and workers in self-funded plans. In utilizing these ICHRA plans, employers can also push those with pre-existing conditions, women and older workers, into the individual market with vouchers while keeping their younger and healthier employees on employee-sponsored insurance. So the sick get treated differently. Those who have disabilities, who have had long-term chronic conditions, could be treated very differently and put at great risk. I think for all these reasons that this legislation should be soundly rejected. This is an opportunity to defend the Affordable Care Act, all that it has meant to Americans, and offer that opportunity to more people rather than the deception that is the hallmark of this bill in following the Trump approach that junk insurance is what would be most available to Americans. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. A gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself the remainder of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Congress has an opportunity to help small businesses by making it easier for those who choose to provide health insurance for their employees. This bill is the best of both worlds for small businesses and workers. It relieves many small businesses of the burden of administering a complex health insurance plan by allowing them to instead offer meaningful financial support to employees so that they can buy their own insurance. It takes some of the guessing game out of offering coverage by making sure small businesses are informed of the various options they have. And it gives workers the freedom to choose the best possible coverage for them and their families. By passing this legislation, we will allow small businesses to get back to the basics, helping their customers, taking care of their employees, and serving their communities. I want to address the misleading claims we've heard from our Democrat colleagues. At our markup, one of my Democrat colleagues called the health plan options under this bill junk plans. Junk plans. That's unequivocally false. These funds can only be used to purchase plans that cover pre-existing conditions. Plans that cover pre-existing conditions. Regardless of what you hear on the other side, this covers plans with pre-existing conditions. It covers plans that cap out-of-pocket expenses and guarantees coverage during open enrollment. They also claim that we are opening a back door for businesses to discriminate in the health benefits offered to their employees. Choice arrangements provide the opposite of discrimination. They provide equal contributions to all employees with the same employment status, only adjusting for age and family size. In fact, many businesses today don't offer health benefits to any of their part-time employees. Through choice arrangements, these employees may be seeing their first offer of meaningful health benefits. Today, we are taking another step forward to cut the bureaucratic red tape holding back small businesses. We should make it easier, not harder, to give America's workers, families, farmers, and small business access to flexible health care options. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
The chair now recognizes the Committee on Education and Workforce, the gentlewoman from North Carolina and the gentleman from Virginia. Each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to support the House Republican package to alleviate rising health care costs for small businesses. I'm proud that the Committee on Education and Workforce has taken a leading role in this effort. Health care costs is the #1 issue facing small businesses today. In fact, according to the NFIB, it has been their top issue for over 30 straight years. Through the dot-com bubble, the Great Recession, the COVID-19 pandemic, and record inflation, small businesses have consistently identified health care costs as their greatest concern. House Republicans recognize that these small businesses are the engines of the American economy, and this package is the first step towards much-needed relief. So I'd like to take a moment to discuss the two pieces of this package. from the jurisdiction of the Education and Workforce Committee. First, this package incorporates Representative Good's Self-Insurance Protection Act. We passed the Self-Insurance Protection Act through committee because small businesses are being squeezed. There's no other way to put it. On the one hand, premiums are skyrocketing, and it's costing small businesses a fortune to cover their employees. Single coverage premiums cost about $8,000 per year now, and they're drastically outpacing inflation. So the bottom-up inflationary pressures have inevitably forced small businesses out of the insurance marketplace, and more are deciding to self-insure. Experts predicted this when the ACA passed, and it has held true. On the other hand, the government is coming from the top down and telling small businesses they cannot access stop-loss insurance. Stop-loss insurance is a financial tool that self-insured businesses typically buy to protect themselves from catastrophic costs. But the government overreaches, overregulates, and denies many small businesses this critical tool. For example, in New York, insurers are expressly prohibited from selling stop-loss insurance to employers with fewer than 100 employees. The New York State Association of Health Underwriters wrote regarding the law, quote, "Some groups have already lost their employer-provided health coverage altogether and have had to go into the New York Health Insurance Marketplace Exchange to obtain coverage, only to find that their new coverage has higher copays, larger deductibles, greater total out-of-pocket annual limits, narrower in-plan healthcare provider networks, and fewer out-of-network medical specialists," end quote. Like in a pincer maneuver, the government is coming from both sides and trapping small businesses in the middle with no options. The Self-Insurance Protection Act is the solution. It provides a lifeline to small businesses and hardworking Americans who are being squeezed by the soaring cost of traditional health insurance. It would stop federal and state overregulation of stop-loss insurance, allowing self-insured small businesses a way out of the government's two-sided trap. Next, this package also incorporates Representative Walberg's Association Health Plans Act, which is perhaps the single best cost-saving tool at our disposal. The Association Health Plan Act would offer immediate relief for everyday workers, taxpayers, and job creators. I know this because it has been tested. In 2019, before the court stopped President Trump's Association Health Plan, AHP rule, America got a chance to see and feel the impact of deregulation. AHPs produce savings of up to 29% on average. At the upper limit, groups save 50% with their newly formed AHPs. AHPs achieve these savings by allowing small businesses to band together to increase their bargaining power when purchasing health insurance. Currently, many regulations restrict small businesses and individuals from doing so. Enabling small economic actors to pool resources is critical to their competitiveness in the market. In healthcare, big companies enjoy large economies of scale, and only more so with each passing year. Countless studies and evidence point towards this worrisome trend of market consolidation. 3 pharmacy benefit managers own 80% of the market. Physician practices and hospitals are merging at a rapid pace. Thankfully, hospital mergers have slowed during and after the pandemic, but it's not enough. This bill helps mom-and-pop shops and self-employed workers fight back. I should also clarify that this bill does not turn health care into the Wild West, like some members claim. Important regulatory guidelines exist to make sure enrollees would not be defrauded under AHPs. For example, every AHP must have a board consisting of at least 75% employer membership. This ensures that AHPs are maintained in good faith. They are also required to abide by existing consumer protections, such as prohibitions against discriminating based on an individual's health status, and prohibitions against using pre-existing conditions to deny coverage, increase premiums, or impose waiting periods. The benefits of the Association Health Plans Act can be summed up in the words of Trump's DOL. Quote, AHPs are about more choice, more access, and more coverage, end quote. I agree. Let's help small businesses get the relief they need and working Americans the coverage they deserve. And with that, I urge passage of this health care package, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves, and the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself such time as it may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Chair, the proposals in H.R. 3799 are yet another recycled, futile attempt to sabotage the Affordable Care Act and actually make it harder for workers and families to find affordable, high-quality health insurance. This legislative package includes two bills that were marked up by the Committee on Education and the Workforce. First is the Association Health Plans Act. This act undermines the core promise of the ACA, access to affordable health care for all. The faulty legislation may provide lower costs for some enrollees, but it would do so by skimping on benefits and increasing costs for everybody else. Specifically, the bill would allow association plans to cherry-pick low-risk young individuals for a pool separate from the ACA marketplace. You may hear my colleagues on the other side of the aisle tout the bill's nominal protections against discrimination based on pre-existing conditions. They omit the details regarding other large loopholes that leave consumers vulnerable to this bill, such as charging higher risk groups more so that the plan will not be attractive to them, and low risk groups charge them less so that they'll be the ones that come in. In fact, this legislation explicitly authorizes AHPs to set premiums based on, quote, specific risk profile of employer members, enabling them to charge higher premiums to groups based on their age, gender, and other factors. AHPs could also exclude certain categories of coverage, such as maternity care, mental health, or substance abuse disorder, to dissuade certain groups or individuals from enrolling. And under the bill, association plans could also evade essential health benefits and other consumer protections under state and federal law. So it is a bad idea because of simple arithmetic. If healthy, low-risk individuals can leave the Affordable Care Act marketplace risk pool, join a separate association, and pay lower rates, on average, those that did not get into these plans will, on average, pay higher premiums. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. Only low-cost groups will be in these plans, because if you're a high-risk group, the cost will be too much and it will not be attractive. If they are higher-risk groups, the pre-existing conditions, older groups and whatnot, they will not be able to form groups that charge less than the ACA marketplace, and nobody will want to join. So under the ACA, everybody pays average. You got a pre-existing condition, not a pre-existing condition, everybody pays the same, and everybody gets insurance at an affordable cost. And everybody enjoys all of the essential benefits under the ACA. But association plans, for example, do not have to provide coverage for essential benefits, like maternity benefits. So all of the costs of maternity care will be borne by fewer and fewer people. The average cost of insurance for those not in the plan will slowly grow as the number of association plans grow. So various versions of this legislation have been pushed for Republicans for decades, but all iterations suffer from the same fundamental flaw, that they shift costs to the most vulnerable. That's why 30 leading consumer and patient groups have expressed serious concerns with this harmful legislation. The other bill marked up in Education and the Workforce was the Self-Insurance Protection Act, legislation that further erodes the ACA by exempting stop-loss insurance from key consumer protections. The bill would prevent Secretaries of Health and Human Services, Labor, and the Treasury from regulating stop-loss insurance coverage. And even more troubling, the bill makes it virtually impossible for states to protect consumers from abusive practices by invalidating state laws that regulate stop-loss. Now, stop-loss insurance usually covers costs above a catastrophic level, say over $1 million or something like that. But they can be written to say cover everything over $1,000 when they become essentially regular insurance, except that they're not regulated. No solvency regulations, no benefit regulations, no nothing. So we can all agree that small businesses and self-insured people deserve access to affordable health care. That's what you get under the Affordable Care Act. But we should also agree that people deserve basic consumer protections to ensure that they have insurance with quality, solvency, an agency to call if something goes wrong, and coverage for essential benefits. That's why we passed the Affordable Care Act in the first place, and why, when Democrats were in charge of the last Congress, we passed the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act to make coverage even more affordable. So the question before us is, do we want to make sure that every individual can continue to find affordable and quality health care coverage, or do we want to pass H.R. 3799 and create roadblocks for Americans seeking care? I would hope that we would oppose this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves, and the gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our colleagues are opposed to freedom in choosing health care and want everyone in government-controlled health care, and are quite willing to mislead the American people on what these bills do. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, a member of the Education Workforce Committee, Mr. Wahlberg.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady. And Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3799, the Choice Arrangements Act, and thank both the Ways and Means and Education and Workforce Committees for their hard work in bringing this important bill to the floor. I must state that what I've heard over the last 20 minutes of sitting here and listening to my colleagues, it would lead me to believe that they think that Republicans don't want good health care, that we don't need good health care, that we don't use good health care, and that we would support employers not giving us good health care or our constituents good health care, and that we would expect that Republican employers wouldn't feel the same impact of trying to compete with other employers whose benefits their employees look for. That's just not true, and I don't think the American public believes that. We come under the same concerns. We want good health care, and that's why this bill has been put forward. Also, the ACA. True, everybody had insurance, but not everybody had health care when they tried to use it. The high cost of health care remains a struggle for small businesses, many of whom are facing lingering hardships from the pandemic as well as inflation. In fact, a recent survey from the NFIB showed that while employers, by and large, believe offering health benefits is important, 98% of small businesses are concerned that health care costs will become unsustainable within the next 5 to 10 years. The Choice Arrangements Act provides innovative health care solutions to bring down health care costs for small businesses. I'm proud that H.R. 3799 includes my legislation to expand association health plans. AHPs are common sense solutions that empowers small employers and their employees when making health coverage decisions. Right now, small businesses are often on an unequal playing field with larger companies and unions. Because they have fewer employees, small businesses have limited bargaining power when it comes to negotiating for lower insurance costs for their workers and higher care coverage. By providing small businesses with greater bargaining power, the Association Health Plans Act allows them to offer more quality options for workers at a better price. The Association Health Plans, Madam Speaker, will level the playing field for small businesses and empower their employees to access quality health care at a lower cost. It also represents an important step toward purchasing health insurance across state lines. Today's vote is an immediate first step to help job creators provide affordable health care options to their employees and transition toward a patient-centered health care system that works for Republicans and Democrats. I encourage support of H.R. 3799, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Michigan yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. And the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield such time as he may consume to the ranking member of the Health Subcommittee of the Ways and Means Committee, gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett.
Thank you. I would say to the gentleman from Michigan, I am sure there are many Republicans who want to assure good health care to all people. The problem is with this specific bill, a one-page amendment that I offered could have guaranteed these ICHRA employees that they face no discrimination among classes of employees and no barrier of pre-existing conditions. That clarification would have solved this problem, and their failure repeatedly to accept that one-page amendment with no explanation other than that they wanted to do the same thing or that it was duplicative betrays the promise of this bill and suggests that discrimination and denial of coverage based on pre-existing conditions is what Americans in these plans will face. The chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, our colleague from Missouri, closed by saying that his goal is to cut red tape. Well, that's a goal I think all of us can share. But I'm afraid that this bill, as written, will only throw more Americans into the red, into medical debt, which is already high despite the protections that we provided to date. So many families overwhelmed by medical debt, and some who will be denied the opportunity to get the coverage that get the protection they need from their health care providers because they simply cannot afford it. Finally, Madam Speaker, I would say that at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit to this bill, send it back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered this motion with an appropriate amendment to the bill. My amendment would ensure that this bill does not take effect unless the Secretary of Health and Human Services certifies that this bill will not result in anyone losing access to coverage of essential health benefits or see their health care costs rise, the very objective that the gentleman from Virginia has just been discussing. At the end of the debate, I will insert into the record the text of this amendment, and I hope my colleagues will join us in supporting it, recommitting this, pursuing the objective of better health care for all and protecting all Americans from pre-existing condition barriers and assuring they are not the subject of discrimination. I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. And the gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia who introduced this resolution and is chair of the Health, Employment, Labor, and Pensions Subcommittee, Mr. Good.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Fox. I rise in support of the Choice Arrangement Act because it charts a course for Americans to take charge of their health care. This bill includes several important provisions, including one of my bills, the Self-Insurance Protection Act. Self-insured health care plans give employers more choices to build and tailor health plans that best meet the needs of their employees. Self-insured plans are popular. In fact, in 2022, 65% of workers were enrolled in self-insured plans. Small and mid-sized businesses are turning to self-insured plans because of the flexibilities they provide in offering high-quality health care coverage at an affordable cost to employees. Stop-loss insurance is a critical component of an employer's ability to successfully self-insure in a way that best suits their needs. Most employers choose to purchase stop-loss insurance to manage financial risk, shielding them from potentially catastrophic medical claims that could sink their businesses. But unfortunately, Washington bureaucrats have tried to regulate stop-loss insurance into non-existence. The Obama administration threatened to regulate stop-loss as traditional health insurance, a move that would make self-insurance inaccessible. and force individuals onto the Obamacare exchange and drive up costs. But my bill would make sure the Biden administration can't mandate the decision of small business owners and weaponize regulations to prevent access to stop-loss policies for small business owners. Additionally, some state laws unfairly limit small businesses from accessing the self-insured market solely based on the size of their operations. But my legislation would protect the ability for businesses to self-insure and ensure that no government entity can prevent them from making the best possible decision for their business and their employees. Another key provision of the Choice Arrangement Act would make association health plans more accessible for small businesses and self-employed workers. This policy is a big win for my home state of Virginia. Last year, Virginia passed a law allowing realtors to form association health plans, but sadly, the Biden administration has threatened to block implementation of the state law because it doesn't comply with Obamacare. Voting for the legislation today would allow for the Virginia law to flourish without federal government intervention. But the Medicare for All mentality thinks that business owners aren't equipped to provide quality health coverage for their employees, but that's simply not the case. A majority of Americans, 159 million in fact, have health benefits through their jobs, and they like their plans. 78% of employers decide to enroll in employer-sponsored insurance when given the option. The Choice Arrangement Act responds to the needs of the American people, and I hope all of my colleagues can support this effort to empower small business owners across America, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia yields back. Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves, and the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you indicate how much time is still available on both sides?
Gentleman from Virginia has 11 and a half minutes. Gentlewoman from North Carolina has 7 and a half minutes.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Chair, the gentleman from Michigan talked about the motive of employers. I think the employers want to give good coverage. The problem with this bill is it enables one company to find loopholes to get a good deal for that company, even if it results in higher costs for everybody else. And that's the problem with this legislation. Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter of opposition written by the AFL-CIO. Among other things, the letter states that this bill undermines comprehensive coverage and subjects workers to financial risk.
The gentleman's request will be covered by general leave.
And I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a blog post written by the Center for Budget and Policy Priorities. Among other things, the post states that the bill will undermine consumer protections, segment insurance markets, and impose new burdens on individuals to navigate an already complex system.
Gentleman's request will be covered by general leave.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves, and the gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, member of the Education Workforce Committee, Mr. Allen.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I thank the gentlewoman for yielding time. And Madam Speaker, I rise today to urge a vote in support of the Choice Arrangement Act to enhance the flexibility and affordability of health care options for small businesses. Competition is the only way to drive down cost. Democrat policies like Obamacare have led to consolidation in the marketplace, skyrocketing premiums, and a broken individual health market that costs taxpayers more than $1 trillion a year while covering only 4.6% of the population. Make no mistake, the federal government owns health care, and there is no private system to compete with it. As a small business owner, I was fortunate to be able to offer my employees private health insurance without having to send them to the ACA exchange, and I understand how much employers want to be able to offer their employees quality health care coverage at a low cost. I guarantee you the business community will figure out health care and how to lower costs. Unfortunately, many small businesses lack the economies of scale needed to negotiate labor prices with insurance companies. This common sense package aims to reduce administrative burdens and empower small employers to be able to provide health care coverage to their employees by removing barriers and implementing innovative solutions like association health plans. Small businesses and private employers can band together in association health plans to be in a better bargaining position to reduce health care costs for their employees. And as an original co-sponsor of the Association Health Plans Act, I am pleased that it was included in the package we have before us today. This legislation will also expand association health plans by allowing self-employed individuals to participate in an ERISA-covered health plan. I was proud to work with Congressman Hearn on the Healthy Future Task Force Affordability Subcommittee last Congress, and the legislation we are debating today is a culmination of that hard work. We were able to produce solutions to provide high-quality, affordable, and personalized health care for workers and their families, as well as innovative policies so more small businesses can offer health care benefits. I am proud to have worked on the solutions, including in the Choice Arrangement Act, which will give a small business the freedom to focus on serving their customers and employees, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. And the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm prepared to close.
We would be prepared to close also, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman is recognized.
And I regret that our Republican colleagues continue to relitigate the Affordable Care Act. However, what we've seen is not new. It's what we've seen time and time again over the last 13 years. They continue using every tool they can to undermine the ACA and limit access to quality health care, weaken consumer protections, and increase average costs. The provisions of this package do nothing to lower overall health care costs for workers and their families. In fact, for most consumers, as a result of this legislation, while some may save a little bit, most consumers will end up paying more. So I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia yields back, and the gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my colleagues have explained that many things that our colleagues across the aisle have said about these bills are not accurate. I'm not going to say it again, but I think it's important that we say that these bills are going to do good things for the American people. It's going to provide choice, and it's going to provide lower cost. But I'm certain of two things. One, healthcare costs present a significant burden on small businesses, and two, inaction is not going to cut it. This comprehensive small business health care package is a proven first step on free market principles and reducing government interference. By empowering small businesses with choice and competition, we can lower health care costs and increase access to high-quality care. I hope the other side of the aisle gives this legislation the serious consideration it deserves. I often hear complaints that Republicans don't have a plan to fix health care costs. Well, here it is. Let's reduce health care costs together and pass this package. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from North Carolina yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means, printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of the Rules Committee print 118-9, modified by the amendment printed in Part C of House Report 118-115, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part D of House Report 118-115. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by the member designated in the report. Shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent. Shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 1, printed in Part D of House Report 118-115. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 1, printed in Part D of House Report Number 118-115, offered by Mrs. Hayes of Connecticut.
Pursuant to House Resolution 524, the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. Hayes, and the member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Connecticut.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I rise in support of my amendment to the Choice Arrangement Act. This bill, as written, makes health care less accessible and affordable for our most at-risk workers. My amendment prevents older workers from obscene health care premiums and discrimination. As of January 2023, a record 16.3 million people, including older Americans, were insured under the Affordable Care Act. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, under the ACA, older adults' uninsured rate has dropped by 1/3, a key indicator their health and wellness have improved. Further, they are now protected from coverage exclusions and cost increases due to pre-existing condition. In 2019, people ages 55 to 64 had the lowest uninsured rate among non-elderly adults. But instead of working to build upon this success, my colleagues are bolstering individual coverage health reimbursement arrangements and association health plans, which have a long, well-documented history of cutting costs for themselves by cherry-picking the cheapest people to cover, leaving the more expensive and vulnerable ones behind. This raises costs for those not chosen and causes premiums to go up for the rest of the insurance market. Republicans have been pushing these efforts for decades, and experts have consistently found it to be harmful. In its final rule adopted in 2018 by the Trump administration, the Department of Labor acknowledged as much, noting the AHPs could, quote, use their regulatory flexibility to design more tailored, less comprehensive health coverage, which will necessarily lead to some favorable risk selection towards AHPs and adverse selection against individuals and small group markets, end quote. They predicted this would raise premiums for consumers who were left behind in the small group and individual markets. For decades, independent experts at the American Academy of Actuaries and the Congressional Budget Office have repeatedly found premiums for older workers would be higher as a result of association health plan legislation. The bill has only superficial protections from discrimination based on health status and is entirely silent on discrimination in pricing against older individuals. And in fact, by explicitly allowing associations to base premiums on the risk factor of each employee within the group, it invites them to discriminate against other characteristics. My amendment requires the Department of Labor to certify that the bill would not raise premium for older Americans before taking effect. I ask my colleagues to support my amendment to protect older Americans and implore that we work together to address the real health care problems in our nation and move towards a more equitable health care system for older workers. I reserve the balance of my time.
From Connecticut reserves, and for what purpose is the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I'm pleased our Democrat colleagues are finally expressing some concern for rising health care costs, particularly the burden those costs can impose on our nation's seniors. I'd like to remind my Democrat colleagues that Medicare is expected to become insolvent in 8 years. Increasing access to AHPs may be a life-saving option for these seniors if Congress does not address Medicare's insolvency issues. Unfortunately for seniors, premiums of older Americans have risen drastically thanks to Obamacare. In fact, health plans in New York just requested rate bumps of up to 40%. The percentage of health care costs paid by a health insurance plan is known as the actuarial value, AV. On average, the AV of an individual employer-sponsored plan is 83%. When compared to the 70% AV of a silver plan and even the 80% AV of a gold plan on the Affordable Care Act exchanges, employer-sponsored plans provide affordable and more comprehensive coverage than ACA plans. Employer-sponsored plans also have lower average deductibles, $1,763 for an individual employer-sponsored insurance plan compared with $5,155 for an individual ACA exchange silver plan. I'd like to repeat that. $1,763 on an employer-sponsored plan for an individual employer-sponsored insurance plan compared with $5,155 for an individual ACA exchange silver plan. And individual employer-sponsored plans have lower average out-of-pocket costs than ACA exchange plans. $4,355 is the average maximum for an individual sponsored insurance plan compared with an average maximum of $8,519 for an individual marketplace silver/ACA plan. Clearly, our government-run and government-subsidized health care programs are facing incredible fiscal challenges. I'd urge my colleagues to be more concerned with the older adults enrolled in those programs than those enrolled in large group employer plans. This amendment's an insincere attempt to delay implementation of common sense policies that will increase health coverage options for all Americans. Instead, AHPs and the coverage options provided under this bill give older Americans more affordable coverage options. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the amendment, yes on the underlying bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves, and the gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, Mr. Scott.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the gentlelady for yielding. I rise in support of this amendment. The Association of Health Plans have a long, well-documented history of cutting costs for themselves while cherry-picking the cheapest people to cover and leaving the more expensive behind. This raises the cost for everybody else and causes premiums to go up for the rest of the market. Republicans have been pushing this idea for decades, and experts have consistently found it to be harmful. The Affordable Care Act made a number of reforms to commercial insurance markets, including the requirement that plans in the individual and small group markets cover essential health benefits such as maternity care and prescriptive drugs. The ACA also prevented these plans from charging higher rates based on health status and limited premium amount that older people would pay compared to younger people. This is a vital protection that ensured that an age tax would not make coverage unaffordable for older individuals. But this legislation has no protection without this amendment. The bill is entirely silent on discriminatory pricing against older people. And in fact, by explicitly allowing associations to base premiums on risk factors, each employee within the group, it actually invites them to charge older Americans much more. This amendment would ensure that older workers are protected by providing in this bill that it would not take effect unless the Secretary of Labor certifies that it would not have the impact of raising premiums for older workers. And I thank the gentlewoman from Connecticut for her leadership on the Education and Workforce Committee, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment.
The gentleman from Virginia yields back. The gentlelady from Connecticut reserves.
Reserves.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Chair, I believe I have the right to close, so I will reserve.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I'm prepared to close. I just urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment to protect older Americans and pre-existing conditions. The ACA expanded Medicare for low-income Americans and protected coverage to people with pre-existing conditions. We want to make sure we continue that tradition and make sure that the Choice Arrangement Act will not go into effect until the Secretary of Labor certifies that this bill will not result in higher premiums for older Americans and seniors. It's critical that we protect this access. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Connecticut yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, again, our colleagues continue to try to mislead the American people about what this bill does. These plans cannot cherry pick, cannot exclude, must cover pre-existing conditions. The opposition to this bill from our colleagues across the aisle, unfortunately, is to freedom of choice. The title of this bill is the Choice Act. Freedom of choice, which would allow people to stay out of the Non-Affordable Care Act, known as Obamacare, but still have affordable health insurance. This bill is about choice and freedom and good health care coverage. And we should approve the bill without this amendment. I yield back. I ask my colleagues to vote no on the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from North Carolina yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Connecticut. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Connecticut will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part D of House Report 118-115. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-115, offered by Mr. Molinaro of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 524, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity this afternoon to speak on my amendment to the underlying bill, which, as we know, does help to unlock the growth and prosperity of our nation's small businesses and their employees. My amendment is simple and straightforward. It will ensure that small businesses and employers, particularly those in rural communities across the country, are made aware of tax-advantaged, flexible health insurance benefits. Employers, especially in the rural areas like the ones I represent in upstate New York, should have the tools to provide their employees with various options to lower their health care costs and access quality care. As a member of the House Small Business Committee, I know the unique challenges businesses in rural communities and those business owners and employees face every day. With a comprehensive focus on rural areas, we can help ensure that all businesses, regardless of their zip code, have equal opportunity to provide affordable, high-quality health care benefits. And with that, Madam Chair, I thank you for the opportunity to speak to this amendment. I urge consideration of it, and I yield back my time.
Does the gentleman reserve or yield?
The gentleman reserves.
The gentleman from New York reserves. And for what purpose does the gentleman from Texas
I would claim
seek
time in
recognition?
opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
And I would yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
This amendment has a rather nominal effect in not improving what is a very bad and deceptive bill. It's appealing to talk about rural areas. I'm concerned about those rural areas, about the chicken pluckers, about the meat packers, about the field workers, and the way they will be discriminated against under this bill. I would just elaborate on that, that while this is mainly a Republican caucus that follows the seditious Pied Piper who was our president, that in this case, even under the Trump administration, when they considered this kind of proposal, the Treasury Department, the Labor Department, the Health and Human Services Department came together and recognized the danger of discriminating against different classes of employees. But ultimately, unfortunately, the Trump administration did not provide the protection against discrimination, so that people that are working in rural areas under this bill may be discriminated against by their employer as a result of this legislation. It is the failure to have clear language in this bill to prevent such discrimination against rural workers in favor of those who are in the office towers managing everything that is at the heart of our opposition, as well as the refusal to provide protection and guarantees against people being denied as a result of their pre-existing conditions. Rural Americans are more likely to die from heart disease, cancer, stroke, unintentional injury, and respiratory disease. Yet we would take our sickest workers, our most vulnerable low-income workers, and deny them a comprehensive employer plan with many protections, allow them to be the subject of discrimination. And there's already been too much discrimination against rural areas and rural workers. We ought to prevent it, not make it worse. No guarantees that these people can find any coverage with their ICHRA plan, let alone affordable and quality coverage. I think that rural Americans deserve far better than this amendment to try to put a patch on a very sorry bill that undermines the protections of the Affordable Care Act that has offered great benefit to so many Americans, and I would urge everyone to vote no and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves, and the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate Mr. Molinaro's amendment. I support it, and I appreciate his working to make a good bill better. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Chair, just to reinforce on the amendment, this is meant to provide education and outreach.
Is the gentleman
yield myself such time as necessary to explain my
recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment, as a reminder to my colleagues across the aisle, is simply meant to broaden access and educate small business owners all across this country as to the benefits that are available to them to access affordable, quality health care. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from New York yields back, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. And Madam Speaker, I would just say that the only education that would be really helpful on this bill would be to educate both employers and employees about all the shortcomings of this bill. Educating employers that they ought not to be discriminating against classes of workers and treating the rural, hardworking employees there at lower wages differently, where they get an ICHRA policy that denies them pre-existing conditions, that denies them the essential benefits under the Affordable Care Act, while the folks in the city in management, they get treated differently, and they get a concierge kind of treatment that is not available to the rural workers. And so just educating about this bill, which allows that discrimination, would not accomplish much of anything. I think what we're going to see with this kind of legislation is more and more workers in rural areas as well as urban areas who face discrimination and who face great medical debt, because these plans are so weak, they are junk insurance that will deny the benefits that most people need. Educating about them, if truthful education, if not the kind of deception that is buried in this bill, educating about them will only tell people the limitations and the shortcomings. Otherwise, it will be a kind of education that covers up, as this bill does, the great harm that is being done in denying folks access to a family physician with the protection that is there. Remember that in moving to these ICHRA plans, we already know that 95% of those that are in ICHRA plans today that have this icky kind of coverage They are people that once had good group health insurance that I'd like to see available to more Americans. So with that, again, I would urge my colleagues to definitely vote no on this amendment and vote no on this sorry bill and support our motion to recommit. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 3, printed in Part D of House Report 118-115. For what purpose does a gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-115, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 524, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas. Mr. Roy.
I thank the chair, and I noticed that my friend and colleague from Texas talks about the current system discriminating. Well, the current system discriminates against small businesses and people who can't afford the massive cost of insurance or care. And that's the truth. My colleague refers to an icky kind of coverage. Well, the fact of the matter is we have a large segment of the American people who are trapped in so-called coverage, but they're not able to get care. And that's why we're here. We're trying to increase options for the American people. And my only concern about what we're doing with this legislation that I wholeheartedly support in trying to encourage small businesses and give them options to be able to provide better options for their employees is that I don't believe that in America you should only be able to get insurance through government or your employer. We should be freeing up the system. We should be embracing healthcare freedom. We should be creating an environment where the American people control their healthcare rather than employers and government. That's the truth. So I've offered an amendment to simply spell that out in the form of a sense of Congress, that it's a sense of Congress that the future of healthcare lies in healthcare freedom, not in socialized medicine, that Congress should take steps to address the broken healthcare system by restoring free market practices to lower costs, that coverage is not care, and expanding direct access to healthcare should be prioritized over expanding access to coverage, and patients and doctors, not government bureaucrats or insurance bureaucrats, should make healthcare decisions. Now, why do I think that? Well, the deals that are struck with the government by big corporations are the problem. For example, most recently through Obamacare, it guaranteed their actual growth and profit. For example, Anthem had a 344% increase in government revenue from 2010 to 2020. United Healthcare had a 198% increase. Cigna, Anthem, United Healthcare, and Humana have seen an average increase of 562% in their stock prices from January 2011 to January 2021. But here's the kicker. In 2018, for at least 3 of these companies, the majority of their revenue comes from the government. United Health, 53.4%, Anthem, 58.7%, and Humana, a whopping 86.9%. It is that corporate cronyism that is reducing options. They're making it more difficult for the American people. And the fact is, for Americans that are trapped in coverage through Obamacare, like, for example, when I came to Congress as a member of Congress and I was put on Obamacare, not some gold-plated plan that flies around on the internet that we supposedly have, but on Obamacare, the place I went to cure the cancer that I had a decade ago, MD Anderson, I wouldn't be allowed to use. What kind of coverage is that? But that's what we're telling the American people. That's the best we can do in the freest, greatest country in the history of the world, is bow down to the altar of government and corporate America to be able to figure out how you should get care. I reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. For what purpose is the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett?
To claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
I would yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I don't believe that we have noted yet in the course of this debate the great irony, the fact that this is called the Choice Arrangement Act. that we have some pro-choice Republicans here who want to give employers the choice and allow them to discriminate against different classes of their own employees. All of this happening the same horrible anniversary week of the Supreme Court's wrongful decision to overturn decades of reliance upon Roe against Wade and to eliminate the right to an abortion, with an effect on women's health care that is so far-reaching, is affecting our colleges of medicine across the country and delivery of health care to women who may never have been involved in the slightest way with an abortion. They call this health care freedom today. I call it the repression and the interference with the basic health care rights of women. By the terms of their own amendment, patients and doctors should make health care decisions, not government bureaucrats or insurance companies. Their Choice Arrangement Act, at the same time that they interfere with what happens in our bedrooms, in our doctor's offices, and most recently even in our kitchens. They would sentence patients under this basic legislation with pre-existing conditions to a future of very few choices and no freedom. With no choices for adequate and affordable health care, this legislation, it guarantees one kind of prescription and one kind of prescription only, and that's the prescription for personal bankruptcy and unlimited medical debt from policies that do not provide essential health care benefits. It is really a shame that in a country as wealthy as ours, we still have millions of citizens who go without health coverage. But over 30 million Americans, in fact, lack coverage, and many in our home state of Texas because of the fact that our state legislature and governor were never willing to provide the guarantee we anticipated with the Affordable Care Act of Medicaid extension, as most states have done. Patients do not have a choice, do not have freedom when they suffer a heart attack or diagnosed with a dread disease or break an arm, and they lack insurance coverage that provides them the benefits that they need. Under this amendment, which is a sense of Congress resolution that really doesn't accomplish much of anything, this bill is not improved. Americans would have so much skin in the game, they get burned, just as the Republican dirty fossil fuel plan would burn up our planet. And it's not just the Affordable Care Act that is being targeted today. No, there's reference to socialized medicine of the kind that Newt Gingrich once attacked in this body when he suggested Medicare should wither on the vine. Contrary to Republican attacks, we've heard about public insurance programs. Seniors on Medicare value their Medicare, as do the 16 million people that signed up for the Affordable Care Act this year, and I would reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett, reserves, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized.
I thank the chair. You know who should decide what an essential health benefit is? The consumer, the American, not a government bureaucrat or a corporate bureaucrat. And I guess I'll stand up for the 5,000 babies that have been born in Texas, greater than last year's number of babies in the wake of the Dobbs decision. But let me just say this. According to CBO, federal subsidies for health insurance coverage for Americans under the age of 65 will hit $1 trillion this year. Federal subsidies. The average American family spends more than $22,000 a year on premiums through themselves or their employers. Again, coverage is not care. There are other health care models that work. The Wall Street Journal showed that cutting out the middlemen in health care can due to costs, $150 a month to cover a family of 5 on a direct primary care model. A DPC practice in my district charges only $50 to $80 for an x-ray compared to the national average of $125. MRIs are $300 to $450 compared to the national average of $1,325. But it's not just primary care. For example, the Surgery Center of Oklahoma, a direct care model, a knee replacement costs $18,000 compared to the average cost of $50,000 in the United States. And healthcare sharing ministries are driving down costs to the American people, giving them coverage and giving them options. The fact is, we should imagine an America where through a health savings account, your employer can give you real dollars rather than a faceless insurance company to pursue real care of your choice. In a flat monthly fee, you and your children have unlimited access to the physician of your choice, and you can still get insurance for the big stuff. walking into a doctor's office and knowing how much things are going to cost. Right now, the American people do not have options. I support this bill, but this amendment is important because we need a trajectory change in this country in favor of healthcare freedom, in favor of personalized care, in favor of patients and doctors over bureaucrats at corporations who are getting rich because the government is subsidizing their corporate cronyism. I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, yields back. And the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett, is recognized.
So this is the Freedom Resolution on the week that we have the anniversary of the anti-choice Dobbs decision as part of the Choice Arrangement Act. Well, I'm reminded of the lyrics of a famous Janis Joplin song, "Freedom is just another word for nothing left to lose. No choices left, no freedoms left. This is our future under Republican plans. So much to lose, nothing left tomorrow." We need to protect more Americans from the dangers of health debt and bankruptcy. We need to assure broader coverage. There is a huge coverage gap that is leaving perhaps as many as 2 million Texans without coverage because of the failures and the ideological objections of our state Republican government. Those Americans deserve the same protection that 16 million Americans got when they signed up for the Affordable Care Act this year. They have the access to a family physician that is so very important. They have access to the essential benefits of the Affordable Care Act, getting access to the kind of care that they need to assure their family is secure. I believe that there are many improvements that are necessary in the Affordable Care Act. We were limited in being able to make those improvements when all we had for more than a decade were 60-plus Republican attempts to repeal the Affordable Care Act. Now, with this legislation, instead of repealing, they seek to undermine and circumvent. Let us reject this bill and this amendment.
Gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett, yields back.
Close.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, has already yielded back. Yep. So the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Madam Speaker, on that, I would request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett, or Mr. Roy, pardon me, will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentle lady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Madam Chairwoman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 3799, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union reports that the committee had under consideration H.R. 3799 and has come to no resolution thereon. Pursuant to the order of the House of June 7, 2023, The unfinished business is the further consideration of the veto message of the President on House Joint Resolution 45. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 45, Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V, United States Code, of the rules submitted by the Department of Education relating to waivers and modifications of federal student loans.
The question is, will the House, on reconsideration, pass the joint resolution, the objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding? The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, the ranking member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on the veto message of H.J. Res. 45.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of overriding President Biden's veto of H.J. Res. 45, a Congressional Review Act resolution nullifying the Biden administration's attempt to circumvent the will of the Congress and the role of the Congress of the United States. Mr. Speaker, President Biden's radical plan to cancel up to $20,000 in student debt via executive fiat is utter hogwash. The American people are not fooled by the deceptive, doctored-up talking points on student loans that the left has attempted to force-feed them over the past 2 years. Appealing words like forgiveness have been cast around innumerable times as if to imply that a massive student loan bailout is the equivalent of a sweepstakes giveaway. Here's a reality check for our colleagues across the aisle. There's no such thing as forgiveness. This entire scheme is nothing more than a transfer of wealth from those who willingly took on debt to those who did not or had the grit to pay off their loans. 2/3 of this debt transfer plan would go to the top half of earners. It takes from those in the lower half of earners and gives to the upper half. It redistributes wealth, but from the bottom of our socioeconomic ladder to the top. The 87% of Americans who owe no federal student debt are paying for the 13% who do. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle also claim that this transfer of wealth is about fairness. No, it's about sticking hardworking taxpayers with the tab and those who owe it walking away from it scot-free. Mr. Speaker, this is not the textbook definition of if this is not the textbook definition of liberal limousine liberalism, I don't know what it is. What's more, according to the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, inflation could rise by as much as 27 basis points if mass student debt cancellation is implemented. That means we could see an additional 2 rate hikes by the Federal Reserve because of this inflationary policy alone. To halt the biggest transfer of wealth from blue-collar workers to white-collar professionals in our nation's history and to prevent any further extension of the student loan repayment pause, the House and Senate both passed H.J. Res. 45. Following the President's predictable veto, this resolution comes before the House again, and we must continue to take a stand and defend the interest of hardworking citizens. As the institution that holds the power of the purse, it is our responsibility to do so. I urge my colleagues to cut through the political noise that the left continues to gin up about so-called, quote, student loan forgiveness, end quote, and vote in favor of overriding the president's veto on HJ-Res 45. Fiscal responsibility must be given the due deference it deserves. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. Mr. Scott, from the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to HJ-Res 45 and yield myself such time as they may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, 43 million Americans are eligible for President Biden's student loan relief. That's about 100,000 people on average in each of our districts. Nearly 26 million borrowers in congressional districts all over the country have already applied for relief, including 16 million who had already been approved for relief prior to litigation stopping the process. HJ-Res 45 seeks to deny these borrowers the relief that they were promised. To be clear, the people who would be impacted are not the wealthy and well-connected. 90% of the relief will go to borrowers earning less than $75,000 a year, and you're not even eligible if you're making more than $125,000. That's in stark contrast to the Trump tax scam, where 80% of the benefits went to the top 1% in corporations. Top 1%, that's about $500,000. Moreover, my Republican colleagues refuse to acknowledge the serious questions that have been raised about how the resolution would actually be implemented. Because under the Congressional Review Act resolution, you don't pick and choose which parts of the rule you're overturning. You have to overturn the whole rule, including the pause in student payments and the deferral of interest. Now, how do you unpause a payment that you were supposed to make many months ago? And what's going to happen to all those interest payments that now have to be added back to those loans? And what happens to the credits that participants in the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program were promised during those months? Are the firefighters and teachers and police officers and other public servants who may have already had their loan forgiven based on those credits now back on the hook for additional payments? The reality is that HJ-Res 45 would trigger a wave of delinquencies and defaults for most of our vulnerable borrowers. Intentionally or not, this resolution would create chaos for borrowers and their families, as well as loan servicers. And the Congressional Research Service has confirmed that this chaos would be triggered by the retroactive application of this rule. Now, Mr. Speaker, anyone in this country who wants to take advantage of the benefits of a college education should be able to do so, not just the wealthy few. And that's the way it used to be just several decades ago. The Pell Grant covered 80% of the cost of attending a state college. Now it's less than 30%. And states are paying a much lower portion of the cost of state colleges than they used to. This proposal does nothing to help students, so I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose the resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Madam Chairman. 2 weeks ago, President Biden ignored the will of this Congress and issued a veto message of my resolution, which would have nullified the resolution, his reckless, unconstitutional, immoral student loan transfer scheme. As others have said, he's not trying to forgive student loans. He's trying to saddle unsuspecting taxpayers with the burden of paying for others' student loan debt. But Republicans and Democrats should come together, as they have already done on a bipartisan basis, and send a strong message on congressional authority to the executive branch. Again, President Biden simply does not have the authority to forgive student loans and thus spend hundreds of billions of dollars, taxpayer dollars, hard-earned taxpayer dollars, as he transfers debt to those who did not incur it. The power of the purse belongs to the legislative branch, belongs to the House of Representatives. I suspect the Supreme Court will confirm that if we don't override this veto. The president seems to even know this himself. when talking about student loan forgiveness on CNN just about a year ago, he said, "I don't think I have the authority to do this by signing with a pen." Student loan cancellation, again, doesn't make the debt go away. It transfers the cost from the borrowers and transfers it to the taxpayers, those who never went to college, those who worked hard and paid off their student loans, or those who worked their way through school to avoid student loan debt. In fact, 60% of the constituents in my district do not have a college degree, yet the Biden administration wants them to have to pay for the college education of others, those even earning up to $250,000 in a typical family, or a non-typical family, I should say. So we're going to make plumbers and welders and carpenters pay for the student loan debt for the high-income earners. There were a handful of Democrats in the House and the Senate who supported my resolution when it was first sent to the President's desk. And I urge more of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to act today to stop the unilateral actions of President Biden that are worsening the education financial crisis, unfairly transferring debt to those who didn't borrow it, and usurping the constitutional congressional authority of this House. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Does the gentlelady reserve? The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from approximately 200 different organizations in opposition to this resolution.
Without objection.
And, Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Higher Education and Workforce Development, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wilson.
Gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Scott. I rise in opposition to MAGA Republicans' attempts to override the president's veto and kill his student debt relief plan for millions of Americans. It is the height of hypocrisy. Listen to this. We didn't hear a peep from the Republicans when we bailed out the auto industry. They even nicknamed Detroit Government Motors. We didn't hear a peep when they bailed out the airlines or the farmers, and not a word when members of Congress PPP loans were forgiven. We bailed out Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank just the other day. No one said a mumbling word. When Republicans controlled both chambers and the White House in 2017, they gave billionaires $1.7 trillion in tax breaks. Shameful. But when we decide to bail out the students, the hard-working, want-to-be-somebody college graduates who contribute to the economy, all hell breaks loose, and Republicans are outraged. I know people in their 60s and 70s who still owe student loan debt, and the principle has never changed. But I will keep fighting because every American should have a fair chance to succeed. It's a shame where our country's priorities lie. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Does the gentleman reserve? The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
My colleagues have said that this is overdrawn in terms of the way the CRA was written, the Congressional Review Act was written, and that it does too much. It gets into too many other things other than simply turning back the president's proposal. It deals with the debt and repayment of debt and those kinds of things. But this CRA does not in any way tie the hands of Congress. It is up to us to pass the laws. What it does do is stop unelected bureaucrats from writing laws in the form of rules to implement laws passed by Congress. We didn't authorize the department to do many of the things that it is doing. Congress did not do that, but it's doing many things. But the CRA will stop the president's actions and some of these other things that are happening, and we have the authority to write legislation, to do whatever we want to. If we want to write legislation to take care of debt and to take care of interest rates, we can do that. And forgive me, Mr. Speaker, for not crying crocodile tears along with my colleagues on the accessibility to college in this country. College in this country is accessible to anyone who has the capable skills to attend, or taxpayers covering the cost of college for many who can pay for themselves and many who simply take advantage of generous taxpayers by skipping out on their loans. That's not what the help from taxpayers is supposed to do. It's supposed to help people gain a college education and go out there and be productive citizens, not renege on paying back their loans. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
And I'm happy to close along right after the gentleman, Mr. Speaker.
Just
The
a minute.
gentleman from Virginia is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, I'm advised I have one additional speaker who I'll yield to and then close.
I'm certainly happy for the gentleman to recognize an additional speaker.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I am appreciative of the courtesies of the chairwoman and the courtesies of the ranking member, because I am a recipient of student loans. As we proceed, the minimal amount that each person would get, in many instances, will be life-starting and life-igniting. This is not about deadbeat persons. This is about the excessive overburden of our students of the 21st century who have been enrolled in schools with excessive fees and tuition. This was not bureaucrats making decisions. This was an analytic assessment of how heavy burden is on working persons with student debt. They were not able to make ends meet. Some were not able to purchase first homes. Some were not able to make payments on other necessities, raise their families. And so I'm disappointed that we're at this point of trying to undo the President's thoughtful effort at giving Americans, all Americans across this country, an opportunity to continue their economic growth, to use their education in the service of others. Many of these persons are teachers, and many of these persons are middle-class, working families who are simply trying to not be in debt, but to be responsible for the obligation that they had to do in order to be, in instances, the first person that ever went to college in their family. And so, Mr. Speaker, let me ask my colleagues to allow, in spite of court decisions and this particular underlying motion, allow these people to begin their life and to contribute to the economic engine of this nation. These student loans were well invested.
One additional minute.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
One additional minute.
The gentlelady is reserved 1 minute, an additional minute.
These student loans were well invested because they are now, many of them, in the workforce. But I want to add another component. Sometimes in life, there are hills and valleys. Many of these individuals may have had some difficulty, may have been unemployed for a period of time. And if you talk to these young people or individuals that have had this student debt, who are not young people anymore, some crisis in their life prevented them from making these payments. Mr. Speaker, it topples them. It just doesn't give them a moment to breathe. It's not that they're trying to default on the United States of America or be a deadbeat. We would be better to give them another lifeline so they can contribute to this society. And that's all this effort was. And it was not frivolous. It was not selecting people who didn't want to pay. There was an application process. And it is a legitimate way of responding to the outcry of Americans and young people, let us not approve this disapproval. I yield back.
The lady yields. The gentleman is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time. And first, ask unanimous consent to enter into the record letters from the American Federation of Teachers, another letter from multiple unions, including the National Education Association, the AFL-CIO, and AFSCME, a letter from Minority Vets, a letter from Unidos US and the National Urban League, a letter from the Third Way, and a letter from the National Council of Nonprofits, all in opposition to the legislation.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, there are many challenges that we have in higher education that demand our attention: the rising cost of college, student debt crisis, the eroded value of the Pell Grant, student mental health issues, and the list goes on. But instead, we're addressing this resolution, which will hurt millions of student borrowers and their families, an average of about 100,000 in each of our districts. Many of our colleagues on the other side have justified the resolution by arguing that we cannot afford the plan, yet it ignores that we were willing to charge taxpayers $1.9 trillion for a tax package a few years ago that overwhelmingly benefited the top 1% in corporations, but they're unwilling to spend much less than that to help students pay for their education. We should be passing proposals that meaningfully support borrowers and make college more affordable for current and future students. The bottom line is that we have a responsibility to strengthen support for those seeking a college degree, because those who want a degree should be able to access that opportunity. I urge my colleagues to oppose the proposal and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time. Mr. Speaker, the Biden administration is destroying the federal student aid system that has balanced providing millions of students access to opportunities for post-secondary education while respecting the interest of taxpayers who fund these opportunities. Democrats know their radical free college agenda won't make it through Congress, so instead they're forcing it down Americans' throats by executive fiat through the student loan program. Obfuscation about the details has allowed the department to tout alleged benefits without facing any scrutiny over the implications of these radical changes. However, the facts, which this administration has tried to push under the rug, prove its agenda is nothing more than an attempt to skirt the law and enact policies that would never pass Congress. These actions will leave colleges free to continue increasing costs that greatly impact all American taxpayers. These policies deny any accountability to borrowers and evade any responsibility to help those students turn their degrees into a job. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge a yes vote on the override of the President's veto, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is, will the House on reconsideration pass the joint resolution, the objections to the President to the contrary notwithstanding? Under the Constitution, the vote must be by the yeas and nays. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
vote, the yeas are 221 and the nays are 206. Two-thirds not being in the affirmative, the veto of the President is sustained and the joint resolution is rejected. The veto message and the joint resolution are referred to the Committee on Education and the Workforce. The clerk will notify the Senate of the action of the House. Pursuant to House Resolution 524 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 3799. Will the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 3799, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to provide for health reimbursement arrangements integrated with individual health insurance coverage.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, a request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 3, printed in Part D of the House Report 118-115 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, had been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part D of House Report 118-115, on which the further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 1 by Ms. Hayes of Connecticut. Amendment number 2 by Mr. Molinaro of New York. Amendment number 3 by Mr. Roy of Texas. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 1, printed in Part D of House Report 118-115, offered by the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. Hayes, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-115, offered by Mrs. Hayes of Connecticut.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. it's voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 211, the nays are 220. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 2, printed in Part D of House Report 118-115, offered by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-115, offered by Mr. Molinaro of New York.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 281, the nays are 151. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 3, printed in Part D of House Report 118-115, offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-115, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
this vote. The yeas are 228. The nays are 206. The amendment is adopted. There being no further amendments, under the rule, the committee rises.
Mr. Chair.
The Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has under consideration H.R. 3799, and pursuant to House Resolution 524, I report the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 3799 and pursuant to House Resolution 524 reports the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. Is a separate vote demanded by any further amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole? If not, the chair will put them in grow. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question is on engrossment in the third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to provide for health reimbursement arrangements integrated with individual health insurance coverage.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, may we have order in the House?
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Doggett of Texas moves to recommit the bill H.R. 3799 to the Committee on Ways and Means.
The House will be in order. Please take your conversations to the cloakroom. Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion to recommit. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Speaker, on that I request the yeas and nays.
The gentleman from Texas requested the yeas and nays. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote, this 5-minute vote on the motion to recommit will be followed by 5-minute votes on passage of H.R. 3799, if ordered, and adoption of the House Rule 5521. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 209, the nays are 220. The motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
Purposes, the gentleman seek recognition.
Yeas and nays.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote on the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. this vote, the yeas are 220, the nays are 209. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of House Resolution 521, of which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 521, resolution censuring Adam Schiff, representative of the 30th Congressional District of California.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 213 and the nays are 209. With 6 answering present, the resolution adopted. Without objection, the motion to consider is laid on the table. House will be in order. I'll wait. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Will Representative Schiff present himself in the well? By its adoption of House Resolution 521, the House has resolved that the House of Representatives censures Adam Schiff, representative of the 30th Congressional District of California, I will begin again. By its adoption of House Resolution 521, the House has resolved that the House of Representatives censures Adam Schiff, by its adoption of House Resolution 521, the House has resolved that the House of I have all night. By its adoption of House Resolution 521, the House has resolved that the House of Representatives censures Adam Schiff, representative of the 30th Congressional District of California. for misleading the American public, and for conduct unbecoming of an elected member of the House of Representatives, that Representative Adam Schiff will be forthwith present himself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure. That Representative Adam Schiff will be censured with the public reading of this resolution by the Speaker. And that the Committee on Ethics shall conduct an investigation into Representative Adam Schiff's falsehoods, misrepresentations, and abuse of sensitive information.
Before the House, the following enrolled bill.
Senate 30, an act to authorize major medical facility projects for the Department of Veterans Affairs for fiscal year 2023 and for other purposes.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow for legislative business.
Without objection. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3801, the Employer Reporting Improvement Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 86, H.R. 3801, a bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to streamline and improve the employer reporting process relating to health insurance coverage and to protect dependent privacy.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. I appreciate the opportunity to say a few words about the Employer Reporting Improvement Act before us today, introduced by my good friend, Ways and Means colleagues, Representative Adrian Smith and Mike Thompson. This is a straightforward, forward an effective bipartisan solution to provide small businesses with relief from cumbersome Affordable Care Act reporting requirements. Under current law, every year, to determine compliance with ACA requirements, employers have to report to the IRS information about the health insurance coverage they have provided for their employees. As part of that process, employers are required to submit their employee and their spouse or dependent's personal tax identification numbers or Social Security numbers. But here's the catch. If during this process the employer unknowingly submits incorrect information, or if the IRS believes an employee is wrongfully claiming a premium tax credit, the employer faces a significant financial penalty. Making matters worse, the window of opportunity that employer has to appeal is short, while the statute of limitations on that violation is limitless. On average, the IRS takes anywhere between 18 to 24 months, 2 years, to crunch the numbers on all this data they receive. That means a small business is left in limbo, waiting to hear whether the government will find them in violation of the law. The bill before us today gives employers flexibility about what personal information they have to provide on behalf of their employees and their families. It extends the appeal window for any potential violation and establishes a statute of limitations so those small businesses who have limited resources to begin with can navigate these waters with less of a burden. I thank my colleagues on both sides of this aisle for supporting this measure to provide relief to our small business job creators. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I rise in strong support of this legislation and want to thank my colleague from Nebraska and my friend, Mr. Smith, for working with me on this important bill. This legislation before us today simplifies the ACA reporting process for employers and businesses across our country. The bill allows employers to submit required information electronically and improves privacy protections by eliminating the unnecessary requirement that employers collect dependents' Social Security numbers. In addition, the bill ensures that employers have a reasonable opportunity to respond to the IRS before being assessed penalties, while simultaneously ensuring the IRS has the time and tools it needs to assess penalties to bad actors. I share my colleagues' disappointment that prospective reporting provisions of the bill were removed. I understand the challenges facing the Treasury Department, and I look forward to working with my colleagues towards a resolution on that front. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith, the sponsor, one of the sponsors of this legislation.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of our bill, the Employer Reporting Improvement Act. As was mentioned, the bill was adapted from legislation that my colleague, Mr. Thompson, and I have been working on for years, the Common Sense Reporting Act. The Employer Reporting Improvement Act is a strong step toward cleaning up the complicated process employers use to report data required by the IRS and providing employers relief. This data is used to determine if an employee's health coverage is considered affordable. Unfortunately, an inadvertent mistake or omission in reporting this data can result in a financial penalty for the employer long after the original submission. The potential financial penalty can put serious strain on small businesses who are already struggling with workforce shortages and persistently high inflation. While the vast majority of these mistakes are ultimately corrected without a financial penalty being enforced, employers are still forced to navigate a complicated maze of bureaucracy to clear up these unintentional mistakes. The Employer Reporting Improvement Act makes simple yet effective changes, including codifying actions previously taken to create more safeguards and flexibilities, improving the reporting process, and making it less likely employers are faced with resolving reporting problems several years after the fact. In fact, one of the most important pieces of the bill is the creation of a reasonable statute of limitations, 6 years for penalties resulting from reporting errors. As we continue our work to improve employer reporting requirements, I hope we can work with the Treasury Department to find a path forward on prospective reporting, as Mr. Thompson also elaborated on. I'm glad to support the Employer Reporting Act. I'm glad to support the Reporting Improvement Act. I encourage my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves his time. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves his time. The gentleman from Missouri.
I'm prepared to close. Yeah.
The gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time, and I want to reiterate my thanks to my partner on this bill, Mr. Smith from Nebraska. This is a bill that I've worked on for the last 4 Congresses. It will make life easier for businesses, and I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remainder of my time. America's small businesses have had it pretty tough these past few years. They are asking that Congress do its part to bring a measure of relief. The Employer Reporting Improvement Act is one step we can easily take to shrink the burden Washington imposes on them and their employees. The mom and pop shops that line America's main streets should not have to operate under fear that Washington is going to come after them for a clerical error. And when they are faced with a potential penalty, they ought to have the time to make their case. It is a simple matter of fairness. This measure has strong bipartisan support. It sailed out of the Ways and Means Committee on a vote of 37-0. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 3801? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose did the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3797, the Paperwork Burden Reduction Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 85, H.R. 3797, a bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to provide an alternative manner of furnishing certain health insurance coverage statements to individuals.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Panetta, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. If you visit any main street in America, you'll see that small businesses are struggling. Today's cost of living crisis has made everything from supplies to labor more expensive for mom and pop stores all across America. Not only are small businesses struggling because of high prices, but Washington mandates are forcing small businesses to waste precious time processing paperwork instead of serving their workers and customers. Right now, small businesses are forced to send millions of Americans paper copies of health insurance reporting forms every year when the vast majority of individuals don't use this form. Every taxpayer knows this form I'm talking about. While it's known as a Form 1095-C, it's one that you get in the mail and have absolutely no idea what to do with it. It looks like this, and you put it in the pile with your other tax forms and then realize when it comes to time to file your taxes, you don't actually even need it. In fact, only 1.4% of American workers and their families may need to use this form. The Paperwork Burden Reduction Act is a bipartisan bill introduced by Representative Panetta and myself that will put an end to this wasteful practice. This bill saves small business owners time and money by relieving them of mailing outdated paperwork that only exists because Congress mandates it. And this mandate doesn't even make sense anymore. The origins of this paperwork were to prove compliance with the individual mandate of the Affordable Care Act, a mandate whose enforcement was zeroed out years ago. Not only will small businesses have more time to focus on running a business, but this bill also recognizes how Americans actually file taxes. Now more than ever, Americans fill out their tax returns online. There's no reason that American workers should not be able to access this health insurance tax form online as well. I thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for supporting this measure that will eliminate needless paperwork for working Americans and small business job creators. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized. Mr. Panetta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me first thank Chairman Smith, not only for articulating the exact reasons as to why we must support the Paperwork Burden Reduction Act, but for sharing this opportunity to co-lead on such a common sense measure that will benefit taxpayers, not just in my congressional district in the 19th in California, but so many people all across this country. The Bipartisan Paperwork Burden Reduction Act will ease confusion for taxpayers by reducing the paperwork that is necessary for filing taxes for small business employers and their employees. Under current law, employers must send a 1095 tax form to employees to verify their health coverage for the previous year. However, for many employees, the IRS no longer requires this form for them to complete their taxes. So the Paperwork Burden Reduction Act would allow employers to provide a 1095B or a 1095C form upon request from employees rather than mandating it and wasting time, wasting money, and wasting paper. It's a bill that's popular not just among taxpayers, but Democrats and Republicans alike, as demonstrated by its passage out of the Ways and Means Committee without a single vote in opposition. It's understandable why it's so popular because the one thing that we can all agree on is that we need to reduce unnecessary burdens on taxpayers and small businesses. Now, although the Biden administration has already ordered this, I'm proud to join Chairman Smith and put that order into statute. And I would urge my colleagues to vote for the Paperwork Burden Reduction Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers, and we're ready to close.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California.
Thank you. I yield myself the balance of my time. It is not every day that we can come together in such a straightforward issue, and I urge my colleagues to support this common sense, bipartisan legislation, the Paperwork Burden Reduction Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields his time. The gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remainder of my time. Back home in our districts, we've heard from workers and small business owners about the struggles they face in today's economy. Today, with this legislation before us, we finally have a chance to give them a bit of a break. The Paperwork Burden Reduction Act will get rid of a Washington mandate that requires small businesses to waste time mailing unnecessary paperwork instead of serving their employees and customers. Not only will it save small business owners time, but it will also help them modernize their operations by letting workers access their health insurance tax forms online. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and help us deliver relief to workers and small business owners across America. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 3797? Those in favor say aye. As amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The rules are suspended and the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4004, the United States-Taiwan Initiative on the 21st Century Trade First Agreement Implementation Act as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4004, a bill to approve and implement the agreement between the American Institute in Taiwan and the Taipei Economic and Cultural Representative Office in the United States regarding trade between the United States of America and Taiwan and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Congress is sending a bipartisan message to President Biden today that we will not sit idly by as the administration ignores our constitutional role in developing U.S. trade policy. The relationship between the United States and Taiwan is vital to U.S. interest in the Indo-Pacific. This initial trade agreement negotiated by the Biden administration is a good step. It builds on successful provisions that were included in the USMCA that was negotiated by President Trump. And it shows the world that the Chinese Communist Party will not intimidate the United States from deepening our relationship with Taiwan. While Congress supports the early agreement that came from these negotiations, we will not stand by passively as the Biden administration or any administration attempts to bind the United States in a trade agreement without approval from Congress. Congress must be in the driver's seat on trade policy, not a passenger along for the ride. Trade impacts every American. When done right, trade can boost small businesses, help American workers, and open up new markets for American farmers. Bad trade policy, on the other hand, can kill American jobs and give other nations unfair advantages over U.S. manufacturers, workers, and agriculture. Every American deserves a voice in the outcome of these negotiations that impact their lives so much, which is why Congress, as their voice in Washington, must be involved in the development and approval of these agreements. The Taiwan trade bill before us today restores congressional authority on trade policy. It celebrates this agreement, but it also makes it clear that it cannot take effect unless this legislation is signed into law. It forces the administration to consult with Congress in a meaningful way moving forward, something that has not occurred to date. And it requires any future agreements with Taiwan to be subject to a vote in Congress. Without a vote on trade agreements, Congress can be ignored. This will ensure trade agreements are in the best interest of American workers, families, and small businesses and farmers. This bill has broad bipartisan support in both the House and in the Senate. Democrats and Republicans agree that U.S. trade policy must come through Congress, and the President will no longer be allowed to sidestep our constitutional authority. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to stand up for the voice of the American people and vote to pass this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I am proud to join my Republican and Democratic colleagues in both the House and the Senate in this effort to demonstrate our commitment to the people of Taiwan and to affirm Congress's constitutional authority on trade. Every Democrat on the Ways and Means Committee has co-sponsored this bill. And just last week, this legislation passed out of the Ways and Means Committee unanimously. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Before turning to the substance of the bill today, I'd like to remind my colleagues that the Democrats in the House, in Congress, improved the USMCA. Congress improved both the substance of the trade agreement, especially on matters related to labor, environment, and enforcement, and also the process. Our commitment to building a modern, pro-worker deal led to a trade agreement that was endorsed by labor, the business community, and most importantly, the American people. Congress's fierce leadership on the USMCA brought about an agreement that reflects the priorities of House Democrats. For instance, we fought hard to establish a new structure for aggressive enforcement of the USMCA and to back it up with funding for enforcement actions. USMCA now stands as a powerful beacon for what's possible when it comes to durable, enforceable trade agreements. And I credit that work and I credit that to the work and the consensus building of Congress. It is the collaboration between Congress and the executive branch that allows trade policy to live up to its fullest potential. And in this critical moment, that cannot be forgotten. This brings us to the legislation before us today, the Taiwan Implementation Act. This is a matter of standing up for the prerogatives of the Ways and Means Committee. Congress is charged with trade responsibilities, and trade falls to the Ways and Means Committee. I believe that you get better outcomes when Congress is included in the trade negotiations. And I believe that going forward, making sure Congress is fully included is not only sensible, but will lead to a better outcome. In short, Congress, and within Congress, the Ways and Means Committee oversees trade policy, and we should continue to defend that position. I will now turn to our strong support for the people of Taiwan. Congressional Democrats are unwavering in their support for the people of Taiwan, a people who have built a robust and thriving democracy that serves as a beacon in the region. As Taiwan faces incredible pressure from its authoritarian neighbor, it is vital that this institution stand and support our democratic partner. Strengthening bilateral trade relations with Taiwan also strengthens our shared determination to preserve democracy at home and abroad. As we see growing aggression by certain countries towards democratic values and troubling erosions of the rule of law, it's critical that American trade policy reflect our global commitment to promoting democracy and peace. The Biden administration has reflected this commitment by prioritizing America's economic and trade relationship with Taiwan, a priority undoubtedly shared by Congress. The Taiwan Implementation Act demonstrates Congress's strong support for strengthening our bilateral trade relationship with Taiwan and our commitment to ensure trade agreements are durable. The U.S. Constitution gives Congress exclusive authority to regulate foreign commerce. This legislation approves what the administration has negotiated with Taiwan and sets forth strong consultation and transparency requirements that ensure future trade agreements with Taiwan carry the will of the American people behind them. Trade impacts every part of people's lives, from the food we eat to the clothes we buy to the cars we drive. It is critical that Congress act to support this first trade agreement with Taiwan and ensure that future trade agreements are subject to a congressional approval process. The Ways and Means Committee is an important gatekeeper of our trade priorities, and the American people expect us to lead on these matters. The Taiwan Implementation Act affirms our authority to do just that, while underscoring our shared commitment to furthering the deep economic and people-to-people ties America enjoys with Taiwan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no additional speakers and prepared to close. Sorry,
the gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you. I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Congressman Doggett.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. As a co-sponsor of this legislation, I recognize the importance of our engagement with Taiwan economically, as well as our military presence to deter conflict and to maintain safe passage through the Taiwan Straits, the South China Sea. These are international waters. This incomplete trade agreement that we take up is a modest first step and can only be enforced after the approval of this Congress. The work that we are already doing with Taiwan benefits businesses across America. Taiwan is already our 9th largest goods trading partner, with over $90 billion in two-way trade during 2020. We have seen the People's Republic of China, unfortunately, violently suppressed democracy in Hong Kong, breaching its claim that it would support one country and two systems. We have seen apparently over 1 million Uyghurs who have been placed in concentration camps. There is every reason to be concerned by the threats the PRC has made about the future of democracy in Taiwan. The opportunity tonight is not only to speak up for Taiwan, but as Chairman Smith indicated, to reaffirm the role that Congress plays not only with Taiwan, but with all of our trading partners. No administration, neither Democratic nor Republican, can adopt trading agreements that are enforceable without Congress exercising its constitutional responsibility for international trade. We will not yield that authority. It applies not only here, but to every trading partner. We do, as we move forward in supporting Taiwan economically and militarily, need to recognize as well that it is not a matter of abandoning Taiwan to talk with China, to seek to avoid war with the People's Republic of China, which would be disastrous for the entire world. While effective military deterrence, strong deterrence is essential, this trading engagement is important, our diplomatic power is also important. And in that regard, the recent Republican attacks on Secretary of State Blinken for attempting to normalize diplomatic relations in Beijing are outrageous and totally counterproductive. As a member of the Taiwan caucus here in the House, I salute Taiwanese Americans, particularly their contribution to my hometown of Austin and to the valuable insights that they've given me about the importance of our relationship with Taiwan, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized. Gentleman from Missouri.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. In closing, I'd like to emphasize this bicameral, bipartisan legislation affirms Congress's constitutional authority on trade and will not only support Taiwan's democracy, but strengthen our bilateral trade relations. And I want to thank my colleagues, both Republicans and Democrats, on the Ways and Means Committee for supporting this legislation. I'd also like to thank Senator Wyden and Senator Crapo for working with the committee on this bill. The people of Taiwan have built a robust, thriving democracy, and both the Biden administration and Congress have recognized that deepening our economic connection is a top priority. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Steiner. Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remainder of my time. The legislation before us today is an important first step in pushing back against executive overreach on trade. It also reinforces our support for a stronger relationship with our close partner, Taiwan. I appreciate that my colleagues across the aisle agree that protecting Congress's constitutional powers is vital, and that allowing any administration to continue unchecked would only dilute the voices of millions of Americans in Washington and embolden the executive branch to step on more of our Article I powers. I'm especially appreciative of the strong partnership on this effort of Ranking Member Neal in the House and Senators Wyden and Crapo in the Senate. U.S. trade policy must first and foremost protect American workers, farmers, families, and small businesses. We have a duty today to ensure the American people maintain a say in what those policies look like. I urge all members of the House to support this legislation and yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 4004 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Anybody in line? The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor Mike Mullins for his service to the citizens of D'Iberville, Mississippi for the last 23 years. Mike moved to D'Iberville in 1969 with his family. Mike was named the first Parks and Recreation Director for the city of D'Iberville in 2001 before taking over Public Works. He later became a member of the American Public Works Association, serving as delegate from 2011 and 2012, then serving as vice president of the local branch from 2013 and 14, before serving as president from 2014 and 2015. Mike is retiring with his fiancee, Annie Mickish, his daughter Michelle, 2 grandchildren, and her children and grandchildren. Mike Mullins' dedication to serving his community in so many capacities is inspiring to myself, his family, and the entire Mississippi Gulf Coast community. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Weekend on Father's Day, 23 people were shot and 1 person was killed at a Juneteenth celebration in Willowbrook, Illinois. Law enforcement has not yet identified a suspect or a motive, but preliminary reports have indicated there were multiple guns and multiple shooters. In 2 weeks, Highland Park, Illinois, will recognize the 1-year anniversary of a shooting at its July 4th parade that killed 7 people and wounded 48 others, and in that case, the parade route was lined with armed police officers. So here's what we know. Having lots of guns around, whether at a parade, a Juneteenth party, a temple, or a school, does not make anyone safer. It just makes it more likely that yet another family is going to get a call to come down and identify yet another bullet-ridden corpse. And yet my colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue to walk through this chamber with AR-15 lapel pins, proudly announcing their service as foot soldiers in the NRA's war on the living. I don't want a moment of silence. I don't want thoughts. I don't want prayers. They are all far too quiet, and they don't do a damn thing. I need you to be brave. I need you to be loud. I need you to stand up and act like saving lives matters. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek the floor? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor 2 of the best and brightest of New York's 3rd Congressional District. This week, hundreds of youth aged 14 to 24 will gather in the Capitol to celebrate their achievement of being Congressional Awards gold medalists. Each gold medalist must complete over 400 hours of community service, dedicate 200 hours of personal development activity, 200 hours to a physical fitness activity, and complete a 5-day, 4-night expedition or exploration over at least 2 years. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to recognize 2 from my district who rose to meeting this challenge, Namit Kapoor and Arman Singh. As a participant in the prestigious Senate PAGE program, Mr. Kapoor completed many of his requirements while balancing a workload of courses beginning at 6:15 a.m. and long days on the Senate floor. Singh is graduating next year and is looking to attend medical school to give back to the community. His gold medal journey took him far and wide, from a Taekwondo studio in Levittown to a glacier to the depths of his own soul as he found his voice through writing poetry. Both young men have bright futures, and they are stellar examples of fine leadership found in New York's 3. I'm proud to recognize them today. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Objection.
You know, I feel like a broken record talking about the invasion of our southern border,
over and over and over again, but it continues to get worse day by day again. And when we have a president and an administration who does not take the crisis seriously, someone has to talk about it. And we need to talk about it. We need to speak about it until we get it fixed. From day one, Joe Biden has completely and utterly neglected his duties as President of the United States to enforce our rule of law and protect the national security of our great nation. It is truly shameful. From day one, Joe Biden abandoned strong and effective border policies put in place by President Trump that had our border nearly totally under control. From day one, Joe Biden and his administration created this crisis. This is a crisis of their own doing. And Democrats have no one to blame other than themselves as to why thousands of illegal migrants come to our border daily, and ironically, some of them actually wear Biden t-shirts. And you know, to make the border crisis even worse, and it's hard to believe that you could make it even worse than it could be, but the radical Democrats are now using elementary and secondary schools to house these illegal immigrants. It's shameful. There's absolutely no way to know the backgrounds of the individuals, yet Democrats find it appropriate to provide shelter for these migrants in children's gyms, auditoriums, and school places. Why do they continue? Why do Democrats continue to put our children at risk? As if trying to indoctrinate our children in the classroom isn't enough. It's like as if it's not enough to see what they're doing and trying to affect the relationship of parents and their children in the school when parents are concerned about education. And God knows how long they will be sheltered at these school campuses. Democrats show time and time again that they are not committed to protecting the American public and that they care more about the illusion of appearing compassionate, when in reality, they are neither compassionate nor competent. Democrats cry that it's a political stunt when 40 migrants get flown to a sanctuary city or their luxury vacation island. Yet when our border states and our towns are overrun by this engineered crisis, there is no concern on their part. It's completely okay. It's okay for you. It just isn't okay for us. And it's also okay to Democrats that migrants are being held in places where there are virtually no bathrooms or sanitation facilities. So much for compassion, so much for caring, so much for the good of the country. This is hypocrisy at an astronomical level. Unlike Democrats, Republicans are committed to protecting your children and will be voting this week to highlight and condemn this insanity. Once again, we will fight the fight. Enough is enough. It's time to protect our children. It's time to bring our country back home. I thank my fellow colleagues for being here tonight, and I yield. And let me see who we're going to yield to. And I yield to Mr. Obernolt from California.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this week our House Armed Services Committee is continuing the critical process of crafting the fiscal year 2024 National Defense Authorization Act. This important piece of legislation will give our servicemen and women the resources that they need to protect our national security. That is particularly important to my district. I represent 5 major military installations: the Naval Weapons Center at China Lake, Edwards Air Force Base, the Air Ground Combat Center in 29 Palms, the Army's National Training Center at Fort Irwin, and the Marine Logistics Base at Barstow. These 5 bases are unique because they're classified by the Department of Defense as remote or isolated. Service for our servicemen and women in uniform is particularly difficult at remote or isolated bases because they're located so far away from urban centers of population. That's why we rely on an army of civilian contractors to provide the services that we need to house our men and women in uniform at these bases. These civilian contractors provide services such as teaching their children, preparing their food, cleaning their barracks, providing them with medical care that they need. Unfortunately, reports by the Department of Defense indicate that all 43 of the remote or isolated bases in the United States suffer from severe shortages of the civilian contractors needed to provide these services. That is why in committee today I offered an amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act, which requires the Comptroller General to conduct a study quantifying the scope of this problem and to make recommendations to the Department of Defense as to how to better incentivize civilian contractors to serve our military men and women at these remote bases. I am delighted that my amendment was adopted in committee today unanimously, and I'm looking forward to working with my colleagues on the House floor and my colleagues in the Senate to ensure that it's included in the NDAA this year. I'd like to thank all of our colleagues on the House Armed Services Committee for their hard work on this issue and for their work protecting our men and women in uniform. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Obernoll, and I want to thank you for your concern and your commitment to our veterans, your concern and the commitment that you have to all those that serve our country. Thank you. I now yield to John Rose from Tennessee. Mr. Rose.
I want to thank the gentleman from New Jersey for yielding me time tonight. Mr. Speaker, this weekend on June 24th marks one whole year since the landmark Supreme Court decision that overturned Roe v. Wade. As we look back and celebrate this occasion as a win for all those that believe in the sanctity of life from the moment of conception, I can't help but wonder how many lives have been saved just since this decision. Of course, there is still more work to be done, but I am forever thankful for those across our great country, and including in my home state of Tennessee, who helped achieve this victory. From those who have traveled and continued to travel to our nation's capital every year since 1974 to March for Life, to the many volunteers and professional counselors who provide caring services to pregnant mothers at crisis pregnancy centers all across the country, this was truly a national movement. Showing great insight at the time, our Tennessee State Legislature took decisive action prior to the Dobbs v. Jackson decision to outlaw most abortions the moment this decision was returned to the states. I couldn't be prouder of our state of Tennessee, which has become a leader in the pro-life movement in recent years. Now that innocent, unborn children have the legal protection they so desperately needed, I believe we must continue our efforts to protect children from gender-mutilating surgeries, the horrid sexualization of our children's classrooms and libraries by drag queen performances on public property, and to protect the ability of women to play sports against other women. As a Christian, a father, and husband, I will always stand up for what's right for our families and fight back against the left's attack against our conservative Christian beliefs. And just like with Roe v. Wade, I believe we will be victorious. So I ask all members present in the chamber to join me in a moment of silence for those millions of unborn babies who lost their chance to live out the life God meant them to have to the horrid practice of abortion. Thank you, and with that I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Rose, and thank you for your care and love for children, both born and unborn. I yield to the gentlelady, Marionette Miller Meeks. From Iowa, by the way. I almost forgot to say that. You would have killed me, right?
Well, I would have taken it out on the football field against Rutgers.
And thank you for being the sponsor of this legislation.
I want to thank my colleague, Representative Van Drew, for yielding me time. I rise in support of H.R. 3799, the Choice Arrangement Act, which we just voted on tonight. According to the National Federation of Independent Businesses, small businesses have ranked the cost of health insurance as their #1 problem for 32 years straight. And even our largest employers rank the cost of health insurance and health care as a tremendous issue. Offer rates from small employers with under 50 workers dropped from 39 to 31% from 2010 to 2021. This is both unfortunate and alarming because small business owners and employees who drive the American economy with their skills deserve better. As a physician and a former small business owner myself, and a supporter of small businesses, I understand the importance of quality health care, and I am all for innovative solutions that bring down cost without expanding the power of the federal government. The inaptly named Affordable Care Act doubled down on the broken individual health market that now costs taxpayers more than $1 trillion a year. The Choice Arrangement Act eliminates the need for small businesses to choose between expensive, inaffordable, ACA-compliant coverage or no coverage at all. Furthermore, any business size can offer this type of coverage, and employers can offer coverage so that their employees can obtain health insurance. The benefit to employees, let me say that in 3 words: portability, cost, choice. Of these 3, the most important, especially as a physician delivering care, is for patients to have choice. And we know with the innovation that has come about through technology that patients want choice now more than ever. Imagine having an arrangement where you can use your healthcare dollars to get devices that measure your blood sugar rather than having to prick your finger every day. Things that are not covered necessarily by health insurance or federal health insurance. Furthermore, this act codifies a rule created by President Trump that makes it easier for businesses and self-employed individuals to band together or pool together across state lines to purchase association health plans and expanded health reimbursements. I'm proud to support the Choice Arrangement Act, and I look forward to the Senate's swift consideration of this measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, Representative Van Drew, for yielding me time, and I yield back the balance of my time.
And thank you, Ms. Miller Meeks, for the work that you do and the difference that you make. I now will yield to the gentleman from California, my friend, Doug LaMaffa. It's unusually quiet for you.
Thank you for yielding me time there to my friend and colleague from New Jersey. Appreciate it. Talking on the issue of campaign being used for buying votes, the president, back in his 2020 campaign, he promised to cancel up to $10,000 of federal student loan debt per borrower. And of course, after his election, he called for the 117th Congress to pass a bill to facilitate $10,000 in student loan forgiveness. So when he first announced his attempt by his administration to forgive the debt for those who need it most was in August of 2022. So since that announcement, the plan has been mired in pushback from the judiciary and legislative branches of the government. So it isn't even seen as legal or constitutional, is the charge. The main legal argument for its ability to forgive student loans is that the 2003 HEROES Act, a bill that provides reservists and their families relief from making student loan payments, also allows theoretically the executive branch to cancel student debt for anyone they wish to. This theory has, of course, faced severe pushback from many legal experts. The administration's argument is that because of the language of HEROES Act from 2003, the President would somehow have the authority to unilaterally transfer up to $500 billion in student loan debt from those who are contractually required to repay it to taxpayers who never borrowed the money. Not the taxpayers, but some of the students. The plan would cancel up to $20,000 in federal student loan debt for more than 40 million borrowers. Republicans and Democrats have voted for legislation that prevents the administration's bailout from taking effect. Many Republicans see the bailout as a wealth distribution scam because it is in fact forces working-class Americans to subsidize the college tuition of wealthier Americans. Nearly all borrowers who to date obtain federal student loans do so under the William D. Ford Direct Loan Program authorized by Congress in 1993. The designation of this credit program as a direct loan program means that when making an FDLP loan, the federal government disburses funds to a non-federal borrower under a contract with the borrower that requires repayment. Since September of last year, multiple lawsuits have resulted in the administration's scheme being put on hold. A federal judge in Texas declared the entire plan to be unlawful. The Department of Education stopped taking applications from student loan borrowers who would have been forgiven under the plan, but the DOJ is currently appealing that decision. The U.S. Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals rejected an appeal from the Biden administration asking to allow the scheme to continue while the Supreme Court took up the case. Lawsuits against the Biden administration have also been filed in the U.S. 8th Court of Appeals. In a case known as Biden versus Nebraska, the U.S. Supreme Court is set to weigh in on the constitutionality of the plan. Oral arguments were heard in February. A decision has not been announced, but many legal experts expect the court to overturn the program. Congress has itself reacted negatively to the plan. H.J. Res. 45, a bipartisan resolution which uses the Congressional Review Act to overturn the administration's student loan forgiveness plan, was vetoed by the President earlier in June. Republicans in Congress have likened the President's plan to a vote-buying scheme, claiming it is an attempt to buy college graduate votes in exchange for the possibility of financial reward in the form of debt forgiveness. Concerns have been raised that the President's scheme is successful. There's a possibility a future President may forgive large sections of the country's debts and use the Biden student loan cancellation as a precedent to justify it. Bottom line is that for the people that took the loans out, they need to pay their own loans back. Hardworking people in this country that chose not to take student loans for college or just went immediately to work, went into a trade, other aspects of that, should not be footing the bill for those that agreed to do it when they signed up as adults to take these loans. Needless, we don't need to have an administration trying to somehow intervene and buy votes on that and promise things it cannot deliver for folks that really don't deserve it when they incurred the debt as making a free decision to do so. So this is a scam, a scheme, and it needs to be prevented. I hope the Supreme Court rules that way, and Congress needs to act to make sure that isn't carried out. So let's reward the people that work hard and pay their debts and not have a giveaway program that the federal government does in order to buy votes. I thank you for the time to my colleague. I yield back to him.
Thank you, and Mr. LaMaffa, I appreciate your focus on what is a very important issue, and it's a fairness issue, and I appreciate the time and trouble you put into this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Well done. I now yield to my friend, the gentleman from the great state of New York, Mr. Langworthy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman from New Jersey for yielding me the time. I rise in support of H.Res. 461, condemning the use of elementary and secondary school facilities to provide for shelter for illegal immigrants. Under the policies of the Biden administration, every state is a border state. The communities across my district, they're feeling this burden. 5 counties in my district declared a state of emergency because they simply do not have the resources to handle the flood of illegal immigration that this administration has allowed unchecked. This crisis is exacerbated by the radical sanctuary city policies of New York Democrats. They've turned their backs on the hardworking Americans, forcing small towns to manage illegal immigrants that overflow out of these Democrat-run cities. Now they want to take resources away from our students. By turning taxpayer-funded schools into housing, we steal critical resources from student achievement, impeding the learning process and jeopardizing the safety of our schools. Let me be clear. The radical open border policies of Democrats in Washington, Albany, and New York City have created these problems. It's our duty to protect our borders, secure our schools, and uphold the rights and the safety of our children. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of H-Res 461, and I urge my colleagues to support this measure and join us in our commitment to securing our borders and enforcing our immigration laws. Together, we can put an end to this crisis and ensure the well-being of our communities and the future of our nation. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Langworthy, thank you. And thank you for your focus on this. I spoke about it earlier. We need to talk about it over and over and over again until we have policies that make sure our American people are number one and are safe, and certainly that we can have immigration, but in a legal and an appropriate way. Our president has been shameful in this. Thank you. With that, Mr. Speaker, I believe that will conclude my special order, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yield his time. Under the Speaker's announcement, the policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume for this 60-minute special hour order. I'm calling it the 40-year address, not to self-aggrandize, although I am marking that milestone year on Saturday when the House chamber is not open and I will not be able to make such an address, but more so to reflect, to look back, to comment on how we got here, on what it means as Michigan's 11th district has only had, in the 187 years of our state's existence, 25 members of Congress. I happen to be the 25th member of Congress to hold Michigan's 11th district, and I happen to be the first woman to ever represent Michigan's 11th district, and therefore the first woman to ever turn 40 in Michigan's 11th congressional district. And by right, I also claim that I'm the first millennial that Michigan ever sent to Congress in the year 2018. It was that magnificent year when many men and women stood up to run for Congress. A lot of us called ourselves the never-evers. We had never, ever run for office before, but we felt a call to serve in the face of what we saw as leadership taking this country backwards, leadership in the Oval Office, leadership that was putting forward terminology that was dubbed the Muslim ban in the early 21st century, which was almost inconceivable, particularly for me, representing and coming from southeastern Michigan, a place of great Arab American presence, and all the frustration that we felt with governance by Twitter and anti-democratic principles, but more so because of love of country. And I could start with when I got to Congress, but I don't think that would be totally appropriate because there was a journey to getting here, and it's a journey we're sharing in this largely empty chamber before the C-SPAN cameras and before the folks watching at home of what brought us here, what brought me here. I did not come from a family that was preordained to send a daughter to Congress, right? I was born in the 80s, a decade I barely remember. partly because you don't gain full consciousness as a human being until age 5. So largely the 80s were not that memorable. Of course, my parents have great memories of that decade and the decade prior to it. And my parents are surely incredible people, incredibly hardworking Michiganders. My mom came to Michigan by way of Oakland University. She graduated a year early, always ahead of her time. She worked her way through school in the school cafeteria. She was washing dishes. I think she finished school 3 years early. She probably wanted to do something in the STEM field, but interestingly, the woman who went on to Congress and founded the Women in STEM Caucus is the daughter of a woman who was told that the only thing she could study in school was either education or art history. And so she studied art history, and she's to this day obviously a masterful painter. But more than that, my mother, her life is determined by very hard work and exceptional brilliance, tinkering around with electronics and masterful wood carving, which I have one of the lifelike carved eagles that she did in the 90s in my office in the Rayburn Room. And she met my father at Oakland University. He was still working on school, and my dad had started a landscaping business right when he was out of high school. And again, so dogged at that practice of working with the earth and working with the soil and planting the trees and knowing every type of plant and bush and shrub out there and how to design it and make it look good. And of course, my parents ended up going into business together, just kids, in the 70s who, oh gosh, they were hippies. And I know my mom has stories from, of course, hitchhiking the country. We don't do that really today. There's Uber. But she hitchhiked the country, and she also marched for women's rights and protested against the Vietnam War, and went on into this endeavor called Nitro Feed with my father. They had multiple acres of land out in Macomb County in Utica for this endeavor of theirs, this landscaping business that became the first tree spray company in Michigan. And in the winter, when you can't landscape in Michigan, they would plow snow. My dad would plow the snow. So the inside joke in our family was that my dad would wake up at any hour to the sound of the snow falling, but to make sure that people could get to work and that they could park in their parking lots. And they employed a lot of people, and they had a lot of fun. And like folks were doing in the 80s and 90s, they were making a little bit of money. And of course, my mom went into business with her sister, and these are two female trailblazers. We always say that my aunt, Marcy, is like the third parent and sort of the matriarch of our family. And these two sisters that are a daughter of a woman who had 4 sisters and Italian roots that trace back to Cleveland, Ohio. And interestingly, as I'm making this address on the eve of my personal anniversary, my colleague, Congresswoman Shontel Brown, who hails from Cleveland, Ohio, and represents the 11th District of Ohio. We call ourselves twin sisters because we share a birthday and we share a district number. And then I say, well, my family came from Cleveland and Mayfield Heights and the old Italian neighborhoods. And of course, this is something that sisters from the Midwest know about hard work and communication. And the business that my aunt and mother got into was communications. They were in advertising, and again, a lot of hard work and trials and tribulations, but a whole heck of a lot of fun transforming our state and the dialogue of healthcare and how women talk about healthcare, talking about menopause and mammograms and things that were taboo in the 90s and that great awakening that we had around mental health. And so some of these life reflections of my family and the things that they exposed me to or something that is very humbling to share on this House floor. I was born in Rochester Hills, Michigan. I like to say I took my first breath of air from zip code 48309, the old Crittenton Hospital. And of course, Rochester Hills' claim to fame is where Madonna, the singer, the 1980s phenomenon, was from. And her mother, Joan Saccone, ran a small daycare that I attended as a toddler and a little bit into elementary school. And again, family business, good Italian family business. And, you know, there's stories from the neighborhoods of, you know, friends, mothers, or parent who knew Madonna in high school. And we, of course, remember Miss Saccone picking up the phone and saying, well, hello, Madonna. Or my brother, who doesn't like any attention, remembers one time he swears that Madonna came to visit. But that was growing up in Rochester Hills, what was largely known as exurban, right? The suburbs outside of the suburbs, now a little bit more populated and built up. My mother can certainly remember stories of sledding down Rochester Road before all the businesses moved in. And of course, I remember walking down Alston Street with my good friend Rachel to elementary school, my dearest, and I like to call her my oldest friend, but I guess sometimes saying oldest feels disparaging. But she's my longest friend in life, and we would walk down Alston together, and a lot of funny stories about me being fearful of her family dog who barely could move, and me not wanting to ring her doorbell. But see, the reason I share these personal reflections and these stories, you know, I certainly was not afraid to put my hand up and get involved in student activities and student government or theater or performances or things like that. But I also share these stories because nothing in life is fully ever determined, right? We know that we make our own destiny, and me running for office eventually one day in life was not something preordained, and it was not given that I was going to come to Congress. And I know so many of my colleagues, through so many of their personal trials and tribulations, join me in sharing this message to the next generation, which is that life is uncertain, growing up is tough. You know, this new generation, our Gen Z, who are racked with the challenges of the unique challenges of this century, a global pandemic. We just saw the headline this morning about test scores still being behind, and certainly the challenges of climate change and gun violence. And that compels us. And when you're young and you're still dependent and you're maybe just getting out of those teenage years into early adulthood and wondering how you're going to make your way in the world, it is important to recall and to look to those who have done what no one called to ask them to do, but just what they felt compelled to do to make a difference. And I firmly believe that we still need to believe in this place. We still need to believe in this institution. I could be, doing something else this evening, but I have really believed and thought that it would be important to give this address in the House record, spoken verbally. Sometimes you can write these addresses and just submit them for the record, but I wanted to take the time to speak these words. And it just so happens that speaking these words on this day, June 21st, the solstice, is really actually quite remarkable. You know, the solstice is a day that comes twice a year. It either comes when it's today, when the sun is reaching its maximum destination, or its maximum declining. And the longest or shortest day of the year, my mother is actually born on the shortest day of the year. Today is the longest day of the year, and of course then it begins the reaching towards the shortest day, but it also marks summer. And I haven't spent too much time outside today here in Washington, D.C., in the nation's capital. It's been a very unusual late spring, now first day of summer. It is cold in Washington. It is 60-some degrees and raining. One reaches for a shawl on a today like today, or like a weather like today. And I have a friend back home in Michigan who I asked, I said, well, what's the weather like at home? And he shared that it is 80 degrees in my beloved Michigan, and it is the perfect ringing day to summer. And of course, it is also unique and special in all of these hyper-partisan times to reflect on the solstice and the marking of summer, because it is man's and humans' experience in nature, and this recognition that something exists beyond us, and something that got done right in Washington long time ago is the house on the hill, the Capitol on the hill, is surrounded by nature, is surrounded by beautiful trees and green, and the mall that you can walk out on and go see the monuments. And of course, some of us remember the wild fox that was scampering around, and you can see, that was last term, and you can see some wildlife. But I believe, just as many who have been in this chamber from centuries ago likely recognize the importance of the role that nature plays in our life. The words of the poet William Wordsworth, who was not an American but an English poet, speak out. His "I wandered lonely as a cloud over vales and hills, ones that float, and once saw a crowd, a host of daffodils, residing on the lake beneath the trees, fluttering and dancing on the breeze." I'm not the only one who speaks poetry in the chamber. Of course, Mr. Steny Hoyer, our former majority leader emeritus, is one to quote Tennyson on occasion, and it's certainly quite grounding as people of this great country, and as elected officials who use our words to move and make change and bring this nation to a new place. And sometimes those words can feel contentious or bottled up on competition or trying to win something. And in other times, the words can bring us together. The words can call upon us to reflect. The words can call upon us to look above and look at the beauty all around us, even on a cloudy solstice beginning summer day here in Washington, D.C. And so as I've taken some time to reflect a little bit on my life, and I really can't tell you all how deeply humbling and somewhat uncomfortable it is to even talk about yourself in this body, this well of democracy, I purposely chose to come to the center, the floor of the House, what I believe is the House floor, the center of gravity of our democracy. And when we've been waging great debates in the Congress over many years, I have long implored my colleagues to take it off cable news, because that's somewhat filtered and, of course, doctored, and our journalists play a great role. But take your discourse to the well, to the floor of the House, to the center of democracy, engage in the great debate of this institution for Americans to see unfiltered. Somebody at the Juneteenth event in Huntington Woods pulled me aside and they said, "I'm just so exhausted with how polarized it feels, with how partisan it feels. I can't take it." I said, "Well, are you watching the news?" And she said, "No, I'm not watching the news." I said, "Well, tune in to C-SPAN, because maybe you can't come to Washington and join us in the gallery, but come to C-SPAN and watch your government in action." And of course, sometimes there's tough debate, and as we just saw with my colleagues passing the suspension bills, one that just passed unanimously, it's bipartisan. It's coming together to solve problems and coming together to make a difference. And, I certainly do not ever seek to undermine or doubt the intentions of any of my colleagues, although on occasion their approach may frustrate me. We are all equal as duly elected members of this chamber when we come here to vote. And our founding fathers and the heir of the founders and those who maintained this institution, America, as a fledgling, and we are still fledgling democracy, in my opinion. Our country is about to turn 247 years old. We can look to some of the most ancient societies, the longest standing countries in this world that is also 4.5 billion years old, and wonder what they think and how they are looking to us. And yet we can look inward, and we shouldn't exclusively look inward, but we can look inward and reflect that we have accomplished a lot in these 246 years. The governing doctrine of this very nation that still determines how an individual like Haley Stevens can get to Congress every other year. The incredible voting electorate of Michigan's 11th district that is now comprised exclusively of the great Oakland County in Michigan takes a vote. They take a vote, and they determine who is going to be their representative voice in the Congress. And that is why, when we have the privilege of being here in Washington, and of course people come and visit, and we had a great day, which I'd like to share a little bit about that day in a moment. But when people come to Washington and they share their needs, or when I'm home in Washington so joyfully, visiting the farmers markets, visiting the small businesses, doing the Manufacturing Mondays, witnessing, I call them Manufacturing Mondays, by the way. I visit our manufacturers. I see the innovation, the hard work, the continued hard work of our small businesses and men and women who are dedicated to the production value of this nation, made in the USA, something that is demanded and called for throughout the world, and something that I am so ever committed to as an elected representative and as a former Obama administration official, and as somebody who worked and once worked in a manufacturing research and development institute. So today, to share with anyone who might be watching, and to just give a glimmer of what happens in a day for a member of Congress, but the day's jammed so much in that it is, again, a real privilege to be able to share and speak from this well of the House floor what occurred today. I went to my beloved Science Committee markup. We marked up 3 great bills on fire safety, on the utilization of a NIST for fire safety, and construction and management standards for rebuilding after fires. We're saying the words climate change in the hearing, in the markup. We're saying the words climate change. We're recognizing these are bipartisan bills. Again, you might recall that I'm a Democrat and I'm in the minority party. So I'm at the whim of the chairman of the Republican party for the Science Committee. And yet there we sit, chairman and ranking member, and participating members of the committee, marking up bipartisan bills. Of course, I spoke exuberantly on behalf of the bills, and am looking forward to their being passed through committee tomorrow before we take our votes in committee, and then we are going to have a hearing on artificial intelligence, which is certainly a topic that has motivated and compelled the work of the Science Committee ever since I joined the Science Committee in my first term in Congress. Very fortunate to have served as the vice chair of the committee when we were in the majority, and the subcommittee chair for research and technology. And folks might recall that when I helped lead the Congress through the passage of the CHIPS and Science Act, industrial policy for this great nation, let's make semiconductor microchips in this nation again, because we innovated these things and we let some people beat us at our own game for a little bit, and then the pandemic hit, the tide rolls out, and we don't have enough chips. So we decided to make chips in this country again by investing $50 billion that, since the passage and signing of the bill in August of last year, $50 billion has already beget $200 billion of private sector investment, astronomical job creation, supply chain value for my state of Michigan. And it is enormously exciting that we got that bill done, and I'm so thrilled to have been a part of that committee. But that was last year's activity. Of course, we carry the words of the things that we have done into today. So as I was marking up the bills on committee, I was reflecting on the achievement, the bipartisan achievement of the CHIPS and Science Act last term, and we've got more to do on that, and I will certainly get to that in a moment. I also had the privilege of sitting down with I believe he calls himself a president of a company. I don't know if he would want me sharing this, but of course I'm sharing it. He did come to visit me. He runs this company called Qualcomm. They're in this chips business. And I think this executive was in Washington today. Well, he knew I was involved with this CHIPS Act, but you know, they wanted to share about this competition that we're in with China and the Chinese Communist Party. And something that I'm very keen to as a representative of Michigan and as someone who served in President Obama's administration as the Chief of Staff on the U.S. Auto Rescue, the initiative that was responsible for saving General Motors and Chrysler from liquidation and countless hundreds of thousands of Michigan jobs and certainly millions throughout this country. We know the meaning of being able to make products here in the United States of America and sell them all over the world. That's the deal, right? That is why the day after the first impeachment of President Trump in the year 2019, before the word COVID ever entered our verbiage, true story, we had impeached President Trump. It was really kind of a sad day in this country, and we didn't get justice that day. But the following day, we came back into this very chamber after it being so contentious and so divisive and so emotional. And Democrats and Republicans came back into this chamber and passed the trade deal, USMCA, a renegotiated NAFTA, so that we could have a framework for competing in the 21st century with the rest of the world, strengthening Buy American content, plussing up our production value in a state like Michigan. And by the way, it was endorsed by the critical stakeholders from both organized labor, AFL-CIO and UAW, to the automakers, because 21st century challenges beget 21st century solutions of coming together. So of course I'm still talking about today. I'm still talking about why Qualcomm and maybe some other chip manufacturers are saying, hey, we need to be able to sell to the world, all right? And we can't cut ourselves off, because some are chest thumping, as we have done throughout this century and the century prior, for war. We can call ourselves hogs. I don't call myself a hawk on China. I am serious about the competition and the considerations and the frustrations with the CCP. I know that the Biden administration is attempting to lead just as the administration prior and the administration prior did, and of course the dynamic has changed in the year 2023. But America has got to be in the business of de-risking, and America has got to be in the business of leading through smart power and strong power. As an open, democratic, capitalist society that says that every person can succeed and that we are working towards a more perfect union and the plight of equality and justice. You know, I founded the Women in STEM Caucus because we want to bring more people into the STEM field. It can't be acceptable that 5% of women in STEM careers are black and brown. It needs to be more. It cannot just be a talking point. It needs to be a way of life. And when we talk about expanding, and when we work on expanding the middle class, which has been shrinking, we talk about uplifting people out of poverty. And not because anyone is looking to be endemically poor. That is not the case. My great mother has shared many times over her thoughts on this to me, which is that it's expensive to be poor. And it's certainly expensive this day and age when you go to the grocery store and when you pay your insurance bill and when you pay your housing bill and when you pay to clothe and feed the kids and all of this and that. It's like you can't catch a breath. We are being squeezed. And instead of finger pointing, we need to be committed to the creation of good jobs. And good jobs means selling American built, made, innovated, shipped products to the world. You can't cut us off. It's not going to work, right? The automakers will tell you that as well. The suppliers will tell you that. So we need to be realistic. And I'm not going to overlook what's gone on with Russia and Ukraine because I have been battling Putin since I got into Congress, before I was sworn in. You know, Paul Whelan, Novi resident, in his 5th year in a Russian prison, the canary in the coal mine for the lawlessness that Putin has pursued on a global scale with this unbelievably outrageous, illegal, ongoing war in Ukraine. Russia isn't China. We were able to decouple. We brought the West along with us. We're having the conversation on energy security and what we need to do. And I'm pragmatic and I'm realistic about that, and I am proud to have voted for the Inflation Reduction Act, otherwise known as the largest climate bill in history, clean energy incentives, which are unbelievably impacting Michigan's economy right now. Making batteries, seeing our manufacturers rise as they do over and over again to the charge of our time. But I mentioned Mr. Whelan today because 15 years old, his beloved dog, Flora, as announced by his brother, has passed. So as Whelan is in the prison, and we just passed the resolution calling on the Federation, condemning it of Russia to release Whelan, he will come home, and I will not lose hope, and I stand by his family every day on this. He'll come home, but he's not coming home to his dog. So these are some of the things that have happened today. The other thing that happened, which was really quite profound, I think I'm allowed to show a prop, is that we did this ceremony, a debut of the postage stamp of the Honorable John Lewis, all right? It was incredibly moving. Speaker McCarthy had a reception afterwards in the Rayburn Room. We had biscuits and conversation. The majority leader of the Democrats, the very eloquent and brave leader Hakeem Jeffries, spoke as well. Mr. Lewis's former chief of staff remembered him, and it was such an honor to be in one of his favorite places in the Capitol, Statuary Hall, seeing the new postage stamp for John Lewis, a man I was so privileged to serve with in his final term in office in the 116th Congress, and to be there with so many of my colleagues. And of course, some other things have happened today. We took more votes on the House floor. Bizarrely, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle censured. We're still trying to figure out what censuring means, but they've condemned my colleague from California, Mr. Schiff, and it was really quite emotional for some. I mean, I don't think people were tearing up, but it was emotional because a good portion of us serving in the 118th Congress were here on January 6, 2021. And we'd just like to have some basic agreement about facts, right? And look, you can't dwell and dwell and dwell, but we've got to have some basic agreement of facts that those who are seeking to censure, many of them, and I do not speak disparagingly, I don't think any of them really joined in the effort to condemn a man in the Oval Office who, as commander-in-chief, watched his capital be attacked, watched a branch of his government. And you take an oath as a commander-in-chief to protect and serve. I'm not out here on what is known as a dubbed witch hunt. I am here for the truth. I'm here for an honest conversation. But of course, I'm also here to make sure that we put into place the policies that lead to good and great job creation, good and great futures. Because one thing that I have seen campaigning out in the field in these incredible neighborhoods that comprise Michigan's 11th district is that people are busy, and they often do not have time for the blood sport of politics. But man, are they relying on a government that needs to make sure that they are succeeding and getting out of the way to make sure that they are succeeding, but putting into place policies that build towards a more perfect union. And so this is what fires me up. This is what motivates me in the charges of our times. And I know so many who do engage in the civil discourse and the public discourse and show up at town halls and show up at community meetings. Those who have become a part of the activist organization Moms Demand Action, calling for more common sense gun safety legislation. Outside my office in the Rayburn room, in the Rayburn building, 2411, I have decided, because of my frustration and outrage of gun violence in this country and gun violence that I have known my whole life, and even my parents have known in ways that have been unimaginable. And I say my parents is in their generation. Martin Luther King assassinated my father, who was also an educator, was doing his student teaching in Pontiac, Michigan at Bethune Elementary when Martin Luther King was taken from us, Martin Luther King Jr. John Lennon, John Kennedy, RFK, President Reagan was shot. Is this a part of some sort of dramatic story of our nation, or is this a problem that we must fix? Because outside of my office are now the orange ribbons that have marked every mass shooting just this year alone. And I am running out of space on the wall for the ribbons. I'm running out of space. We're almost at 300. And if you choose to feel, it's unimaginable. I'm on the select committee on competitiveness with the Chinese Communist Party, and I don't want America to appear weak, but this is not happening in China. And when we met with our counterparts in the British Parliament, they looked at us, they said, we had 40 people die from guns, 40, not 40,000, 40 in the last year. and we're at tens of thousands. This is human capital. And we can talk about gun violence and talk about the opioid epidemic, and we can talk about people dying from auto accidents and certainly the 1 million people we lost from COVID-19 and say, every life matters and we've got to be committed to preserving life's existence. And we have got to be committed, not from a place of despair or frustration, but from a place of motivation and dogged determination that we will address and fix the scourge of gun violence in America. It is clear that shame is not working, right? Calling out and calling out and calling out, it's not working, right? Presenting the facts isn't working, but what will work, in my opinion, is the arc of time. Standing here as a woman, the first woman, as I mentioned at the beginning of this address, the first woman to represent Michigan's 11th district. It took 100 years to get suffrage achieved, to address the enfranchisement, enfranchising women to be able to vote. When Congress had the most number of women ever in history serving in its chambers, both the House and Senate. Now, mind you, I want you to conceive this. We haven't even ever had 500 women total yet in the whole history of the body. In the 247 years of America's existence, we have not had 500 women yet serving in the chamber, but we had over 100 in the year 2019 for that term, 2020, marking 100 years of women's suffrage. But of course, in 1920, when women's suffrage was achieved, you look back and you squint, because 1848 was Seneca Falls. So how many women who were at Seneca Falls got to live to see their right to vote? I reflected on my colleague, who we honored today, Mr. Lewis, and his words that we go back to so many times as a caucus, as a Democratic caucus, ring forward in this plight to ban assault weapons, to pass universal background checks, to stop gun violence in America, to change our culture, which I firmly believe we do by what? Passing laws, not seeing children in Sandy Hook taken from us and not doing anything. So Mr. Lewis's words ring out. Do not get lost in a sea of despair. Let me say that again. Do not get lost in a sea of despair. Be hopeful. Be optimistic. Our struggle is not the struggle of a day, a week, a month, or a year. It is the struggle of our lifetime. Think of the women at Seneca Falls. Think of our country, recognizing and celebrating the second anniversary of the official now federal holiday of Juneteenth that marked the end of slavery in this nation. Think of these long trials and tribulations that our young country has gone through before we were even erected as a nation, 400 years of slavery, and only 158 years since it ended. Something that was debated in this chamber. Can you even imagine today? And then think of, in the 21st century, Mr. Lewis's words. It is the struggle of a lifetime. Never, ever be afraid to make some noise and get in good trouble, necessary trouble. And so why take to the floor of the House to speak these words? Why take to the floor of the House in recognition of a personal milestone and the achievements that we have made on behalf of Michigan's 11th District? Well, I take to the House floor during Pride Month, Equality Month. I remember coming here in one of the first floor speeches I made for marriage equality and fairness, letting people just love who they want to love and be who they are. And see, we've made so much progress that now it has become another targeted issue for those who do not agree. They're trying to twist it on its head. But I have so many colleagues this evening at the Equality PAC celebration honoring Speaker Emeritus Nancy Pelosi, one of the original trailblazers in this body for LGBTQ rights. And we're still going to have the joy and the pride that comes with Pride Month, because love is louder and joy is more inclusive. And of course, in Michigan, we are delightfully blessed with the first statewide elected openly gay official, Ms. Dana Nessel, our Attorney General, who alongside the Speaker Pro Tem of the Senate, Mr. Jeremy Moss, one of Oakland County's finest, they declared loudly this month in Michigan that we are the gayest state in the union, and that all are welcome in Michigan. Because again, we thrive when everyone succeeds. And of course, for some, this may not be your words or your declaration, but I speak for so many. I speak for Ferndale, I speak for Affirmations, I speak for those who are watching and listening and wondering what they're gonna do with their life and what it means. I speak and represent for disabled individuals and folks who I am fighting for on the Education and Labor Committee to fully fund IDEA so that our school districts do not need to rob Peter to pay Paul, so that we can properly educate every student in this country regardless of ability. That's the purpose of public education. And if you want something else, you can pay for it and go do it. But gosh darn it, we want everyone to have access to a good quality education. That's what pays dividends to our country. That's what pays dividends back into our treasury. Speaker Pelosi once shared that, and I certainly join her in recognizing that point. Cost, indebtedness, hard work, how to get ahead, how to catch our breath, and how to remain optimistic. You know, sometimes it feels to the outside world, maybe because they're not watching C-SPAN and they're only watching the news that thrives off of anger politics or divisiveness or red meat, but so much gets done here. You know, in my 5th year here, I've mentioned a couple times I founded the Women in STEM Caucus. I also founded the Plastic Solutions Task Force alongside my colleague Kim Schreier. I formed the Democratic Manufacturing Working Group alongside leader Jim Clyburn, the great statesman from South Carolina, showcasing delivery and dedication to the manufacturing economy of America. Of course, I'm also working on the Bipartisan Manufacturing Caucus alongside a colleague from Ohio, passing my first bill within my first year in the Congress, the Building Blocks of STEM Act. It was signed on Christmas Eve. I wasn't at the White House for the signing, but it got signed. STEM equity, making sure that more girls and girls of color can get included into the STEM field. Will our work ever be done in this chamber? I hope not, because democracy thrives when people choose to participate in it. Democracy thrives when people choose to tune in during the middle of the week on a rainy solstice day. Maybe to listen, maybe to think, maybe to input. The tens of thousands of correspondence letters that we reply to in my office, the people writing in, the ideas that come from knocking on the door in our neighborhoods, the Alleviating Intergenerational Debt Act that I introduced because I knocked on the door of this incredible family in Hazel Park, and Mom and Dad introduced me to their kids who are going off to Michigan State, and Dad said, "Haley, it's really expensive." I said, "I know. College has gotten unbelievably expensive. And we're applying for financial aid." And he said, "You know, Haley, it's outrageous. We didn't qualify for financial aid. I'm a UAW worker. My wife here is a UAW worker. I have $90,000 of student loan debt myself as a parent. I don't qualify for financial aid. Why is that?" So I went back with a very hardworking member of my staff from Oakland County, Sammy Goldsmith, and we looked at this very diligently, and we found that this is a loophole in the financial aid formula. And so we've introduced legislation to change it so that that family's daughter doesn't have to have the debt that Dad has. Common sense solutions. Expand Pell Grants. Expand access to apprenticeship training programs. Showcase our unions, which allow you to earn as you learn. There's so much to be proud of, by the way. So I'm not just hemming and hawing. I'm feverishly working on the solutions for tomorrow. I'm feverishly working alongside my colleagues, even on tough days or tough moments, like with what happened with the censure earlier today. We remain committed. You know, we passed the CHIPS and Science Act. We know we need to do more. We need to fund basic scientific research. I was so proud as the subcommittee chair for research and technology to pass the National Science Foundation for the Future Act that doubled basic scientific research funding in this country, except it was just an authorization. It wasn't an appropriation. I don't know what the rest of this year has in store. I don't have the crystal ball. We didn't default on our debt. Some who sought to undermine the fiscal integrity of our union by allowing America to default on its debt. It didn't happen because a bipartisan group of common sense lawmakers came together to say, no, we won't do that. And now we have to pass a budget. Federal government needs to be funded by September 30th. So the end of the year comes up. We're going to talk about basic scientific research funding. We're going to talk about food assistance. We're going to talk about making sure that students can go to school and get access to food, free and reduced lunch, a guarantee. John Kennedy, President John Kennedy, he gave an address 60 years ago this month at my alma mater. He gave a speech about peace. And Mr. Kennedy, President Kennedy, comes from a time when it feels like there were fewer spoken words. There were certainly less tweets. There was certainly less cable news. And the words and the quotes, they carried movement, they carried action. I think sometimes that's what feels so frustrating about dealing with this scourge of gun violence. It's also Gun Violence Prevention Month here in June. We can give the best speech, we can write the most eloquent, smartest tweet, and we've made some change. We have passed a bipartisan bill to award funding to states that have passed red flag laws, extreme risk protection order laws. Michigan just did it under the leadership of our great governor, Gretchen Whitmer, in the wake of tragic shootings at Michigan State and at Oxford and nearly everyday gun violence in too many neighborhoods across Michigan. So we did pass that law. And so again, words that I go back to, the words of Mr. Lewis, to not despair, to be optimistic, because to be optimistic is to stay active. It's to stay engaged. It is to stay agitated. It is to stay feverish towards the work that we must do. And yes, I'll speak until my throat runs dry, because this moment and this activity and my commitment to this democracy and being afforded this time in this chamber is too serious to pass it up. But Mr. Kennedy, 60 years ago this month, as we think of other trying times, a Bay of Pigs, avoiding nuclear war, engagements in Vietnam, a war that we did not win, that took too many American lives, and we're so proud of our veterans and those who served. Mr. Kennedy stood before American University and he said, "I speak of peace, therefore, as necessary, rational ends of rational men. I realize the pursuit of peace is not as dramatic as the pursuit of war. And frequently the words of the pursuer fall on deaf ears. But we have no more urgent task." It's certainly important and symbolic to reflect on those words today and in these moments that are upon us as a nation. And I look out and I use that as a rallying call for our work on the Select Committee on China competitiveness, how to bolster American manufacturing, American competitiveness, how to strengthen southeastern Michigan and Oakland County under the leadership of Dave Coulter, someone I am so proud to work alongside. 40 years of unimaginable innovation and activity that has taken place in this nation. 1983, Sally Ride is the first woman into space. 1985, as Microsoft Office first hitting the stage. 1991, as the time when the World Wide Web hit our keyboards. I remember my mother and my aunt taking me to a meeting. What is a website? If only we could imagine what we'd be in now. Smartphone devices connecting us at rapid speed, the way in which humanity evolved and changed, and then yet again, as technology drives us to be together, the elixir of our alive experience here on planet Earth and as Americans, through love, through connection, and through ability. Those things don't change. The meaning of family doesn't change. The meaning of friendship doesn't change. In the 1980s, it was a race with the Japanese. Now it feels as though it's a race with the Chinese. Open society, willingness to change, commitment to action. Ben Franklin once said, "A long life may not be good enough, but a good life is long enough." May we all commit to living the good life. May we as public servants commit to goodness, to one another, to our fellow Americans, and to this unbelievable and magnificent trajectory our beloved nation is on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Here. And through. Under the Speaker's announcement policy of January 9th, 2023, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Buck, for 30 minutes.
I thank the Speaker, and I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take the next half hour to talk about the national debt, our spending, and our deficit. Some might ask, how big is our national debt? Well, the federal debt is $32 trillion. The $32 trillion mark arrived 9 years sooner than pre-pandemic forecasts had projected, reflecting the trillions of dollars of emergency spending to address COVID-19's impact on our sluggish economy. How much does each individual owe? According to the U.S. Treasury's official figure for the debt, the federal government is at $32 trillion in debt, or more precisely, well, I'm not even going to go into it. It's just a lot of money. And it equates to $95,660 for every person living in the U.S., or $242,570 for every household in the U.S. This is an existential threat to our country. Mr. Speaker, I want to yield time to my good friend from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, to talk more about the big picture of the debt. Then we're going to talk about some specific issues.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and to my friend from Colorado, Congressman Buck. I'm going to try to focus more on discretionary, just so people understand. The vast majority of our spending is on autopilot, but a lot of us have no understanding of how much the wheels have come off just this year. And this is so important to start to process. So I'm going to start with a board, and please understand, if this were May 22, you remember how long ago that was? Like a year. We expected the U.S. deficit for this year to be $98 billion, $980 billion. Okay, so where are we at today? 1 year later, we're functionally pushing 1.8 trillion. We functionally have doubled the borrowing this year. What happened? Healthcare costs went up dramatically. Interest is up dramatically. Tax receipts are down. What happens if some of the projections we have for the next couple of years are off? Because remember, that 1.8 trillion that we're projected to borrow in this fiscal year, we weren't supposed to hit that for almost 8 more years. The wheels are coming off. And if you're on the left and you care about this program or that program, understand there's no money. You would help us go at every dollar here. So we get into this game of saying, oh, but that's discretionary. Discretionary is fairly flat. It's just not really true. It's a lot flatter than Medicare, Social Security, all those, but those are earned benefits that are about, our aging population. But we need to walk through a sense of reality, and you're going to get the punchline here in a moment. This is just sort of the breakdown for this year's borrowing, this year's spending in discretionary, and what the 2018 baseline is. And you'll notice the growth in spending, but here's the punchline. We were only supposed to have borrowing of about 1.8 trillion this year. Excuse me, let me rephrase that. We were supposed to have spending equal to only about 1.8 trillion for both defense and non-defense. Do you remember the borrowing number? About 1.8 trillion. Every dime of defense and what you think of as government is living on borrowed money this year. You got to understand, when you get the folks in saying, well, let's just cut this program or that program, you got to cut every dime of defense and what you think of as government, whether that be the FBI, foreign aid, the Park Service, our salaries, Congress, White House, maybe. It's all on borrowed money now. And here's the other thing we need to make part of our discussion. None of this playing this game of, well, we're going to talk about discretionary and we're only going to use the last 2 years as our baseline. We had a big plus up substantially during COVID. So let's actually use a true linear line. Let's go back all the way to 1990, adjust the math for inflation. Discretionary is up 154%. So if you go from 1990 and do inflation, so all that growth of the inflation, but now we're at 154% growth. Defense is only up 35% since 1990 if you adjust for inflation. The wheels are coming off, Mr. Speaker. I'm terrified because at this rate, if some of the predictions are true, a decade from now, just the interest on U.S. sovereign debt, if we stay at these interest rates, could be approaching $2 trillion a year. More than all discretionary, defense, non-defense included. That's the future we're handing to America right now It is time for great discipline. And with that, I yield back.
I just asked my friend a question, if I may. Mr. Swigert, how much do we currently pay to service the debt?
The number has actually been going up fairly dramatically. In the first 7 months, just interest carry, just because of the increase in interest, went up $108 billion. So
on an annualized basis, what is that number?
Oh.
But just a ballpark.
Actually, I think it's going to be 400. I think was the baseline number. I think we're actually, if with the higher interest rates and the amount of borrowing, you could be approaching 600.
So $600 billion.
Look, there's also other things going on. People don't realize it's not just the $2 trillion of excess spending that has to be borrowed. How much of the debt has to be refinanced all the time? So you actually have what? Let's say $26 trillion of publicly borrowed debt. There's something called a WAM, weighted daily average. Half that has to be refinanced functionally every 5 years. That basically means every year you're bringing here the $2 trillion, and plus you're bringing a few trillion additional to market. And now that those new issued bonds are at the new, much higher interest rates.
So my question is this: how many jet fighters do we get for that money?
Interest is killing us.
Oh, okay. Let me ask another one. How many submarines, nuclear submarines, do we get for that money? How many people get help, food for pregnant moms? How many do we feed with that money?
Congressman Buck, one of the best ways to think about this, in the budget window we're working on, in functioning about 9 budget years, interest is going to be more than all of defense. And that's already baked into the cake.
All right. We're going to start talking about what we can do about that. I thank my friend from Arizona for joining us tonight and giving us that advice. Folks, you may have heard of Dave Ramsey. He's helped millions of Americans get out of debt, turn the corner on their finances. You may have read one of his books or taken one of his classes. The key to his get out of debt programs, he offers simple steps. These are reasonable measures that anyone can take. The first step he often recommends is to make a list of your current debt and your current spending. The first step is to decide the first step is to decide that you are done being in debt. Our nation's debt stands at, as we just heard, almost $32 trillion. We need a Dave Ramsey program here in Washington, D.C. Turn the second one. The United States debt stands at $32 trillion. Every year, the Government Accountability Office puts together reports on wasteful spending and ineffective programs in the federal government. These reports, if read and applied, would help us streamline government programs, reduce waste, minimize fraudulent payments, create oversight, and greater accountability to taxpayers. As we head into the appropriation season, I'm asking all of my colleagues to join with me and others who have read these roadmaps from the Government Accountability Office with recommendations for how we can reduce federal spending, save taxpayer funds, and most importantly, start paying down the debt. Here are some key findings from the General Accounting Office. In 2022, 18 federal agencies reported an estimated $247 billion in improper payments. Over the past 2 decades, the federal government wasted $2.4 trillion on payment errors. Federal taxpayers pay $2 billion each year maintaining empty government buildings. GAO identified $552.7 billion spent on duplicate and redundant programs in 2022. If our nation is ever going to dig its way out of this debt, we will have to start tackling wasteful spending. That includes going after the improper payments made in error. So what is an improper payment? First, fraud. An individual or business willfully stealing from the government. Secondly, mistaken identity, payments going to the wrong person. And third, payments going to a deceased person. As just one example, more than 47% of the payments to the Veterans Administration Department particular program in the VA made in 2022 were improper. Let me say that again. More than 47%. That's almost half of the payments in one program. And the good news is that's an improvement, because 5 years ago that number was at 100% of that program's budget. 100% went to the wrong people, and they're down to just 50% now. Maybe in 5 years, if they keep going at this rate, they'll be down to 25%. Maybe not. In 2022, just 18 federal agencies reported wasting an estimated $247 billion on incorrect payments. That's just 18 agencies, not the entire government. Our government also holds thousands of vacant, unused properties. We pay every year from lawn maintenance, electricity, security, energy costs for these unused properties. The Government Accountability Office estimates that we spend $2 billion each year just on maintaining these empty buildings. And another major area of concern is redundant programs. In 2022 alone, the federal government wasted $552.7 billion on duplicate programs. Taxpayers receive no benefit for these redundant programs that create more inefficiencies and run up the cost needlessly. Unauthorized programs are also an additional source of wasted funds. If Congress hasn't authorized a program, why is the executive branch spending taxpayer funds on it? There are over 1,000 unauthorized government programs that Congress continues to fund without reauthorizing or reviewing these programs. And to talk about that more in depth, I invite my friend from Arizona, Congressman Biggs.
I thank the gentleman from Colorado for holding this special order, talking about this very important subject. I mean, the reality is, as we are on that tank from Indiana Jones that's going off the cliff, we're busy fighting on top of it over all around the edges, but the tank's still going over the edge. And one of the problems areas that we have is this payment of $500 billion a year. Think about that we are giving to unauthorized programs. So you can go to the Congressional Research Services, and they will give you a full printout. You can get the full display of all of them, and when those programs expired. One of the oldest ones, and I'll just pull it up here. I got to scroll through all of these programs, these hundreds and thousands of programs. This is one where the Judiciary Committee has jurisdiction. Mr. Buck, and I mention that because Representative Buck and I both sit on Judiciary. And it's the payment to the Legal Services Corporation. Now, you know what that is. That's the Public Defender's Office. And that was last authorized, that expiration of their authorization was in 1980, 42 years ago. And what's the amount of money that they were last authorized to spend? Undefinite. An undefinite amount. There was no cap on it. And so that's what we have. We have everything from EPA, a State Department, ATF. These are agencies and departments that haven't been authorized. And then we have a whole list of additional programs that have not been authorized. But we continue to fund them. And our own rule proscribes that. And so the remedy for us immediately is to, when those come up, at least under previous terms of Congress, we've been able to actually raise a point of order and get that pulled out if we can. Anyway, Representative Buck, that gives you kind of a background and an idea of what we're facing, which is part of our huge, huge budgetary problem.
Let me ask my friend a question, if I may. Yep. We talk about authorizing programs. How does Congress authorize a program?
You would authorize a program like the NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act. That is an authorizing program. It authorizes us to spend money, and then we go ahead and appropriate to that authorization.
So a committee would hold a hearing, would invite in administration officials, executive branch officials, would review the effectiveness of the program. There may be an Inspector General's report about a wasteful part of the program. There may be newspaper articles, maybe other sources of information, but hold a hearing and investigate. The staff would be investigating this before the hearing, and then vote to recommend to the whole House whether that program should be reauthorized or not.
Yeah, the reason that I'm not sure that I knew that detail is because I don't think I've seen that happen since I've been in Congress.
And how long have you been in Congress?
I'm in my 7th year. And that's the point. That's the point. If you want to authorize something like the Judiciary Committees, they should be holding these types of hearings because it's just what you say. So the year that I got elected from Arizona, a famous national journal did a study, and they found out and estimated that the Department of Defense was wasting $125 billion annually. Annually. Well, that's one of those things where you probably would want to bring it in, and actually in this instance, the NDAA, those hearings on authorization, you would be talking about, is there really that much waste there, and what do we do to recover that waste and prevent it? We just don't do enough of that in Congress. We're so busy, again, like I said, trimming around the edges. We're not getting at the core of the problem.
So we've just identified the process for one agency or one program to be reauthorized. We're talking about 1,100 unauthorized programs that Congress needs to authorize before it appropriates money to them. And that's not even including the 325 programs that will need to be reauthorized at the end of this year. So we're going to be close to 1,500 programs, and over half of the discretionary budget will go to unauthorized programs.
Yes, and that's why I support what I call the Buck Plan. The Buck Plan calls upon Congress, the majority in this case, in every committee to have a subcommittee that is looking at the authorization jurisdiction of that committee, and then make the recommendations, have the hearings, and let's do this right. Transparency is important, but beyond that, the process is broken, and if we're going to try to get a handle on our out-of-control spending, you would think that we'd want to fix the process as much as anything, and I commend you because, Representative, but for those watching at home, both of you, Representative Buck has put together this plan, has been championing this plan, and I'm behind that plan all the way, and I think it's something we must do. It should be part of any appropriations process going forward.
Well, I thank my friend for that compliment. I've really just stolen a lot of ideas from a lot of people and tried to put them together in one place. But one of the things that aggravates me the most about unauthorized programs, and I'm so happy that you raised it and are talking about it, is that it really was a fraud on members of Congress. Because what happened was, for example, the Endangered Species Act.
Yes.
There was a problem with eagles and this chemical called DDT, and it was thinning the eagles' eggs, and the eagles weren't reproducing, and so we had a declining bald eagle population in the United States. So we passed the Endangered Species Act, but the promise to members of Congress is, we'll review this every 5 years.
Right.
This isn't going to go on forever, folks. When we take care of this bald eagle problem and a few other critters, we're going to be done with this program. And I think Ronald Reagan said that the closest thing to eternal life on this planet is a federal program. And that's what we've seen. Congress doesn't bother reauthorizing these programs, so they just go on and on. Because we'd have to actually make a tough decision if we were going to reauthorize these programs or amend these programs or cut these programs. Nobody wants to make a tough decision. Much easier just to make our grandchildren pay a huge debt because we are too lazy, too unfocused to actually do our job.
Too fearful, because every program that gets created creates a constituency, and you have to look somebody in the eye and say, that program's no longer necessary. And the ESA is a perfect example of that. It's basically run amok. It's why California doesn't build storage facilities for water, which impacts the entire western half of the United States. It's why we had someone who wanted to stop any building in Arizona, so they tried to get the Sonoran Desert tortoise to be declared an endangered species. But guess what? They had to stop counting when they got over 3 million of them. They said, well, you know, that's really not an endangered species. But it would have impacted the entire state because they're found everywhere in Arizona. But it's an example of one of those eternal programs that you and President Reagan talk about.
And really, the Endangered Species Act is no longer used as a shield. It is now used as a sword, and yet we don't authorize it. We don't hold hearings. We don't examine the impact of the Endangered Species Act. Parts of it undoubtedly are good, but a large part of it is a program that needs to either be cut, amended, or certainly examined.
Amen, brother.
I want to invite our good friend from Virginia, who has a wealth of information for Americans, to join us and tell us what you know, Congressman Good.
Well, that won't take very long. My good friend from Colorado, Mr. Buck, thank you for your leadership on this special order tonight on this critical issue, one of the key responsibilities, if not the number one responsibility of the House of Representatives, to protect the fiscal and economic health of the country, and the government at least, our ability to meet our obligations, our ability to fund our priorities, our ability to borrow when necessary, not to the degree that we do today, to borrow when necessary in times of crisis. But I just want to make a couple of key points, if I may. Before the pandemic hit, before the China virus reached our shores, our annual spending was about $4.4 trillion, $4.4 trillion. And spending this year is projected to be about $6.2 trillion. So an increase of $1.8 trillion, or about 40% over 4 years. Now, the most ambitious of the somewhat serious proposals in this majority body right now, I should say the majority conference, to deal with the spending or to cut spending this year in this Congress is to cut about $130 billion. That's the most ambitious of the, what I would say, serious in the sense that there's getting any traction within this Congress. In other words, to cut from a projected $1.6 trillion of non-mandatory discretionary spending, to cut it to $1.47, $130 billion. Think about that $130 billion, which is the ambitious plan, that's the stretch goal, represents less than 10% of the increase in spending from pre-COVID to today over 4 years. So we've grown our spending in the discretionary spending by $1.8 trillion in 4 years, and yet we're only projecting to cut it, or even suggesting to cut it by $130 billion. Said another way, we're on track this year to have a deficit this year of somewhere between $1.5 trillion and $2 trillion. $1.5 trillion and $2 trillion this year. Revenues are down, spending is up, and again, the most ambitious, the stretch goal of the somewhat serious plans in this Congress is to cut spending by $130 billion, less than 10% of the projected deficit. So if we got through the 1.47, we would still retain 90% of the projected deficit this year. And in addition to it crushing us from a fiscal future standpoint, it's unsustainable. As you know better than I, we're on track to hit some $53 trillion in national debt in 10 years if we don't have any new emergency, exceptional, special spending, but just on the current track. Unsustainable. Our friend from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, talked about the interest on the debt and how that's growing, and it's just unsustainable. But even in the immediacy, the American people are getting crushed today by this spending. The massive inflation we haven't seen in 40 years, diminishing purchasing power by some 15, 16% on average over the last 2 years. So in other words, $1,000 2 years ago is worth $850 today. But it's even worse in the essentials. Groceries are up much higher. Everybody needs to buy groceries. Utility costs are much higher. Energy costs in terms of gasoline at the pump, which is probably the biggest factor that impacts senior citizens, low income, fixed income, middle income Americans, anything else. And then housing costs. Housing costs through the roof. So we got the inflation crushing the American people. And then how have we responded to the housing or to the inflationary costs? We're crushing them with the massive increase in interest rates. Historically utilized to combat a hot economy, to try to head off inflation, to cool the economy. That's the theory anyway. I've never really agreed with that theory, but that's the theory. But instead what we're doing, we've caused the inflation not from a hot economy, we've caused the inflation from the massive spending, and then what we're doing is this futile attempt to combat inflation by raising interest rates. We went from an average mortgage rate being about 3% a year ago to now 7%. That extra 4%, figure an average mortgage is $300,000 in today's prices. 4% of $300,000 is $12,000. Divide that by monthly. The average mortgage is $1,000 a month more than it was a year ago. That doesn't even account for the higher costs in housing, the utility costs, the energy costs, the grocery costs, all again as a result, or primarily as a result, of the massive spending that's just crushing the American people. It's crushing their purchasing power. It's crushing their ability for their kids or their grandkids to make a start, to buy a home, to establish themselves new in their young career. And it's a result of the disastrous policies by this administration. So I yield back to you, Mr. Buck. I thank you again for your leadership on this all-important issue and keeping the attention where it belongs.
Well, if I may, I'd love to ask you a couple questions.
No tough ones.
As a fellow deficit hawk, you've heard about the vacant buildings that the federal government owns. And I think the number, the most accurate number I've heard is 77,000 vacant or underutilized buildings that the federal government owns. 77,000. Now, there have been some estimates that it's a little bit lower than that, but anywhere in that range is absolutely incredible to me. It costs approximately $2 billion a year to just keep those vacant buildings up to speed, whether it's the electricity, the security, the lawn maintenance, what all those things, $2 billion a year. And we also spend billions of dollars to house federal employees in office buildings that are privately owned. Now, this has been going on for 10 years. The GAO has been reporting this to Congress. My question to my good friend, and I'm not accusing my good friend at all, but why doesn't Congress, now this is the worst part of it, the GAO, Government Accounting Office, is a congressional office. We pay for the reports to find out about the waste and then ignore the reports that we're paying for about how the executive branch wastes money. What's the answer?
Well, so we work for the American people. The GAO works for us, and by extension, the American people. So 77,000 buildings approximately, and as you mentioned, a couple of $2 billion a year to sustain those buildings, to maintenance those buildings, operate those buildings, maintain them, staff them, whatever it might be. What about the value of the $77 billion? Why wouldn't we sell those buildings and realize the revenue to the Treasury, not just the $2 billion a year of not having to maintain those buildings, but also, I mean, let's just say that the average value of that building is, what, $100,000? Let's be real conservative. Let's say it's $1 million. 77,000, what is that? $77 billion? $77 billion worth of assets if the average building was worth $1 million. If it's only worth $100,000 on average, that's $7.7 billion. That would be not much more than a rounding error, the way that we spend money in the trillions here. But yet when you take that over time, it ends up to be, a few billion here, a few billion there. Before long, you're talking about real money.
Wouldn't it be a great idea to tell the executive branch that when they get done selling 10% of these buildings, 20% of these buildings, they'll start seeing some funding again? And I thank the Speaker so much, and I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair and to not to a perceived viewing audience. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 30 minutes.
Yeah, we're going to talk about 3 issues tonight. But before talking about the main event, the 3 issues, it occurs to me it's been a while since we really have addressed what should be the end to the Ukraine-Russian war. And in the past, I've expressed frustration, I still have this frustration, as to why is not the Biden administration trying to work towards an end to the war? Eventually, every war ends. The longer the war drags on, the worse it is for all involved. Ukraine has the 2nd lowest birth rate in the world. It is a tragedy for any country to lose its young people, but particularly for a country that has so few young people in the first place. Likewise, Russia has a low birth rate, and they also have a high immigration rate in which people are coming to this country. I ran into one in my district. I know from spending time in the San Diego sector along the Mexican border, a lot of Russians have come across there. So you have 2 countries with a shortage of young people, and they are dying in a war. For humanitarian reasons, we ought to end that war on its own. Furthermore, the war is very costly. Buildings being damaged in Ukraine to a huge extent. And geopolitically, the Biden policy of letting this war drag on without sticking their nose in it at all for well over a year now drives China and Russia together. It wasn't that long ago that we had over 1,000 McDonald's in Russia. I recently toured a factory in my district. They owned a similar factory in Russia, which they had to sell off. But what I took out of it is there was a time in the relatively recent past when the United States and Russia had very good relations. The United States and Ukraine had very good relations. And I don't know why we couldn't get back there if this war ended quickly. But it seems when you talk to the Biden people, they don't care if it goes on for years. So I make a plea to the Biden administration. See if you can look into doing what you can do to end that war. Now, we'll look at 3 issues that I think all have the potential to destroy the country, and I think we need some clear thinking on all 3. The first of all, let's look at the border. There has been a change in the way some people are entering the country. They're able to sign on to get entry to the United States on an app, apparently, if they're coming in from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. But because more people are coming in that way, it kind of makes it more difficult to see how many people are coming in each month. And therefore, we begin, because it's now in 2 different places, we begin to lose track of the number of people coming into this country compared to where we were historically. Okay? So let's look at, for example, where we were in May. In the most recent May, 227,000 people came across the border, what we refer to as illegally. A year ago, it was 166,000. 2 years ago, it was 74,000. And 3 years ago, under President Trump, it was 6,000. So we've gone from 6,000 a month crossing in May to 227,000 crossing in May. Kind of a dramatic increase, and something that should remain on the front page of our newspapers every day until this crisis abates. Same thing if you look at April, now that we get the other numbers. In April, most recently, 211,000 people crossing the border. A year ago, 187. 2 years ago, 66,000. And 3 years ago, under 6,000. So again, we've gone from under 6,000 to 211,000. Dramatic increase in the number of people crossing the border. And this is not a problem we can't deal with because we got to be more bipartisan. It's always nice to be bipartisan, but this problem was solved 3 years ago, and now we've gone up by a factor of over 30. As we have an increasing number of people crossing the border, we also have more unaccompanied minors crossing the border. And people ought to be especially concerned when people who are 13 or 14 years old are crossing the border without parents or even, say, an aunt or an uncle. Now we're having about 6,000 to 8,000 unaccompanied minors crossing every month. Under the prior administration, 500 to 1,000. So a lot more young people. And there was a time when people on the other side of the aisle would be concerned about people crossing the border and separately from their families. That was people who were separated for maybe 2 weeks, well, because their parents had broken the law. Now we have 6,000 to 8,000 people every month being separated from their parents, and who knows if they'll ever see them again. For minors, the lack of concern is stunning. Recently, an article in the New York Times, which I think the administration is to a degree disavowed, but no matter whose numbers you look at, the administration has lost track of tens of thousands of minors. They don't know where they are after they gave them to people to take care of them. We've lost track of tens of thousands of kids. Particularly, we have a crisis in this country of human trafficking, sex trafficking. That should be of particular concern to the administration, and it should be a particular concern because people rarely come over here without the Mexican drug cartel signing off. We can only imagine that when these young kids work, sometimes third shifts in factories illegally, that they are sending money not only back home, but to the drug cartels as well. I talked to the Labor Secretary as what she should do, the acting Labor Secretary, what she should do if minors are found crossing illegally or if minors are found working illegally. She refused to say how often they contact the parents, which again I thought was horrible. If you were an inspector of a factory and found 15-year-old immigrants working there who shouldn't, isn't the first thing you do contact the parents? Obviously, the Biden administration doesn't do that. The Secretary of Labor will not be drawn into even commenting that we've ever found or that we ever contact the parents of young people who are found here. We should always try to unite children with their parents. Quite frankly, I even feel at the border, if children come across with one parent, we should hold them up and look for the other parent. In the United States, if parents are dealing with a divorce situation, they sometimes try, in an effort to keep that family together, they sometimes try and say one parent cannot move to another part of the country because we want both parents to participate in raising the children. I don't know why we don't do the same thing at our southern border. On the flip side of letting everyone in, we are also taking our eye off of criminals who are not kicked out. Without a lot of hoopla in the newspapers, the Biden administration, in their budget, guesses that for the next 2 years, we can anticipate about 29,000 people being deported. And I think they might have computed it in a different way, but in his final 2 years under Barack Obama, we deported about 460,000 people. So in one 2-year period under Obama, 460,000 deported. Under Joe Biden, President Biden, we have only 29,000 deported in a 2-year period. It's just like saying we absolutely don't care what's going on here. And of course, many deportations are caused by people here who are breaking the law. I mean, people who are for open borders at least say, oh, they're all so wonderful people. They're so hardworking. What an asset to America. The Biden administration is doing a pretty pathetic job, even compared to his predecessors, including President Obama. He's doing a bad job of deporting people who break the law. Of course, along with being soft on the border and letting everybody across, it inevitably means more people bringing drugs across the border. In this country right now, we have about 108,000 people every year dying of illegal drug overdoses. That's a crisis that America is not paying careful enough attention to. As I pointed out before, we have about 57,000 Americans died in the Vietnam War over 12 years. I'm old enough to remember the Vietnam War. There were articles all the time about American troops dying. People were protesting about how many Americans were dying, and 57,000 people died in 12 years. A true tragedy. We now have 108,000 Americans dying every year from illegal drug overdoses in this country, largely because illegal drugs are flying across the southern border. Virtually nothing is being done in this budget to tighten up the border. Nothing is being done to prevent more people from coming here. The inevitable result is a further change of America as people come here who may not have the traditional American values that we need to keep our Republican going. Not to mention we will have people coming here who are taking advantage of our generous welfare system and people coming who are breaking the law and are not going to be deported. So that is the first issue that I feel that we really have to address. The second horrible policy concerns the bizarre demands of this new transgender lobby. This past week, I had quite an experience, and I met with an 18-year-old who had doctors prescribed from 12 years old on testosterone and puberty blockers. At age 15, the wonderful medical establishment in our United States of America, I think primarily from the psychiatry wing of the medical establishment, decided to remove her breasts at age 15. I don't care if you went to medical school. Anybody with an ounce of common sense knows people change dramatically between when they're 15 and 20 and 30 and 40. The idea that we have people going to medical school, I guess that's why they talk about people with book smarts and common sense. Nobody with common sense, unless they are absolutely obsessed with greed and just will do anything to make money on a surgery, would possibly remove the breasts of a 15-year-old girl. They're doing it at 2 hospitals in Wisconsin, which is horrible. This gal happened to have it done in California. Now this poor woman wants to undo the damage, and she can't. In Europe, they're finding that puberty blockers may affect bones and brain health. Sweden found that 10 years after reassignment surgery, the suicide rate was 20 times that of their peers. Is that even really a surprise? I could almost guess it on my own without reading the study. But that's what they're finding in Europe, who went down this path before this. Now in European countries, even their liberal, let's worship the doctor societies knows that they made a mistake. I think someone has to look at the psychiatric industry and give them some more supervision, because they're doing horrible things that anybody with any common sense would know. The other thing the Europeans found is something we should realize in this country too. This is a much bigger problem than when I was a child and nobody ever seemed to know about it. How is that possible? Well, it's possible because the more they talk about it in the press, the more they talk about it in the entertainment medium, the more self-righteous politicians talk about it, the more young people begin to play in their mind with the idea that maybe if they're a boy, they should be a girl, and maybe if they're girls, should be a boy. This is what happened to the poor gal I met with. She was, 10 or 11 years old, 12 years old. She was unhappy. And given all that's out there on the internet, she thought, well, maybe I'm unhappy because I should be a boy, which is perfectly understandable if you're inundated with this option on television, on the computer constantly. So this is what we have. We have a gender dysphoria crisis, and the crisis has been caused by all these doctors claiming it is a common thing. And the more kids hear about other people going through it, they may read articles about it, as this gal did, read about it on the internet. Oh, sounds interesting. There are these experts saying I'm unhappy because maybe I want to be a boy. And that's what happens. So I hope the press is a little bit more responsible in the future about pushing this as an everyday thing, because when the press begins to push it, when it gets out there on the computer screen, people begin to read it and people begin to say, oh, maybe it's me. There are at least 2 congressmen out there with great bills on this, one from Georgia, one from California. I hope we see these bills on the floor of the Congress here in the very near future. My one criticism of the bills is they only ban this type of horrific surgery under age 18. I don't know why we don't try to knock that up a little bit higher. I know in this country, as a practical matter, we barred the sale of beer until age 21. I think this surgery seems a little bit crazy even for a 30-year-old, but I hope we see these bills on the floor soon, and I hope before they get to the floor, the authors make an adjustment to the bills and knock up the age to at least age 21. One other comment I learned reading about this situation and talking to someone who went through it, part of the problem is we have these well-meaning progressive people who egg these people on. You know, they get on, their Facebook page or whatever, they tell them, people who they don't even know, they tell them how proud they are for doing these surgeries, how happy they should be if now that you did these surgeries. And by the popular culture acting as cheerleaders for these surgeries, what do you think you get? A bunch of young, unhappy people who want to be happier? Well, every time someone sends you an email, sends you whatever, comments, you're so brave, I'm so happy for you, you are encouraging these people to get these horrific surgeries. So a lot of the blame, I think, goes on the people who are not familiar with this, not familiar with this study showing a dramatic increase in suicides, not to mention people without any common sense, and they egg these poor boys and girls on to get these surgeries. And I beg people who consider, encouraging these people or flattering these people for what they're doing, please stop it. Familiarize yourself with the information and stop and think that by flattering and encouraging these people, you may be the one responsible for making these life-changing decisions. And I'll wind up by saying, I think we need more people looking at the qualifications of some of these psychiatrists who push this. I mean, why this whole profession has allowed this to careen out of control. I think we have to look at the role that profession is playing in our society. And the reason I'll blame President Biden a little for this is his administration is all in on this transgender sexual confusion agenda, which is leading so many people to be unhappy. Now, the fourth area that I'd like to address tonight, and I don't like to address it. I really don't like to address it because it's such an awkward area. But it's got to be addressed because the President of the United States is obsessed with it. So we've got to address it. The final issue is the issue of racism. It's Joe Biden's favorite issue as far as I can tell. Joe Biden talked about racism 4 times in his inaugural speech and white supremacy once. He keeps bringing it up in his State of the Union speeches. Again this year, he inferred that policemen are racist, and we have to warn little, particularly black children, about racist police. The studies don't show it. The studies show adjusted for crimes committed. If anything, it's the other way around. But Joe Biden, a white guy, I wonder what other people think of him, keeps getting up there and saying how racist we all are here. And we have a racist problem with police. And like I said, the studies show that that's not true. What you can do, and I think people like Joe Biden have done, is you can intimidate the police in being afraid to act because they're a fear of being charged with racism. That you can do. And you can make the police timid. And of course, ever since we had this massive anti-police feeling in the aftermath of the events in Minneapolis a couple of years ago, we've had a dramatic increase in the number of murders, and I think a lot of these murders have to be blamed on the timidity of the police, which is caused by this strong anti-police feeling that you're getting out of Joe Biden and his allies and the mainstream media, which I think also creates this anti-police feeling and causes the police to feel that they have to back off for fear they'll be called racist or whatever. Joe Biden, again, talked about white supremacy at Howard University at their graduation. Kind of a weird speech, because I think normally in graduation speeches, you're dealing with the best and brightest in America. I know Howard has a very good reputation. You should have people who should just be leaving that stage with smiles on their face, anxious to change the world, who do wonderful things in the United States. Instead, we get President Biden showing up and saying what a racist society we have, and creating, I think, a defeatist attitude for the people graduating there. I hope they got over Joe Biden's speech. Joe Biden's labor secretary designated, she hasn't been confirmed yet, believes the country was built on white supremacy. She will not back off on that statement, despite me asking her a couple times to do so. So the labor secretary, who has something to do about all sorts of laws in this country, apparently believes our country was built on white supremacy. The proposed chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff feels we should be capping the number of white officers in the military at 42%. I mean, I would think you'd be primarily concerned about getting the best people in there. It's important we have the best military of the world. Instead, we're going to have a bean counter who it sounds like is more concerned about where people's great-great-great-grandparents were born than you know, what their qualifications are today. A study found, as we mentioned before, in Joe Biden's first 2 years, of 97 judges he appointed, only 5 were white men, 2 of those were gay. And this was in the aftermath of 2 Democrat senators telling President Biden they were not going to confirm any more of his appointees if they were white men unless they were gay. So, you know, to what degree are our judges again being picked as the best, or what degree are they being picked with Joe Biden feeling there's something wrong with appointing a white guy for the job? And those are kind of amazing numbers, aren't they? I mean, I, who am not a big fan of President Biden, would have guessed, if you would have asked me how many white men were in his first 97 judges, I would say, well, he's probably doing all he can to find people who aren't white guys. It's only 25 or 30. Well, it's only 5. In his budget, he is asking in all of his agencies, Department of Defense, Department of Interior, wherever, new equity action teams. These pernicious new employees, I think, are going to run around and judge people solely by race or gender. Their goal, supposedly they're looking at diversity, which we'll talk about in a second. But again, their goal is following down this path of all Americans are supposed to view themselves as a subgroup. He tried to discharge debt of farmers only of color until the court shot him down there. He's trying to add a new preferred class, and all these topics are recent topics. So, you know, we ought to discuss this issue before it goes any further. Right now, there are a variety of classes when you fill out your census form, when you fill out your EEO-1, which is a form that you've got to fill out if you do business with the government. They break you out if you're Asian, Pacific Islander, African American, Latin American, Native American. They want a new class, and I think with a class comes preferences for Middle Eastern and North African people. Again, I think we should have a public discussion here. I don't think Middle Eastern and North African people have been discriminated or mistreated in America. I assume most of the people, if there are benefits from this program, will come about to people who just came here or are coming in the future. I haven't seen a lot of articles on that, but there should be a public discussion. If somebody comes here from Syria, if somebody comes here from Algeria, should they get preferences in hiring? Should they get preferences if they found a business and are looking for a government contract? Should they get preferences if they want to get into medical school? That's what President Biden apparently wants, but I think we should have a public discussion whether he gets away with it. As an aside, I'm not sure how Joe Biden feels the country is such a white supremacist country. I don't believe you can really judge people, their worth, their happiness by the amount of income, but it's a number that's easy to judge. And if you look online, most of the successful groups in America today are not of European heritage. You know, the most successful is from India. Most Indians that I know came here and are wildly successful, though they came here without even knowing English. People from Pakistan, Philippines, Taiwan, Cuba. Thomas Sowell wrote a book 40 years ago, so it's a bit out of date, but I can't find any more recent information, in which he claims that people coming from the Caribbean, the children of people who come here from the Caribbean make more money than the average American. So I guess he'd be talking about people from Jamaica, and I suppose you can think of people therefore like Kamala Harris's dad, who came here from Jamaica, wound up being a professor at Stanford, did very well. I don't think he had a huge amount of experience with racism becoming a professor at Stanford. I would think most professors would love to have a job like that. But before we go that much further, I do think we should look at individual questions that should be answered. First question is, right now, for the purpose of these government forms and who you hire, you kind of self-identify. And therefore, if you are, say, we'll pick Peru, because I talked to someone in Peru the other day. If you came here directly from Peru, you're Peruvian, you're Latin American. But if you have one of 4 grandchildren, you're also called Peruvian and are considered to bring a diverse attitude towards your job, or America supposedly should make up for past discrimination, even though your ancestors may never even have been in America. So is it 25%? Is it 12.5%? The senator from Massachusetts, she had one of these DNA tests, and she found out she was like 1/64th Native American, or less than 1/64th. But she apparently felt it was enough to put on her forms, and apparently add diversity to the Harvard Law School faculty. I don't know if she really thought that, but I guess she allowed herself to be labeled as Native American based on whatever that would be, one great-great-great-great-grandparent. But is that the way we should go? Or should it be 1 out of 8? Like if one of your 8 great-grandparents is a certain type, is that enough to identify that type? Now we have DNA tests, so we can look at these things. I know in my district there was a rumor that one person who owned a construction company, they questioned whether he was really a person of color like he claimed he was. Again, how much he could have been, because he could say I'm 1/8, and under the current law that would be enough to get preferences. But I think we ought to have that discussion. The next question is, since when affirmative action really began in the 1960s, the idea was to make up, I think, for America's past sins. So should you have to have ancestors in America who can at least claim to have been hurt? Or can you get what amounts to special preferences if you just immigrated to this country, say, a year ago? I mean, right now you don't have to be a citizen. You can count on the government forms in which I think they view you more favorably. If you have people from certain backgrounds, if you even came here and were never in America for more than a couple years before you got here. So should we require beneficiaries of these programs to be in America? Were your ancestors slaves, or can you in America, or can you be like Kamala Harris's dad and just have moved here from Jamaica? Whether he got preferences or not, I don't know. next issue that we should talk about is how long should this happen? We began to have an affirmative action in the early 1960s. I think it really kicked into effect in 1965 under Lyndon Johnson. There was a lesser program under John Kennedy. Okay, so we've had this program going for about 50 years. Obviously, they've added new groups that weren't included in the original number of groups. We have women in the mix now, too. How many of these, how long should this program last? With its government bureaucracy, with, in essence, government looking over people's shoulder, telling them who you have to hire for your company, that sort of thing. Another 10 years, another 100 years. Thomas Sowell has written about affirmative action, and so that's another issue that we will have to look at. We'll return and talk about other issues later after this evening. Not the least of which I think we should talk about how certain people think, since you're supposed to be bringing diversity to the table. But I will yield the remainder of my time, and I move adjournment too.
Does the gentleman have a motion?
I make the motion to adjourn. Time to go home.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10:30 a.m. tomorrow.